All right. Well, we are live. Okay. Welcome everybody to this Hive stream. No matter what I do, I always manage to have some types of issues. Um, and I kind of expected to have some with this setup because I literally just moved um, a table in the middle of the city that I'm rebuilding right now. So actually, you know what? Let me do something real quick. There we go. So that way everybody can at least see my background a little bit more and see the build that I'm going to be doing. Yeah. So I've got this completely different setup. And the reason why I'm putting a little bit of explanation to this, because some people might be like, well, why do you just like do this over where you normally stream? Well, the problem is because I have like this area where I stream and I use my PC basically to stream 99% of the time, and to do some other random type stuff. My laptop, which is way more powerful, is what I do all my editing on. More difficult stuff. It's also what I use to draw when I do my drawing streams. Because I got my tablet. So because of that, I can't really move all that stuff. And to do this build, I needed space to build. It's also why I haven't done any whatnot streams in a little while too, because I just don't have any area to film and have all the minifigs and stuff spread out to sell. So, like even right now, I'm trying to like think because I'm like my mic is too far away. But if I put it over here, I'm thinking it might block the camera. But I'm gonna try it anyways. It might not. Oh, look, it is blocking the camera. How about that? The camera's got a wider lens than I thought. All right, that works. Okay. All right. Also, the laptop's a little further away, and I am older, not old, older. So I'm going to put my glasses on for a second so I can read the damn chat. Ostif, yo, thanks, man. I really appreciate that. Good morning, cutie. Sweep the leg. Sweep the leg. Man. Well, thank you, sexy. I appreciate that. Do you have a preference on a super chat clip? Also, I have added the Magic Hive super chat clip, which is also known as Stripper Hive. But that's only for those that dare to watch it. I'll give you a minute to pick one out. Let's just go down and chat real quick. Oh, by the way, I am building Tudor Corner, by the way. You can probably see it.
I was going to ask, Hive, did you gift wrap the instructions or something? Like, what's
Dude,
up?
I do not know. I just opened the box because I was like, shit, I got to get everything ready. I don't want to do it while I'm on the stream. And this popped out. Shoot, where's...
I haven't seen that before, so it's like interesting.
Yeah, like, and then this must, yeah, this is where the base plate is. Like, now you guys, I want you guys to understand something. This is going to be a pretty chill stream. I'm going to try and make it as chill as possible, okay? But we're not starting off to a good start here, because for a company that really raves about the environment and all that, why on earth would you stick a base plate in this? Why? You don't need it. I'm trying to think back. Has this been a thing before?
No.
Have they always been in envelopes and I'm just forgetting?
No, I remember they always put them in separately, and it's never been an issue on my end.
Huh. I mean, and I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. Like if it's like for extra protection and stuff like that's cool. I appreciate that, but it's just odd to me. You know what I mean? Like I didn't know the base plates needed extra protection. Also, I'm gonna move the camera for a second so you guys can see. There's a dog behind me.
Aw.
Yeah, she's. Let me see if I can actually zoom in there for a second. Hold on a minute. Oh, wrong way. Hey, Xana. Oh, she's assed out, dude. She's sleeping. This is what she does. Like, she wakes us up in the morning like a bat out of hell, Like, hey, get up, get up. Hey, let's have some breakfast. Hey, let me out. Blah, 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 blah. You know, and we're like, you know, we let her out. We do her thing, you know. And then when we go to work normally and stuff, this is what she does. She's like, go back to sleep. I'm like, you little. Anyways, okay. Wait, hold on. Just save my clip to make a Johnny Lawrence. Well, then I'll just do a random one, man. We'll do a random one. Let's see. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? Give me a second, guys. I'm trying to do a good one. I mean, I guess we just do some Star Wars, man. Let's start with some Star Wars.
Go, Satil. You must walk a different path.
Appreciate you, Austin, man. Thank you so much. I was thinking about doing a poll of how little of this modular I will actually build today. 1%, 5%, 10%.
Just go for the whole thing, man. One shot.
Well, you know, I've actually been thinking about doing a 24-hour stream if I were to get like enough. Because there's like this goal thing now for our streams. Like you can make goals. So like I could say like, hey, if I get 10 $5 donations, I'll shave all my hair off. You know what I mean? So I was thinking about doing one like that for maybe like a 24-hour stream. Like if somebody, you know, if people wanted to see me do one back, because dude, to do a 24-hour stream, at least for me, man, it's like that's not like an easy feat, you know. Last time I did one, I was exhausted for like 2 days and I lost my voice. And I know maybe some people might be thinking like, "Oh man, why don't you do a 24-hour Pure Rant Fury?" Be like, "Are you out of your damn mind, dude?" I would not have the energy for that at all. I barely have an energy for it for, you know, a couple hours. So real quick, let me just say hello to everybody in the chat. I appreciate you guys being here. Ultra Bricks, what's up? Team Mongo, what's going on? Cool Hand Luke Bricks, what is going on, my brother? Austin, what's going on? Again, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it so much. Clever Pig, what is going on? Nimble, yo, how you doing, my friend? Couldn't stop laughing at how you say Tudor. Yeah, I know, right? And I lean into that stuff, man. It was just like when I leaned into the barn door for barter door.
Right.
I can't even roll my tongue the right way. Let's see, Stud Lake, what's going on? I like my house is like I like my sports car, 2 doors. I like it where the 2 doors don't even open. You got to get in through the window. Alternate candidate, what's going on? Translucent parts, free floating, but make sure to protect the finish on that base plate. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, that's a good point, right? So what he's saying is like, yeah, they'll let translucent parts just be all willy-nilly. But yeah, but you gotta protect that sheen on that base plate. Like, they don't make any sense, man. I don't understand them. Beltonic, what's going on? Nice to join a stream that I'm actually awake for. Well, I appreciate you being here. 1 piece per rant. Oh boy, build it all. Hive doing it 24 hours. Yeah, you guys. That's. I mean, it's not like I wouldn't, but like I said, it's got to be kind of worth it for me. You know what I mean? Like it's the initiative. But who knows? Look, I have plans to do something different, kind of. I want to evolve some streams. It's hard to explain right now, and until I get some data on some stuff to see if it would be worth me doing, you know, I don't want to say too much. Dario, what's going on? Hive is way too old for 24 hours. Yeah, I did one. Gosh, what's it been now? 2 or 3 years? It wasn't too long after I moved into this house, and a lot of people were on it. I mean, if you go back and look at, oh wait, you can't. Never mind. It's under members. Well, if you're a member, you can go back and look at it. But 1 year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, 9 years ago, 10 years ago, 11 years ago, 12 years ago, 13 years ago, 14 years ago, 15 years ago, 16 years ago, 17 years ago, 18 years ago, 19 years ago, 20 years ago, 21 years ago, 22 years ago, 23 years ago, 24 years ago, 25 years ago, 26 years ago, 27 years ago, 28 years ago, 29 years ago, 30 years ago, 31 years ago, 32 years ago, 33 years ago, 34 years ago, 35 years ago, 36 years ago, 37 years ago, 38 years ago, 39 years ago, 40 years ago, 41 years ago, 42 years ago, 43 years ago, 44 years ago, 45 years a on the thumbnail, I had tons of people on there. I think it was kind of a free for all. I was just like inviting anybody that wanted to come on, basically, if I knew them. I don't remember right off the top of my head, but because it was 24 hours. You have a lot of people on there in 24 hours. Lonely One Kenobi, good morning to you as well. Brick Bunnies TV, what's going on? Checking in 24 hours. No, this is not a 24-hour stream. This stream will be going on roughly until about 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, because I gotta feed the doggy at 5. So I figured that'd be a good time to cut off. And then this wasn't supposed to be a 24-hour stream. This was just going to be a long stream. And as you can see, so far the only thing I've accomplished is opening up the bag for the manual and the base plate. So we're moving at a good pace at 10 minutes right now. But if anybody knows me well enough, they know that I will do way more talking than I will any kind of building. And I'm really hoping for anybody that's watching this stream to watch me build Tudor, that they're not sourly disappointed. I'm going to mute this mic just for a second while I open this bag.
You're good.
Also, as weird as I've been, you can see next to me here is T-Mog.
Hello, everyone.
I will be having multiple people joining me throughout the day. And I'll be quite honest with you. I'm kind of thinking about just putting a link out in the chat. And, you know, if anybody wants to just jump in, man, just jump in. I feel like this is probably a really good time to meet any of my viewers that I haven't talked to at all before, or haven't talked to in a while. Now, don't get me wrong. If I were to do this, I'm only letting people on here that I know. And if I suspect anything, you would even if you are somebody I know, it's always hard to tell things. So I'd probably say, you know what, send me a message on Instagram, and then I'll send you a link. As a matter of fact, yeah, if you're out there and you want to come on, just send me a message on Instagram and I'll send you a link. Papa Trip, what's up? Good morning. Good morning. So I gotta. No, I don't want to talk about that. I don't know, man. There's so many things that I kind of want to talk about, but I don't want to go into anything too negative. You know what I mean? So I was trying to think about some happy things to talk about. I mean, the world is still a good place. I know there's got to be some happy things to talk about. You know what? I did not see the latest episode of Skeleton Crew. I'm a big fan. Hold on a second. I'm trying to see if I can find some. Huh? I didn't hear you. What did you say, Timo?
I said I saw it the other night. It was good. It was good. I've been enjoying that show so far.
Yeah, I'm not really caring about spoilers either, to be quite honest with you. It's not that important to me. But I will say the pace of the show, dude. The show is not without any flaws, but it's you know, I saw somebody talking about Skeleton Crew the other day, and they said something that really stood out to me, and I'm paraphrasing and probably throwing some of my own thoughts into it, but Skeleton Crew, you know, one of the reasons why Skeleton Crew is so good, hold on, I'm going to see, I'm trying to see if I can find some copyright free music. I guess we'll go with that, see how it goes for a bit. One of the reasons why Skeleton Crew is so good is it doesn't rely, I know it's going to sound crazy, but it doesn't rely on Star Wars. Even though it feels more like Star Wars than probably a lot of other stuff has. Like Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, Boba Fett, like all of them relied on like literal, like, you know, like ties to actual Star Wars stuff that's been in the past. You know, Skeleton Crew, I would say even almost Andor in a way, like they can almost be separate I mean, Andor is a little bit of a stretch because the Empire is so heavily involved in everything. But like, you don't see Jedi. You know what I mean? Like, you don't see like a lot of the normal stuff, which is a reason why a lot of people, even though it was really good, didn't gravitate towards it. You know, a lot of the normal Star Wars fans. But like Skeleton Crew, like I said, definitely feels like Star Wars, but it's like its own story. You know what I mean? Its own separate thing. The show is so freaking good, dude. I'm majorly impressed. By the way, what's up, Topic Bricks? How you doing? How you doing? Thank you for being here. YOLO, what's going on? Your Republican critics are no good here. Skeleton Crew reminds me of what it felt like to watch Reed play Star Wars when I was a kid. The kids exploring a huge new universe and having an awesome adventure. Yeah, dude. Everything usually that I complain about, you know, when it comes to like a lot of the Star Wars shows, this Skeleton Crew does not have. Like, the pacing is good, dialogue is good, like, you know, the script, like the actors, all the actors are doing a phenomenal job. But it's not just the actors. So far, the directors have been directing them the way they should. You know what I mean? Like, if they don't make a certain facial gesture that makes sense, the director cuts. We need to try that again. You know what I mean? Not just, oh yeah, that looks great. You know what I mean? Or whatever reason they do that stuff in the other shows. I don't know if it's to please egos or just the directors are incompetent. But either way, but the pace of the show, the setup and payoffs of the show, the character buildup, dude, there's just so many things that are good. And here's the thing that I've told people before is like, we can accept some flaws in some of these shows as long as other stuff, like the good outweighs the bad. You know what I mean? You know, so even if there are some flaws in the show, which again, there are, but you can easily look past them. Dude, they're using really good practical effects. The world exploring and the world buildup is really awesome. If you're into like, they call it like gear porn, like, you know, like ships, blasters, weapons, you know, the mechanics of the world, you know, all the technical jargon, all that stuff is rad, dude. I was even okay. I thought it was pretty cool when they hit the switch and all of that layer came off of the Onyx. You know what I mean?
Nice and shiny ship.
Dude, and it didn't even seem it made sense. It made so much sense to me that was like that, because I'm like, it's a pirate ship. So one of the things they probably want to look as more as like a junker. You know what I mean? You want to look like a junk ship. You don't want to look like a fancy, whatever the hell that ship is underneath it. Yeah, definitely good stuff. We have another guest. You give me a thumbs up. You good? I'm not sure if you heard me or not, but I'm gonna let him in. Yo.
Hello there.
What's going on, man?
Yeah, how's it going? Okay.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, man. Yeah, dude. That's right. I haven't really talked to you since New Year, have I? Has it?
Not in person, I don't think. But
I don't think I have. Cool.
T-Mog, nice to meet you. How's it going?
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you know T-Mog? I don't know if you guys have actually met or not.
Recently found out kind of who he is. I've heard his name battered about, but I think I was watching one of Will's vlogs from Brick World.
Yeah,
and he's kind of heavily appears in that. So I was just like, right, who is this guy? Let's go and check him out, and subscribed, all that jazz. So yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah, dude. We we all run in a lot of the same circles. It's just, I think that we get more and more crossovers of meeting each other. You know what I mean? It's pretty amazing, actually. And a lot of it is through certain communities. Like obviously I've met tons of friends through the Girth Gang. And then there's been other people from their side that have met people that already been over here. Meet more and more of like the UK boys. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty rad, man. By the way, what's up, Richie? How you doing?
Hey, Richie.
And I'll periodically say this. Anybody on the chat, if you want to jump in the stream, let me know. Just message me on Instagram and I will send you a link. I'm trying to keep an eye on it. All right. So yeah, I just got a message. So let me throw out a couple more invites. So what's going on with you, Luke? How you doing today, man?
I was just replying. Papa Trip called me out saying looking good, which is a nice thing to hear. But I just assured him that it's only from the waist up. from the waist down. I'm a mess. So yeah, still recovering from my surgery. It's been a bit. It was kind of on this slope where it was gradually getting better and things were fine. And then recently I've started having a lot of pain. Without going into too much detail, because I'm not a big fan of kind of surgical procedures myself. I couldn't even look at the scar for the first like 3 weeks. But yeah, it looks as if I may have popped some stitches.
Oh snap!
Because I was getting a lot of pain. It's just from like being in the shower basically, which has never been a problem before, even when it was fresh. Again, not to go off on a complete tangent, but looking at it, there's points along the scar. I mean, it's like scar's like pretty much the length of my hand. It's like about 10, 12 centimeters long. Wow. in the sort of groin area. But yeah, so it's not the best place because obviously, unless you know, I didn't know it all about it until I had it, but you kind of got it in the area where you've got your sort of stomach muscles. So anything that requires you to use your stomach muscles is a strain on it. Now, you don't realize how much you use those stomach muscles until you can't. And it's literally just something simple like turning over in bed, agony, sitting up, sitting down, all that kind of stuff you'd expect. But even kind of at one point when I was stretching my arm, you get stretched so far and then you start using your stomach muscles, pain. But yeah, gradually I was getting better, no problem. I was set to go back to work on Monday. A little bit disappointed, not going to call out my company online, but they were supposed to have, in fact, I did it myself, ordered a chair for me to be able to sort of sit. Because my job is quite physical. There isn't any sort of sitting down jobs in my job. But they agreed to let me have a staggered return. And so, doing a few hours a week, building up into full-time again, and have a chair so that I could sit, do my job. A particular chair, because it needs to be a particular height. It needs to be of a stool height. And I ordered it before I went in November. Didn't turn up before I went. Fine, a couple of weeks. I go back on Monday and they tell me that they haven't got the chair for me. So I'm like, well, I'm not confident to stand for 4 hours, So so I didn't end up going back in. So I'm back off, making the most of, opportunities to go on stream or whatever. But yeah, today I was having a shower and I noticed there was a lot of pain and check-in. There's a couple of areas along the scar and at both ends where it's kind of sore and a bit raw, and I'm like, shit, because if I've bust open some stitches, I may have to go back in and have it redone, which is probably my worst nightmare at the moment. So, but yeah, apart from that, I'm good. How are you guys?
Shit, man. Yeah, that's rough, dude. I mean, obviously, because that doesn't. I mean, I don't think there's not really any good place for that to happen. You know what I mean? But like where you're talking about, that sounds like a freaking the most nightmarish place for that really to happen. It's I hear you about the work stuff because when I broke my foot, they were just antsy, man, to get my ass back to work, like just constantly, to the point where, and look, I'm a diabetic, so it just takes long. Like the doctor straight up told me, he's like, look, normally for a normal person, this would take probably about 3.5 months or so for it to heal. He's like, for you, it's going to take probably about 6, maybe 7 months to fully heal enough to where I could just be normal enough. Because, dude, to fully heal, it takes years, literal, like years. Like they said, it could take 6-7 years for it to be complete, like for the fracture, because it's split into so many fractures. But it wasn't broke enough. I don't know. It's complicated, but so anyways, like 6 months goes by, and yeah, they're like, okay, well, you can go back to work, and they didn't understand exactly what I did either, because the last trip to the doctor, a nurse that works for the insurance company, like a freelance nurse or something like that, had to go with me. And she was like sitting with me while we were waiting for the doctor. And she's like, I'm going through your paperwork and your job description. And she's like, it's very, very vague. She's like, the only thing I can see that's solid is that you have to lift over 50 pounds. And I was like, yeah, but there's a lot more to it. We have another guest, by the way. Is our next guest ready? I'm curious. Yeah, okay, we're gonna give him a minute. No, you're good. I'll give you a few minutes, and then you just like wave your hands or something when you're done. So yeah, she was like, yeah, it's pretty insane, your job description, because there is no real description. She's like, what do you do? And I was like, well, I do maintenance. I do maintenance work. And she's like, well, what kind of maintenance work do you do? And I was like, well, a lot. I was like, I fix appliances. I fix air conditioners, heaters. I was like, I do plumbing. I was like, I do carpentry work. I was like, I have to move and lift a lot of stuff. I was like, all kinds of stuff. You know what I mean? She's like, well, so when the doctor finally was like, okay, well, your foot's good enough to heal. He's like, just don't run or jump at work. And I was like, well, I don't run or jump at work at all. I was like, but I do lift, hundreds of pounds of appliances, up and down flights of steps. I was like, I have to get underneath stuff. So I'm constantly like putting a lot of pressure on that foot to bend down on my hands and knees. Like, there's all kinds of stuff, man. I climb up and down ladders. I have to drive, while I'm working. So, I mean, so he's like, no, just don't run and jump. And I was like, all right. But the thing about my job was it was run by a lot of the competent people, dude. So you get a lot of people running maintenance, like residential maintenance, that have never done residential maintenance. Now they're good at numbers, but as far as like understanding what the hell we do, they don't know. So they run it horribly. They have no idea what, like, any safety protocol. Like one time I had to remove a toilet and I didn't have any room for it in my van. And the supervisor's like, well, could you just bust up the toilet and put it in a trash bag? And I was like, dude, you realize like this thing is made out of porcelain. I was like, it's going to tear right through the trash bag. And then I'm going to slice my legs all up. I was like, do you want me to go ahead and keep doing that? And he's like, oh, no, don't do that. And I was like, well, you just told me to. And he's like, no, don't do that. So like, like these people don't understand anything about like what we do. Like we work with like high pressure gas, like water, heat, you know what I mean? Like Freon, like all kinds of stuff, dude. Not to mention power tools. And so anyways, not to make, light of it, but I am kind of glad I'm not. It sucks I lost my job because they laid off like 50 employees, you know what I mean? That's why I'm not doing it right now. But it is a peace of mind that, dude, working like residential maintenance stuff is extremely, extremely stressful. Like when you get, like, this job was a little easier from when I worked in like apartments and stuff. Because in apartments, like you get a call at 3 a.m. There's nothing you can do. You got to go do it, man. And there's like somebody on a first floor that says their ceiling is raining. So you have to wake somebody up on the second floor at 3 a.m. and be like, yeah, I have to go in and fix this. Sorry, I have to wake you up and bother you. And then on top of it, you're trying to clean up all like the gallons of water that have like flown downstairs. You know what I mean? Like you can get a contractor, but you still have to like take care of it. You know what I mean? Like it's insane, man, the amount of like stress that a lot of us go through. And most of these guys don't get paid that much either. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of glad I don't do that stuff anymore.
Well, I was watching your, I can't remember which stream it was where you went through kind of highs and lows of 2014. Or 2014 sucked ass or whatever it was called. And it went through with the whole situation with your foot, and then obviously Brick World, and it's weird because I was watching at the time while I was recovering, and I'm like, I feel like I'm in a position where I could go back to work. I'm allowed to have X amount of time off, and the hospital has recommended so much time off, or I could go back because, like I said, physically, mentally, I'm fine, and I could do the majority of the job. But I didn't want to go back in, and I felt like I was being a bit of a diva about this whole chair thing. But I'm like, look, at the end of the day, they agreed that before it went off. And I just feel like because I was supposed to go back, my team were planning to have me back and stuff like that. And you just think you cannot. But I know if I went in and something went wrong, or I thought, look, I'll just stand for 4 hours, I'll make do till the chair turns up or whatever. It was the fact they hadn't even ordered the chair. So they were like, it's going to take 5 to 7 days. And I'm like, what have they done? I ordered it like 2 months ago.
So you're not being a diva about it, man. Like, look. Yeah, thousands of years ago, you wouldn't have had a choice, man. You got to get out there and hunt, or your family's gonna die. You know what I mean? Like now you're injured, man. And yeah, could you do it? Yeah, like I have no doubt, man. You'd probably stand there for 8 hours if you had to. You know what I mean? But like that's not the point. The point is you're injured. They owe you like the respect of like, hey, he can't come in, he can't do this, and Luke. Not to mention, it's smart for them not to have you do that because if you get injured, if something does happen and it gets worse, you know what I mean? Like then you can. I know it might sound like something, but like you could turn around and throw something at them, being like, "Now you forced me to do this, and now I'm even more injured."
Well, I kind of complained and said, like, I don't really want to be taking another week sick off. I've only got so much full pay. I'd get like,
I know that's the hard part, right?
But I only get so much. So I'm thinking, if I'm ill again later on in the year, I will have used up a week of sick, which I wasn't prepared to do. So I'm like, I need to. I spoke to my doctor and asked him to give me an additional week to cover me, like, legally for being off. But in terms of actually using sick pay, I'm like, I shouldn't have to use it because I was capable of coming back, but you guys dropped the ball. So there's all that going on at the moment. So I don't know. It is what it is.
Yeah, and I want everybody to understand too. Like, I do sympathize and want it to be fair to companies as well. I don't want, you know what I mean? I don't want it to sound like it's just one-sided, but like when you have, but a lot of people, maybe it's past a lot of people nowadays, I don't know, but it's, if you have a good employee, man, and I know this just as being in management and everything, like, you want to keep them, you know what I mean? And I'm not talking about just the skill, but I'm also talking about like what's up here in their head. Like, are they decent? Do they give you a lot of flack? You know what I mean? Like, do they do their job good? Do they complain a lot? You know what I mean? Do they kind of go the extra mile every once in a while? Like, can you rely on them? You know what I mean? That's a big one, man. Can you rely on them to come in and do their job? And when you have somebody like that, man, yeah, dude, you got to treat them with respect and don't let them go. And you sometimes, as a company, because you got power, you have to bend a little bit and help out. You know what I mean? No. And that's only if you want to keep good employees. Nimble, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I wasn't keeping an eye on the chat. Gotta go have good luck with the 2-door build. Nimble, oh my gosh, thank you so much. I appreciate you, my friend. Let's do another clip, everybody. Let's do another clip. What clip should we do? Oh my goodness. Let's get loud. Let's get loud. Right on. Also, no spoilers or warming. Oh, we must be talking about Skeleton Crew, maybe?
Yeah, I think that was about it.
Yeah, I haven't even seen the new episode, so yeah, we're good on that.
I'm about 3 episodes behind. I've been watching it with my daughter, and she's like, "Don't watch it without me."
No, so we won't spoil anything about Skeleton Crew. I mean, we can talk about like how good it is, or maybe bad, or if there's stuff we don't like. But yeah, we won't spoil it. Sorry, I'm going through the chat right now. Django Fett Slave One rumor has got me watching the Book of Boba.
Why?
I know, guys. Look, I am optimistic about Django Fett's Slave One. I am. I know I shouldn't be. Everything in me tells me I should not be, but I am. I'm optimistic. Guys, I know this might sound like a tall order, or maybe like maybe some sort of entitlement. I don't know, but I just really need it to look almost identical to Boba Fett's Slave One. Like, guys, if it looks, I can accept if it looks a little different. Maybe some techniques look better, but like size, stature, like, because it's got to be a complementary piece. I can talk. Let's see here. And by the way, if anybody's new out there, if you are a friend, or not just friend, I mean, like, if you're a viewer, if I know who you are and you want to come into the panel, just message me on Instagram and I'll send you a link. This is probably a good time to meet some people if I've never talked to you in real life. It's also a good time to talk to some friends that I haven't talked to in a while if you want to talk. I know this is not a time. A lot of people are working. A lot of people got stuff going on. I didn't even know if anybody would be able to jump on anyways. And it's going to be a long stream. So I'll be streaming for at least about 5-ish hours or so. So you can come in and out if you want. You can wait till later. Whatever you like. Never too old for Lego. What is going on? Good morning. How are you doing? Too many people say hi. So what's up to everyone? I know, Luke. It's tough, man. That's why I lurk so often, because I don't want to be rude and not say hi to people. Because I watch so many streams, dude. I'm just always lurking around.
Well, I just got to say as well, we're on the subject of time. I'd love to. My original plan was to stay on as long as you needed me until I outstayed my welcome, whatever. But I'd forgotten that I'd also spoken to Fit Lego guy.
Oh, yeah.
And he's
Yeah, that's right.
planning
You're doing some with him today. I forgot.
Yeah, so I'm double booked. It never
You're
happens.
good, dude. Dude.
Double booked. But I'd sort of I'd volunteered to kind of help him out with his new structure of his show, and said, look, if you want a what do you call it, a crash test dummy or a test dummy for your first episode, I can talk, all day. So you don't have to worry about filling in blanks. And he was like, yeah, great. And I didn't think he was actually going to say yes to it. So I'm actually
No, dude, you're so good. You're so good. No, I just started following him. He seems like a really nice guy, man. So it's really cool that you should go over there and kind of, help out a little bit. You know what I mean? Look, I don't know. Obviously, I don't know him, so I don't know what kind of experience he might have in streaming and stuff like that. But obviously, if you're new at it, it takes a while to get that. Look, you and T-Mog and I, like, we've all done this at different times, but we've been doing it at least long enough now to, like, we're comfortable, You still might get some jitters sometimes about something or whatever, but, like, for the most part, like, we can all get on here and just talk, and be natural. We don't feel like we're, like, looking into a camera trying not to mess up what we're saying, like, we're all very free-flowing people when we're talking, like, because, like, I've been watching T-Mog streams for a long time, and he just gets on there and just talks to the chat and talks normal and builds, and just like you, Luke, you get on there with your boys and just get on there and just do your thing and talk. And what was never told us, bro, I can never work in my county because I broke my neck and I want to work. It's messed up. That's what they call me a liability. Yeah, it's complicated, I'm sure. For not a lot of things, but yeah, dude, that's rough, man.
It's country as well, not county, country.
I said county.
I'd be interested to know what country that is, but damn.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it said county because here in this, again, I'm not sure where he's at, but here in the States, so I live in Maryland, and Maryland has counties. You know what I mean? Like, I live in Baltimore County because I live pretty close to Baltimore. So yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. Clever Pig says key employees cost a ton to replace. Yeah, dude. Do you know how much it costs to just replace employees? Now, if you have even for like low skilled jobs, like it's not easy and it costs money to replace people like just left and right, man. But once you start getting a skill or a trade, yeah, dude. Because even my company, when they laid off employees, they told me I could still come back at a cheaper rate as a lesser tech, like a lower rated tech. And I was like, but I knew where that bullshit was going, man. I was like, oh yeah, you're still gonna have me train guys and stuff. Like, nah, I'm good. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's yeah. Even a team on 30 plus, you feel it when they're gone. Yeah. It's a domino effect, man.
But everything I find these days, I know, again, don't want to go off in sort of a political thing, but I think COVID didn't help. But the age we're living in now is that, and I work as a store manager, so we're managed on what you were just talking about, which in this country we call labor turnover. So the amount of people who kind of go in and out of your business. And I've always been really, really good at it. So the same team I had when I first joined the company, I still had up 7 years into the business. And then recently I'm getting phone calls saying, or my area manager saying, oh, yeah, labor turnover, it's been bad. I said, well, I had 2 stores closed down nearby to my store, and both those sets of teams were kind of forced on me. Not that there was anything wrong with them, and obviously appreciated the extra people. My team appreciated the extra people at the time as it happened. But of course, I haven't recruited these people. They've come onto my books from other stores because they're already with the business, and the company owes them the opportunity to work in another store. And then as those people have kind of been disappointed with how the store works, because my store's a lot bigger, a lot busier, than what they're used to, they've gradually left over time, and then it's affected me. So because I've had X amount of people leave the business, and I didn't recruit these people. I didn't actually even need them. At one point, I was overstaffed. I should have had like 10 staff, and I ended up having like 14, and 4 of them left. And then I was getting told, yeah, you're down to what you should be now. So tick that box, but crossing the box saying you've lost too many staff. I'm just like, what? So, but the way these businesses are working today, and I've seen this across all aspects of this country at least, and I'm sure it's the same everywhere else, particularly in a place like, capitalist-driven place like the US, where I'm finding we're getting what I call a triple gut punch. So the triple gut punch for us is, and it might vary slightly with other businesses, but for me in retail is that we're getting our hours cut to give to staff. So effectively we're, running the store with less hours. It might not be a lot, but let's just say, for example, we get 10 hours cut, 20 hours cut, what that works out about 4 or 5 hours a day. Then we're getting more stock in, and the expectation for stock is higher, if that makes sense. So that means we're having to actually do more work with less people. And then the pay rises are less than they normally are. So it's almost like, one of those three things you can understand is part of, that's capitalism at its finest. You're always going to want more from your staff. You're always going to, try and do the same job on less hours. But to do all three at once and consistently. So it's like every couple of months, right? You're losing these hours, but we need you to take on this much more stock. And there's also no pay rise. And I'm thinking, what? It don't make any sense. Like, how can you do that to people? And then, I don't know. It's messed up.
Oh, by the way, I think our guest is ready. All right. Yeah, because I got something to reply to that too, because I agree. All right, here is our next guest. It is Austin. What is going on, my friend?
How's it going? Is this thing working?
Oh, look at his new setup.
I can hear you.
Okay,
I can hear you.
Cool. Dude,
he's in the big times now, see? So he needs all the top gear.
Jesus. Dude, to get this thing happening, I short-circuited my entire apartment's electricity.
You call Hive out.
Was that?
Goodness gracious. That's
Hive
a heavy,
to fix it.
That's the heavy-duty mic, dude, if you're cutting out, like, breakers, you know what I mean?
I was really dumb. So you know how, like, if you're ever working with anything electrical, you're supposed to turn it off.
Yeah, that's proper.
I thought, you know what, it shouldn't be that bad, so I'm just gonna leave it on. Well, lo and behold, I pulled out my desk. I'm like, these zip ties are on here pretty good. So I got my X-Acto knife, mind you. There's not even like plastic onto the hilt of it. It's just all metal. And I was going right down there, and I didn't know this, but my knife caught right into the wire, and I just
oh my goodness,
slice. Yeah, it was let's say. We're dying out here for good audio.
It was worth it.
Dude, yeah, that's rough, man. And look, here's the thing. And what's up, Moments of Magic? How you doing, brother? Here's the thing, man. It's like, just like I was explaining why I was having trouble this morning, because, I had to set up a whole different setup to do this build. Which I'm going to kind of probably leave it like this for a little while. At least I want to knock out another Whatnot stream. So I'll just probably leave this set up. Maybe, I don't know. It depends, because my laptop's over here and I kind of bring it back over there. Anyways, yeah, trying to figure out a lot of stuff at once, it's even after you've done it for a while. Because like I've got 2 cameras rolling, then the mic with my headphones, you know what I mean? Plus I've got the audio from the laptop that I listen to, like when I'm listening to you guys. So like there's like all kinds of multiple things, and that's not even including like getting a camera angle right, because that was the other thing. So like with this camera here, I was like, all right, so what's the best view, you know what I mean, that I could do with what I got? I was like, all right, I guess this will have to do, you know what I mean? Yeah, it can be. It can be stressful, man, trying to figure out a lot of that stuff. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not putting wires into a microphone, you know what I mean, or short-circuiting, anything like that. That's a whole different level. But
I had a similar story. When a couple of years before my old store closed down, thankfully. I was getting rid of, like, they had a load of these old kind of electric boxes, and they'd all been, as far as I was aware, they'd all been sort of, they were all old alarms and door alarms and panel alarms, things like that, just all old stuff from years and years. And I just thought all these boxes, again, in a way I wanted to put some shelving in this corner, and all these old things. So they'd all been disconnected from what I could see. They had like disconnecting written on them. So I just thought, right, let's clip all the wires, get them all gone. So I did like 4 or 5, no problem, put the shelving in there. And I just kind of got carried away, I think, because there was one on the other side which wasn't in the way of anything. But I just thought, well, since I've started getting rid of all these old boxes, I may as well get rid of this one. But I hadn't checked that it's been disconnected. I don't even know what it was. And as I went like that, luckily they were kind of rubber grip. What do you call them? Snips. I don't know what you guys would call them, but they were rubber grip ones. But as I cut into it, the whole thing just went. Sparked, and I absolutely bricked it. But when I checked them, I've had these for years, these same snips that I've got, and just the where the obviously it's supposed to be sharp where it clips. They're kind of like pliers, but they go to a sharp point, and it's just like big melted holes in the metal where it sparked through it. And I was just like, oh, okay. I don't think I was supposed to do that, but nothing happened. It was obviously, still linked to the electrics, but it wasn't anything that was in use, thankfully. So, but yeah, that was like my close call, and I thought, right, I'm going to be a bit more careful in the future.
Yeah, man. And you would not, most people would not believe how dangerous things are that they're constantly around, dude. You know what I mean? So I've been doing, like I said, maintenance, stuff like that for about, I don't know, close to 25 years. And one thing I always hate working on is gas appliances. Like, electric can be very dangerous, like you just mentioned. I've seen people get really hurt, getting electrocuted. Because when you start talking about 250 volts, and 30 amps, and that's a lot of power, man. That if you touch those things, and when I say that, because I've seen supervisors, man, guys that were like training me and stuff, like make the dumbest mistakes where they're not paying attention. They'll have they're working on a transformer, and they got like one of the guys over by the breaker, and he's like, all right, shut the breaker off, and they'll be working on it, and they'll tell a guy, turn it back on so we can test and make sure the power's back on, and then forget to tell him to turn it back off and go in there and just mess with it. And it's like, dude, because one guy, man, he literally had like a mild heart attack because he got shocked. But yeah, but gas appliances are like a whole different level, man. Nowadays, they've got a lot of good safety features where you're not going to go and try to light a pilot light where there's a bunch of gas already in there and blow your house up, but it's still really freaky sometimes, man, messing around with that, because you just sometimes don't know, what I mean? Like what could happen. But yeah.
I have a question for you, sir.
Yes, sir.
So I'm an Orioles fan.
Yeah.
And you said you live pretty close to Baltimore.
I do.
So I was curious, what are you doing like July 13th?
July 13th. Well, there's a possibility. Oh, wait, July 13th. I don't know. Let me look at the calendar. Because Mrs. Hive has this great thing where we put things in a calendar.
Hey,
Yes. I got that too.
So we know what's going on in the future.
Because being in Akron, I don't get to catch many O's games. All right. But on July 13th, my cousin's getting married in Lancaster, PA, which isn't too far from Maryland. And
that's
overall
true.
Kind of games. So I'm just gonna sleaze bag my way out of the wedding early.
Dude, you should come see me, and we'll go to the game.
That's exactly what I'm saying. We could hit up a Lego store. We could do a
reality. You come hang out here for a little bit, man, and then go hit up a Lego store and go see the game. Yeah, man. I am currently, there's nothing going on that Sunday.
Pencil me in.
Put it in.
Pencil me in. Actually, no. Pen me in. Okay.
Hold on. Well, let me digitally type you in here.
So Mrs. Hive can clear some space on the sofa.
Dude, we've got 2 extra bedrooms, man.
All right. Steph, right? All this new kit, and I'm realizing all these times when I've been on streams with you and I'm saying, look, jack the volume up. I realize it's just because you must be like a softly spoken person rather than you are. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't talk
you're
to
still really, really quiet, man.
Give me 1 second.
It's bordering on ASMR because it's like I'm Austin.
Go game with Austin all day. There we go.
Is this better, or is this too much?
Go a bit more, because you shouldn't have to be near one of those kind of mics. You shouldn't even have to be near him for it to pick you up.
How about now?
You'd probably just turn up the volume on yours, or was it the game maybe in the back? There's switch usually in the back.
There's usually on yours it's probably more, but there's usually a head.
How about now?
Say something else.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
You just got those sultry voice, mate.
Dude, I don't know.
And welcome.
I'll give a little tease here. I have to go back here in an hour, but I was we're teaming up with a local children's hospital here for something with Ostis Bricks, and I was talking to like their public relations team or whatever, and they're like, "What'd you say? What'd you say?" I'm like, "Dude, I'm so sorry. I usually talk really quiet, so it's like."
I have a hard time finding a good medium ground sometimes, man, because one, I think I'm losing my hearing. So I'm talking louder anyways.
Old man.
But when I get a look, obviously when I rant, I can sound like, how I sound, but like I also sound almost kind of scary if I'm excited too, because I'm a very animated person, you know what I mean? So like I start talking loud and, so I don't know, man. But if I start talking too low, my voice is kind of low, so then people can't really make out what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
Oh, mate, it's great, right? This is a quick little story now. So my fiance Kirsty has gotten to know who everybody is by face, or most people are by face, and in some cases by voice. So I'm in the kitchen and I regularly, like, I might be cooking the dinner. She's just going from work and I've been off, so I'll cook the dinner and she'll be in there just chilling out, and I'll be listening to maybe a Hive. Pure Rant Fury, and all of a sudden he just bangs into what, and I'm just there laughing whilst cooking. So it's great for me. And she'll just come in the room as if to say, like, what's going on? Like, as if I was on the phone arguing with someone, she'll just like bust into the room. But she'll bust into the room, see that I'm laughing, and go, "Oh, Hive," and I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "Okay, it's fine."
Yeah,
go back to what she's doing. So it's just like she just come to realize now that if there's somebody who's like overly passionate to the point where they fast sound like they're going to kill somebody, it's just Hive.
It's funny too, because like Mrs. Hive has kind of used it as in a joking way, like when she gets really mad about something, she'll be like, "Yeah, man," she's like, "I got to get on a Hive stream, I'm pure inferior," and I'm like, No, you don't.
Yes,
you don't really do that.
Do it.
Well, dude, for years, man. For years, like everybody's been wanting to see Mrs. Hive. You know what I mean? Because you never see her. Even in the vlogs, she wants me. I want to make sure I cut her out because she don't want to be, on video. But she always teases me. Like, all right, this is the day. She's like, I'm gonna go on the stream with you. I'm like, oh shit, let me make a thumbnail so I'm not clickbaiting everybody. It's like real. And she's like, oh, I'm just messing. I ain't going on.
I found a picture of you in like the next 5 years.
Well, at least
who's that? Who's that?
It's Ian McDermott. So I was just messing around and I found this image online, and like when Anakin sits down with Palpatine, in like the theater opera thing, he goes, "Some consider to be a natural." And then it just converts to him just like, yep, that's some roids.
Yeah, they get pretty ridiculous, without a doubt. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. But something I am gonna bring up. I'll give you guys a little preview, I guess, of something. I'll talk about it now. Something I'm gonna rant about Friday. Something new in my DoorDashing world. So
DoorDash?
Yeah.
Somebody put their porch lights on.
Oh no, it's something different this time, man. So last night I went to a Burger King. It was, I don't remember what time it was, but it was after midnight. So it was in the early hours in the morning. So obviously the lobby is closed. Okay. So I'm rolling through the drive-thru, and the lady at the drive-thru proceeds to tell me, "Oh, for DoorDash and Uber orders, you have to wait at the window out here." And I was like, "Excuse me?"
What?
She's like, "Yeah, this is for just the drive-thru orders." And I was like, she's like, "We don't mind right now because there's nobody in drive-thru, but so you can go ahead and stay here, but like normally you would have to go." And I was like, "Wait, why?" I was like, "It's freezing. It's 22 degrees out right now." I was like, "Why would you make me wait?" She's like, I was like, "Why would you make me wait, out here?" She's like, "Well, why, we wouldn't want you to wait 10 minutes or more in the drive-thru." I was like, "Look, I'll wait 20 minutes in the drive-thru instead of standing 10 minutes out here in 22-degree weather waiting on you guys to give me my food." I was like, and you guys know me, like I wasn't being mean to her, but you guys know, like my voice, how I sound, I look, and she's like, "No, I was like, "I'm not mad at you. I understand it's whatever policy." I was like, "I'm just saying the policy sucks." I was like, "And I can tell you right now, I'm not standing out in the cold. I'll cancel the order. I was like, it's not worth the $5 or so I'm going to make, you know what I mean, off of it. But yeah, dude. And believe me, Friday I'll be a lot more animated about it. I'm not trying to like set this stream on fire or anything. But yeah, I'm like, but I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, how stupid is that? Like, I don't even understand. You're going to make somebody wait outside in the cold. Because if you think I'm going to wait out in like the parking lot in my car, I know you guys aren't coming outside and waving to me. You know what I mean? So what, you just expect me to keep coming out every few minutes to see if the order's ready, or waste my gas just sitting there in the car instead of at least being in the drive-thru? Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. Like, so, and that's the only Burger King I've seen that does it. Like, all the rest of them, you know, it's whatever. It just, look, here's the thing, man. I constantly talk about like nickels holding up dollars, you know, and there's a lot of goddamn nickels out there that are holding up a lot of fucking dollars, dude. I'm so tired of constantly being around incompetent people, dude. Just incompetent people. I'm not talking about like, I'm not saying I'm anything special.
Chill stream, chill.
Yeah, I'm not anything special.
Dude, keep it.
But I'm just saying, no, like it's
the fire extinguisher.
No, yeah, like believe me, guys, this isn't me going off. This is just me just trying to understand like why there's so many dumb people walking around. Like, I'm not setting the bar high, dude. Really, just some basic common sense. You know what I mean? I don't know.
I got a little rant, and this is my favorite story to tell. Working in retail,
yeah, you got a lot of work in retail.
Less so. I find less so with the work I do now, where we sell like art supplies, stationery, toys, books, all sorts of stuff. Kind of like a Barnes and Noble type thing, I guess, over here. But I used to work in food retail. I did 20 years in frozen food retail. And my favorite story, I've got thousands to tell, but my favorite story is a woman's come in. She wants these chicken burgers, right? Now, a chicken burger over here, same as over there, but we do get like breaded chicken burgers. I think you guys call them something else when they're
chicken sandwiches.
Like a schnitzel, like a schnitzel type thing. I don't know whatever you call it. Is it
Schnitzel?
I don't know, but I want to eat a schnitzel. They sound fun.
Schnitzel?
Well, I don't know. I'm assuming that's what it's called. I don't know. It's like chicken, but it's in like a breadcrumb.
Yeah, that's like a chicken sandwich.
Yeah.
So chicken. But let's, for argument's sake, it's called a chicken burger out here, right?
So, you're like chicken cutlets.
Yeah, kind of. I've heard them called something else out there, but I can't remember what it is. But over here, chicken burgers. So she wants these frozen chicken burgers, right? I say, so she wants a particular brand. So we haven't got that brand. We've got these two brands. I don't want that brand. I want, and it's the store-owned brand. So the company I worked for was called Iceland, right? I want the Iceland chicken burgers. Pack of 8 for whatever it was, £2. I said, yeah, but we haven't got those. We've only got this brand, Premier, and this brand, Birdseye. But I don't want those ones. I want the Iceland ones. I said, yes, but I'm trying to explain to you, we haven't actually got them in stock at the moment. Well, I'm going down to Morrison's then, which is another food retailer down the road. And I said, yeah, but you're not going to get the Iceland ones in there because that's Morrison's. These are our own brand. He said, yes, but at least they've got other ones there. I said, but we've got other ones here. We got these two. And she's like, I don't want those ones. I want the Iceland ones. And I'm like, oh, cheerio, bye.
You're not going to win.
Stupid stuff like that all the time. And just think to people,
You know, and it sucks, dude, because you're not going to win that argument, even though you've won, but you're not going to win. You know what I mean? It's like you feel cheated. Like you ran a race, you know what I mean? But they cheated, and you know what I mean? Like,
and the frustration would always be at Christmas time working in food retail. Generally, people were rude anyway, but coming at Christmas time, it would always be the fault of the store, and in particular, the person they spoke to in the store, i.e., me or my staff.
Right.
If they have left it too late to get something, so they'd walk in the store 2 days before Christmas. Where's your Brussels sprouts? We don't have any left. What? You haven't got any left? Well, how am I supposed to manage? I said, well, we had.
I love how they ask you, how am I supposed to? Like, I don't
give a fuck. But it's like, no. So we've had them in since September. We've had a constant. I said, but obviously last minute people are buying them. And when, you know, if you came into the store and there was one bag left, you'd make do with one bag. The problem is that people see 2, 3, 4 bags and they get more than they need, which leaves other people without. But that's not my problem, because if you'd come in and got it earlier, and you have people coming in and trying to buy a turkey Christmas Eve, and I'm like, it ain't going to defrost in time. It's like you got to defrost these. Even the smallest one has got like 48 hours to defrost. Well, how am I supposed to feed my kid? I don't care. It's not my
Just
fault.
pop.
Yeah.
Look, just pop that bird in the microwave for a few hours. You'll be good.
Well, interesting enough, you're talking about two separate things too, because the incompetence part is you not getting what you needed before the last minute. You know what I mean? Now, but going past that, now you've entered as being an unreasonable person. You know what I mean? Because most reasonable people, because look, I can do stuff at the last minute. I can procrastinate. So I would also be probably one of those things where I just get stuff at the last minute or two. But if you don't have it, yeah, okay, well, I messed up, and hopefully I'll learn my lesson from it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I'm not taking it out on the person that works there. You know what I mean?
Well, I
Like,
learned
that's
firsthand
cool.
this year. I learned firsthand this year, or last year, should I say, Christmas,
Mm,
because my girlfriend was working all the hours and trying to do everything at home because I wasn't able to.
yeah.
A few days before Christmas, my dad came down. He lives like quite far away from here to help take me out so we could do a bit of shopping and stuff. And he was happy to do all the lifting, the carrying the bags,
Right on.
drive me around. But in terms of him making a decision on something, he leaves my mum to do that. So he was just the muscle. And I had to go around. I knew what I needed. I had a list. And there was loads of things they didn't have that I wanted. And you're talking the weekend before Christmas, so 4 or 5 days before Christmas. But my first thing was, oh, they haven't got that. Let's find something else. And that should be everybody's. But no way in a million years, no matter how frustrated, upset I was because of the situation, would I ever have been, right, that needs to be someone else's problem. And even if I did go to somebody and say, have you got any of this left? And they said, no, we haven't, sorry. What else is there to talk about?
Right.
Well, they're not hiding it from you. They've got nothing to benefit by hiding it at the back because they don't want you to have it. So
All I know is when I come visit Padawan, I need you to tell me what store you're working at. I'm gonna make it scene. You think that's bad? We're gonna see Kuhan quit on stream. Rage quit his job.
You know, it reminds me too, kind of tons of times throughout the years, you know, I'd be doing maintenance, and let's say, you know, I'm trying to think of a good example, but let's say somebody's heat doesn't work, and if it's below a certain temperature, like we would give you like a portable heater, temporary, until like if we need to get a part or something. And there'd be plenty of times like we just didn't have a part. We need to order a part, whatever the case may be. Sometimes it could even be beyond us. Maybe we need to get a contractor and they can't come in until the next day. Dude, and people lose their minds and just scream and yell at us, man. Like, not understanding, like, I don't have the part. You can scream and yell all you want, but it's not going to get it fixed. You know what I mean? And then they feel so like, then they're just all quiet the next day when you fix their heat. You know what I mean? Like, because you didn't have the part or whatever. You know, yeah.
Now, if they leave you a bad review, you can go right back to their house and just turn off the heat again.
Dude, you know what? One of the funniest things is I remember when I was a manager, and I got in trouble for this too. There was a resident that called and they were moving out, and they wanted to make sure they weren't going to get charged for anything. And I told them, I was like, well, you have a broken blind, you're going to get charged for that. And they're like, well, I didn't break it. And I'm like, I don't care. I said, look, you took the apartment. The blind was not broken when you moved in. You're moving out. The blind is broken. I need to replace it. You're paying for it. End of story. And he kept going with me round and round. So like I told him that same thing like 3 times. And the last time I was like, okay, look, I've already told you what's going on. So I'm going to hang up now. I feel like if you have any more problems, you're going to have to take it with somebody else. And they started going off and I was just like, click. So then the upper management, you know, the regional and everybody, like, they brought me into the office and they're like, yeah, this guy went off, like said you hung up on him and this and that. And I was like, I did. And they were like, they were shocked. They're aghast, dude, that they couldn't believe what I was telling them. And I was like, what are you guys so shocked for? And they're like, well, you can't do that. I was like, no, I can. And I did do that. I said, as a manager, my job is to make sure everything in maintenance runs efficiently. I can't sit there and waste half an hour of my day telling a resident the same thing over and over when they broke a blind and they're paying for it. Do you guys not have us do resident charges when they break things? And they were like, yes. I was like, that is what I did. End of story. I tried to be polite with the guy, and I was like, I was polite right up until when I hung up with him. I was like, do you guys not want me to do my job? I am sorry, the resident did not like it, and he complained to you guys. I was like, but I did my job. Yeah, they still wrote me up, but I had no qualms at all, man. I stood my ground on that one. By the way, what's up, Zizu? How you doing?
Hey, Z.
Yeah.
How you
Yeah.
doing,
Did you guys have or had a Regal near you, right?
Yeah.
Like Regal Cinemas?
I think we
Well,
still do.
Not me.
I didn't tell you how. Did I ever tell you how I got fired from there?
I don't think you did, but this is a good
Okay,
time to
so-
tell us.
Yeah, so I don't know, because I worked there from like when I was 14, and then when I left for the army, then got back, and I worked again. But when I got back, like, hey, you want to be a general manager? I'm like, sure. Not like I haven't done this job without the pay already.
Mhm.
I was kind of, excuse my French, but I was always kind of a dick to our corporate because they were just always a dick. So I'm like, I'll match your big dick energy and I'll give it right back to you.
Right.
But, so it was like, I don't know, Christmas, right around like probably like December 22nd or 23rd in there. And I'm not going to say her name, but we had, she had special needs, and, we hired, that's like part of what Regal did before we got bought out. And so we had this girl or woman. Yeah. She was ironically from my church when I went.
Okay.
And she was like the youth director. And she was all livid because our employee, she couldn't load her gift cards that she was buying. And,
Really?
it's because our system was down, to do that route for the POS on a register,
Uh-huh.
because the demand for it, Regal systems are very tiny. But so this youth director chucked her, big 48-ounce drink right at our employee.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm like, okay. I stepped around the counter. We had to wear suits for some reason in fear management, which was really weird.
Uh-huh.
It's like, that's a tangent itself. I had to go through like 4 suits a month with all the popcorn butter.
Oh yeah,
But,
I can imagine.
I was like, okay. So I stepped behind the counter and I was like gonna escort her out. Then her husband decided to put a hand on me. I'm like, dude, don't mess with me. And then
Wow.
he was calling her all these like slurs or whatever down the book. So
Yeah.
we had this little claw machine. Kind of in the lobby at the claw machine, and you had like a little race car game and whatever. It was like a little arcade.
Right.
And
right.
so let's just say I just grabbed the one guy and just like whacked him right to the arcade machine. And I lost my job right after that.
Thing is, if
Really?
you're going to lose a job, you may as well do it in style. And I'm not condoning violence in any way.
No,
But
no.
for
it's
that
because-
girl, if I was that girl and somebody had swilled me like that with a full drink, especially that amount, I mean, a 48 ounce, we don't work in ounces here, but I'm sure that's a lot of liquid. I would have
And-
walked on the other side of the desk, dropped her on her ass, and then carried on walking. But it's unbelievable. And in my case, a dude, but obviously I wouldn't have done it to a woman. But I don't know how people can live with themselves knowing they've done stuff like that to people.
Yeah.
And on the other side of the coin, that youth director lost her job because she reported me, so I reported her.
You know what's crazy is
Eye for an eye.
Right. The only job
Scripture's
I ever lost was I think it was like 19 or 20, and I was working at a place called the Hog's Breath Saloon in Key West, Florida, and I was a
Key
cook.
West?
Yeah, I lived in Key
Wait,
West off
Hog's
for like
Saloon?
11 Hog's Breath Saloon. Yeah,
I went there several times.
a lot of people have been there, dude. It's a pretty popular place, man.
It's so weird with us because we're both from the same or lived in
know.
the same place.
Sounds
We're
like
just
the place
always
off
right after each other.
Sounds like the place off Roadhouse, just from that brief description.
It was kind of like
People
it.
throw beers at the cage.
Yeah, I mean
Yes,
it's very
dude.
corporatized, but it definitely has like that Roadhouse vibe feel to it, no doubt. But yeah, it's a really popular place in Key West. It's like right smack downtown. You know what I mean? But yeah, I worked there for a while, and one morning, so I worked all kinds of shifts because I was just one of those people that didn't care. You know, like I wasn't like, oh, I only work this shift. So I worked the closing shift the night before, and then they asked me if I can come in for like a mid-morning shift to prep. Just do some prep work. And I was like, yeah. So anyways, that night, the manager told me to tell one of the cooks to do something. I can't remember what it was, but to do something. You know what I mean? Like, hey, make sure like they get this done. So that morning, I was like, hey, I was like, so and so said to make sure to get this done, and dude just fucking went off on me, like, basically, he was older. And I was like 19 or whatever. So I guess he just took it as, and I wasn't saying it any kind of way, but he must have took it as like just this young kid telling me what
you
to
were
fucking
19?
do. Yeah. Yeah. I was like 19 or 20.
This is Young Hive.
Yeah, this is Young Hive. So I told him and he like just lost his shit. And I was like, whoa, man, what the hell, man? Like, and I said something that pissed him off. And he grabbed the knife off the prep table and started fucking waving it at me.
Heck yeah.
And
did you just beat the tar?
Huh?
Did you beat the tar out of him for that?
No, like so what happened? So, because I remember I had my hands up. I was like, what the hell are you doing? Like, I was confused more than anything. And it was morning. I'm never good in the morning. You know what I mean? Like, it takes a while for my brain to really start functioning, And this was Key West. So I was like 19, 20. So I was like, even after I left work that night, I went out and partied, dude. I didn't go to sleep until 5 in the morning, man. So I only had like 3 hours sleep. Anyways, so I remember he backed off a little bit and he put his hand downward and he started to turn. And as soon as he did that, I walked up to him and just fucking flung him like halfway across the kitchen. And the knife flew out of his hand or whatever. And I remember I picked up the knife. But when I did that, the morning manager walked in. So all they saw was me just flinging this dude, this older guy, like halfway across the kitchen. And I immediately got fired. Even me explaining what happened, because like nobody saw anything. And even on top of that, remember I picked up the knife. So even me trying to say like he had the knife, like I had the knife in my hand too, right? So I lost my job. But the crazy thing is, like, and once they found out the story, they felt bad about it, but like it was too late, you know what I mean, obviously. But like and I could have walked away too, and have to do what I did. But the guy's lucky I didn't stomp his head in the ground because I was like, again, 19, 20, and I was a pretty big dude already, man. And this guy was like 30 years older than me. I could have killed his ass. You know what I mean? So anyways, but he got fired. But he got fired the next week because he got into it with the manager. And I guess from what I heard, he punched the manager too. So he lost his job too, man. So they lost 2 cooks because of that dumb shit. And then later on, like a year later or something, I went back in to hang out like with some people, and they actually offered me a job again. And I was like, no, I'm good, man. I'm good. That was the only job I ever got fired from.
Do you want to know some Austin history?
Yeah, man.
Since we're on the topic of Roadhouse.
Right on.
My name was not always Austin.
What?
Yes.
What was it?
It used to be Dalton.
I thought you were going to say who's that?
Yeah, so when I was born, right here at the Akron City Hospital, Hive probably knows where that's at.
I do.
And, my mom, was in intense pain from, she Padmade me in a way. Not the Lego Star Wars video game style, it's like, not like with the little X's, but so the nurse gave my dad the birth certificate application, and at the time my dad, before he came, he was watching Roadhouse, and he goes, you know what, I'm gonna name my kid Dalton after Patrick Swayze, and so my name was Austin until I was about 3, or Dalton until I was like 3. Then I went to Austin.
So Austin's your middle name, I'm guessing.
Nope, it's my legal name, but...
So why did they change it back?
Oh, my mom hated it.
Oh.
Because, ironically, it even worked out even cooler now, because, there's 2 different... My brother's name is Steven, and my name's Austin, so it's either Stone Cold Steve Austin in the family, people will call us, or it'll be Steve Austin, $1 Million Man, and I've yet to see a dime of that $1 Million.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, that's some awesome history for you. I used to be.
Let me tell you something. It's a big old piece of trash.
I actually, Dad's birth certificates. I got a story there too because my dad, my mum wanted the middle name Lee. For me,
that's my middle name.
Right. So there's 2 ways, generally 2 ways to spell it. But my dad didn't know either of them. So it's Lee. I mean, like I love my dad to bits, but he wasn't particularly great when it came to just great at maths. But when it comes to sort of writing, spelling, he wasn't particularly good. But long story short, he spelled it Lea. So officially, my middle name is kind of Leah. But when people start taking the mick, my dad said, "Well, I was thinking of we got something called Worcestershire sauce in UK, or Worcester sauce we call it." But
how do you say it?
We have that here, but we always say it wrong.
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire.
Yeah. Well, you can shorten it. It's spelled Worcestershire, but you can say it Worcester. Worcester sauce, right?
Wait, Timok, how do you say it?
Worcestershire, I want to say.
No, that's good. That's good. That's how I say it. That's right. That's the right way.
But long story short,
I'm just kidding. Brick, what's up, brother? How you doing?
It's made by a company called Lee & Perrins, and the Lee in that is spelled Lea. So.
Oh, that's kind of like Jay Lee. No, he spells it Lee, but he spells it Jae. I think. I can't remember.
Yeah, really the thing is, on my passport, it actually is LEE. I think I wrote LEA, but they must have, when I applied for my passport, they must have saw that and thought, no, that can't be right. It must be LEE, and changed it. So it's actually, my passport is actually illegal. So every time I've entered the country with that passport, I've entered illegally, officially. So, but I've already been stopped at US customs once before.
I don't know why I find that as funny as I do, dude. I just find it funny you just cross it illegally like that, man. Hey, Rich, Bearded Bricks, if you want to jump in, man, I don't know what you're doing. If you're bored, you got nothing to do. If you want to hang out, like, you're more than welcome. Just let me know. It's easy, same thing. I just been letting everybody that I know, in the chat, like if you, if I know who you are, you want to jump in the stream, man, let me know and I'll throw you the link. We're all just hanging out, talking about totally random stuff. Worcestershire sauce and dumb employee.
What's the I missed the joke about the Tudor. Is it because you didn't know how to say it, or? Yeah. So it's actually pronounced. Imagine like the first four letters of Chewbacca. It's actually Tudor.
What? Tudor.
That's how you say it. Tudor.
You don't say the T?
Tudor?
No, Tudor.
Oh, Tudor.
No, like chew.
Yeah, that's chew.
That's not. Dude, that doesn't make any damn sense, man.
So
look, everybody thought I was being funny about the Tudor thing, but like, I don't know how to pronounce it. That's why I said Tudor.
And it's like, it's not even the door really. It's
Tudor.
So it's Tudor.
Oh my god.
So here, if you got a Tudor is a type of it's a type of house. Yeah, it's a type of, what do you call it?
Architecture.
The aesthetic of the house. Yeah, architecture. But it's because obviously there would be no such thing as a Tudor house in America, because the Tudor time is older than the country.
12th century. 12th.
No, it's classed as medieval actually, Tudor, because it finished. I don't know when it started. I think it was 1300s. Finished in about 1600s.
Okay.
So, and obviously back then, what they did is they called like the style of architecture or whatever was going on based on the times, based on whoever was in rule. So at that point, the Tudors were in rule, which was the family, and therefore anything built at that time was called Tudor. And then you got Elizabethan and you got Victorian homes over in the US, in the UK. So obviously in the US, the country wasn't in existence effectively when Tudor was kind of here. So therefore, you would never have that in America. So if you're putting it in your Lego city, your Lego city has to be a British city, or it's not official. But
whoa. Now you're making me feel a little weird about my city, man. Like it was going to go right on the corner, right behind Avengers Tower.
So also, if you go to a place called York, which obviously is where the New York got its second name from, because originally, as you know, it was called New Amsterdam. So it was called York after York in the UK, and York is probably the highest percentage city of having Tudor style buildings. But it's also Tudor comes from, it's actually got a Welsh connection, so it's great for me because it was the marriage of Welsh and English bloodlines, royal bloodlines came together to create the Tudor bloodline. So, steeped in Welsh history as well. So,
wow.
I didn't want you guys to think I was lying about the Lee thing, so I got my ID, but I taped up all the crucial info.
Oh, look at that sash.
Wow.
You should have taped up the tash, mate.
Hold on, let me wait. What was that? Let me see.
No, don't get your finger off it. Get your
Yeah.
finger off
Oh,
it.
sorry. I didn't know my fingers.
Ah,
That
you
is-
draw that on with a
dude.
Sharpie.
Dude, that is a good stash, man.
I look like I was a ringleader in the cartel.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna lie.
It's
Yeah,
the-
you
it's the
definitely
porn
give off
stash.
ringleader cartel vibes in that picture. But you know what? I'm digging that, man. That's a good picture.
You want to see a better picture of the stash?
Yeah, sure.
It's really weird because like my hair, like on my top of my dome's really blonde, but my facial hair, when it grows out, it's like really dark.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It's always been that way. It's
Yeah.
actually it gets
black
to the
eyebrows.
point where, you know, just so I don't look weird, especially when I grow out the full beard, which I haven't done in a long time. I was thinking about doing it, but I just can't. Hive, you might be able to. Did your beard ever get caught in your pillowcase?
No, I can't say it has.
It must just be a me thing.
What?
'Cause it's like
I've had feathers stick out of my pillow, but I've never had anything sticking in.
it's not a good time. Because it's
I mean, I don't know if I let it grow long enough to really for it to.
like I'll go in Austin land, you know, at nighttime, promptly around 11, if I'm not doing some stint of some kind, and
What's
I'll
up, Cliff?
be just like, you know, having a good dream. You know, sometimes Sydney Sweeney's there and we're on a date, and I'll just wake up with a cute, like it just rips. It's like this is not pain. This is painful.
Yeah, no, that does sound painful, man.
'Cause mine's just like really wiry.
Well, you might have an extra soft pillow too. You never know, man.
Can we go back
No.
to the dream? What was the dream?
Oh, so actually, I had one last night. I can. So,
Oh,
because she's gonna be filming a
Jesus
movie
Christ.
here in Cleveland. Okay.
Wait,
Yes,
who's filming a movie in
before-
Cleveland?
Sydney Sweeney.
Oh, shit.
Sydney Sweeney. Sorry, for some reason
You
I
know.
always said Sigourney Weaver.
Not shameless plug here. If you guys go over to the 24-hour stream recap posts, tag
Yeah.
Sydney Sweeney in it. Because if you were there, you know. Coolhan knows. Hive knows. You both were there.
Mm.
So it was like my sister and I, we have a tradition. We go to, because, you know, it's the Guardians. Last year when we went, we were actually there when they were filming the Superman movie.
Yeah, Marie, tell me about that.
So
Oh,
we're in it for a little bit. But sorry.
No, you're good.
We're going back to the dream. And then my sister and we were going to the Baltimore versus Cleveland game. And lo and behold, you know, for some reason why in my dream we were in like the boxes, you know, like in the stadium. It's like, okay, first off, I know we want to have this money. So this is already a dream. But the next box over was Sydney Sweeney.
Oh,
And my sister was like, you got to go ask her out. I'm like, you know, she's engaged, right? Renee goes, happily? I'm like, never know. So I went over there, shot my shot. And she goes, yeah. And then I became like Ryan Gosling in La La Land. And like a piano just appeared. I was just, and then, yeah, I think it. And then I was also like, after the date or whatever, I'm like, I got to go. Like literally, I stood her up halfway through the date, and I just became Batman. So it was a really weird dream. I think it's because I chugged like a whole thing of NyQuil. But
well, I have to say that your dream about Sydney Sweeney and my dream about Sydney Sweeney are two totally different things.
gotta keep it PG. Gotta keep.
But you, dude, well, listen, you redeemed it by being Batman because look, if you're gonna ask me if I can go have a night with Sydney Sweeney or if I can go be Batman, I'm picking Batman. Sorry. Sorry, Sydney. Sorry.
You
I know
can't
how
pop
bad Sydney
boys.
Sweeney wants the Hivester, but
I just
I'm
I just
going out and
associate-
saving Gotham City, dude.
I just associate Sydney Sweeney at the moment with biodegradable deodorant.
Oh.
Because
I don't
She's
even understand that.
Mr. Squatch commercials or something.
yeah, I was gonna say because that's all I keep getting is on every YouTube. Every YouTuber seems to have the Sydney
Oh,
Sweeney
that's-
Dr. Squatch. Sorry, the soap, not the deodorant. I'm
Yeah,
thinking
yeah,
of
yeah,
plastic. But yeah, so you keep getting these adverts. It's like, ladies, all your guy want. I'm just like, oh my god, I'm just sick of hearing it. But it's more to do with the advert being on over and over again. But that's all I associate it with now. But and the fact that she played a shocking part in Madam Web. Did anybody watch it? What a shocking movie that was!
I saw bits and pieces, but
I was
The
really
biggest
bored
piece
one
of
night on
garbage I've ever
Netflix.
seen. Don't
There
bother.
was only Netflix, no chill.
But you know, that's a whole different thing. Is like, what the heck has Sony been doing, dude? Like, you making all these dumb Spider-Man movies without Spider-Man.
Yeah, like you get,
Well,
especially in the Venom movies.
effectively, isn't it? Isn't he? But as a baby, because they kind of
but
lead
yeah.
into the.
I guess
No, sorry, no.
Screw prequel stories other than Star
Yeah,
Wars.
his uncle and auntie are in it right at the end, and it's just really weird. I don't get it, but
Yeah. But I mean, you know, there's the Craven and then the Morbius, and I mean, look, I enjoyed the first Venom, but again, Venom is just a side character villain type person. You know what I mean? Like, and then you're trying to stretch 3 movies out of it. And look, I'm sure a lot of people enjoyed them, but it's just, again, having a Venom movie with no ties to Spider-Man is just beyond me.
Big bad.
Yeah.
Also, here you go, Hive.
Yo. Oh, hold on a minute.
There's a stash.
Let me put you on the jumbo.
Back when it was. This was a family photo of like a family reunion and like 20.
You look like you're in your 40s.
I'm Benjamin fucking Button. But yeah, that's a family reunion when my niece.
Going back briefly to what we were talking about before you came on, Austin, is that I was talking about like health issues and stuff like that, and obviously Hive was as well. And I don't know whether Hive. I know you've got a couple of years on me, Hive. You're 47.
Yep.
So yeah, so I'm 44, right? But I feel like I've had more medical issues since, I wouldn't say since 40, so probably since about 38, more medical issues since 38 than I had in the first 38 years of my life put together. And it's just, I'm starting to think, Christ, am I even going to make it to 70 or to retirement age? It's just...
Well, I freaked out Mrs. Hive last night because I told her, I shouldn't have said this, man. And I wasn't trying to be mean. It was just me pondering things. You know, I do that and she knows it. But like, I told her, I was like, isn't it really weird to think that literally in just a few years, we're going to be 50 years old? I was like, imagine that, 50 years old.
Dude, it's really weird. Like, you know, for me, you know, I don't know, because I'm the youngest. You know, my sister, she's the oldest and she's getting closer to 40.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's really weird, you know, like all my, like, in reality friends, you know, they exist. Their parents are like in their 40s, and I'm like, my mom, she's almost 70. So it's like, you know, it's just like a really weird, like.
Well, I had an awakening quite recently, right? Kirsty used to work for the Disney store, or used to work for Disney in one of the Disney stores before they got closed down in the UK, and she's got friends there who are kind of all sorts of ages, but I didn't like. They came over our house at one point, and one of them was making a joke that her father was younger than me. I was like, no, that doesn't kind of make sense. I thought it was kind of a joke, but we went somewhere. I can't remember where it was, and we met this girl there, and Kirsty was obviously hadn't seen her for a few years. How's it going? All the rest of it. And in my mind, they're the same age. So Kirsty's a little bit younger than me, so she's about 9 years younger than me. So she's kind of like 34. She's going to be 34 now this year. So, but I always associate her friends as all being the same age, you know, kind of thing, as you would do, I guess.
Yeah.
So we were out somewhere. I can't remember what it was, and we were on our way back, and she joined us, and you know, they reacquainted, whatever, and then we're walking so far, and then we got into. She gave us a lift back. So we walked so far, got into her car. She gave us a lift back, and this guy sat at the front, who I assumed was her boyfriend, like a young guy, like. And after she dropped us off, we got out and all the rest of it. And I was thinking, her boyfriend wasn't very talkative, though, was he? And she was like, a boyfriend? She hasn't got a boyfriend. So the young guy sat at the front. She went, oh, that's her dad. I was like, wait, what? And it just kind of makes you realize how old, because he's a couple of years. I think he's a couple of years younger than me, or about the same age as me, but he looked younger than me.
Okay.
So I just assume, you know, he's the same as me and Kirsty, where there's maybe a few years between them. Yeah. But no, because she's like, I don't know, whatever she was, early 20s, and he had her young, so he was like younger than me at the time, or about the same age maybe, but looked younger. It just blew my mind to think, shit, I'm old. Like that's kind of really put it into, because she's like an adult. She's an adult with her own car, her own place, her own job, and everything. But the guy who I thought was her boyfriend is actually old enough to be a dad, and yet he's younger than me. And it's just like, wow, that's a scary thought.
Okay, I'm gonna say this one last time. Hive, Cool Hunt, y'all ain't old.
Oh, you're right. We're older.
Yeah,
No.
older. But lately, I feel it. I gotta say.
Still,
But here's the thing, though, man, is I don't really worry about it because two things, at least for me, why I don't worry about it. One, my mind is still sharp. Like I'm kind of forgetting some things here and there, but like as far as like conversation wise goes, you know, like I'm still as sharp as you know, so that I'm not too worried about that. And two, while yeah, there's people bigger than me and stuff, but generally, I'm not afraid to kick some ass, dude.
hell yeah.
So you can take some 25-year-old talk some shit to me. Yeah, I'll stick my foot up their ass. Believe me. So yeah, I don't worry too much. Now, but eventually we all got to face the music, man. You know,
that's true.
Like there's gonna be a point where I'm gonna literally be like probably using the cane, walking around, going, "These damn whippersnappers, get off my lawn!"
It's funny that you say that because you know, leading up to like, you know, when my dad passed or whatever, he was in his 40s using a cane, and I'm like, I'm not sure how I feel about that, but
yeah, you guys have seen like some older guys, man. Like,
oh yeah,
they're grizzled, man. Like I ain't messing with them dudes.
Nah, dude. All I know is like, you know, we'd be in the middle of like Acme here, and my dad, you know, going along his cane. I'm like, Dad, if you misbehave here, don't make me kick that cane out from underneath you. If you misbehave, we'll ground you real quick.
You know, and that's the thing,
figuratively like, and literally.
And like Mrs. Hive has learned with me, you know, that there are times, you know, she is like, God damn it, you know, like here he goes, you know, like if we're out in public, because she knows I generally pick and choose battles, man. But like if I see something, man, like I'm not gonna stay quiet. You know what I mean? I'm just not going. Like one time, I'm not gonna make it too long, but like yeah, this one guy, and he wasn't being malicious about it, but it was creepy. And my daughter and I, you know, we were at the grocery store, and you know, he was the cashier, and like I can't remember, I was handing something to her, and I was like, you know, here you go, pumpkin. You know what I mean? And this dude decided to call her pumpkin. And like I know he probably didn't mean anything by it, but I just stopped the whole grocery store, dude. Like everything's got, because I was just like, what in that? Like I just went off on the guy. Like I didn't like act like I was gonna jump over the counter, but yeah, he knew like that was a mistake immediately. And later on, you know, I told my kid, I was like, hey, you know, I'm sorry about making a scene, you know, but I'm just like, I didn't feel right to me. I was calling out, and she was glad I did it, you know. Mm-hmm. Now, if I would have, like, she wouldn't want to see me get arrested or anything. But like Mrs. Hive is the same way. Like there's been quite a handful of times, man, where somebody, like for instance, when one of her birthdays years ago, her and a bunch of her girlfriends wanted to go out, so I was like the designated driver, and I guess kind of like a
club soda.
You know, yeah, I was just drinking water and tea and stuff. But so I'm standing there, and normally I'd be having a good time with everybody else, but I'm just standing there, man, just watching them all dance and stuff. And then like this dude decided to just go onto the dance floor, and for the weirdest thing, like he walked up to Mrs. Hive and like patted her on the head. Like he didn't like push her or wasn't making like these advances, but he just patted her on the head. Dude, I like flew right in there, man. Just like knocked him right out of the damn dance floor. And again, she told me later, she was like, yeah, I don't want you to get arrested. She's like, but I'm glad you went in there and did that. You know what I mean? Like, because I wouldn't want that guy to keep bothering us, you know? So that's the point about like, you know, you just, like I said, they've just dealt with my personality as far as like in public, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I have a similar story. I was maybe 9, and we went on our first ever family. No, 12. We went on our first ever family vacation to St. Pete's Beach there in Florida. And, you know, earlier that day, my dad and I did like a parasailing thing, and the guy who was running it was a complete sleazebag, like complete. But, you know, we were staying at the hotel there, and also because the boat, you know, broke down and we didn't get a refund, and my dad was already kind of salty about that because, you know, he was, we didn't know at the time, but he paid for the entire vacation on credit. Not his credit, but my mom's credit. So that was kind of funny. But, you know, plus the guy wanted to just give his family a good time. Can't blame someone for that.
Yeah.
But, you know, so me, him, and my sister, we went with him to the grocery store. And what was it? What's the grocery store down there? Like the big one? Publix.
Here?
Like Florida, isn't it Publix?
Publix is
Publix,
big in
yeah.
Florida, yeah.
Okay, so it was like in there, and my sister was just, at the time she was, I don't know, like early 20s. And the parasailing guy, ironically, was there. My dad was already still livid. Like, just for info here, just so I'm not leaving people in the dust. My dad was, he was a security guard for like all the high clubs here, and then also before I was born in Texas, right there in Dallas. He was about 6'8", about 290, just straight muscle. Dude was a monster.
Dang, 6'8", 290?
Yeah,
Dude
was a monster.
that dude's that's some that's some Street Fighter stuff, man.
That he had a black belt in judo, along with jiu-jitsu.
God
And
dang.
so, he was a boxer growing up. So, he was a dude you don't want to mess with.
Yeah, for sure, man.
So we were there at the grocery store. My sister was like, looking at like the heads of lettuce, making sure which ones were good because we were going to do like a Cobb salad type thing. And I kid you not, this parasailing guy went right behind my sister, slapped her rear. And my dad all I saw, being a little young Austin, I saw my dad beeline it, grabbed a dude by the throat and chucked him right into like the big lettuce thing and just started wailing on him.
Good.
And I'm like, so this is what it is. And it's sad to say I didn't get his height. I'm only like 5'3" on a good day.
I mean, look, I get you need to understand, like, I am not one to condone violence.
Yeah, same here.
I would always, even in the heat of me being extremely mad, so I'm like, I'm still, even if I'm not thinking about it, I would rather things not escalate, because I've been in a good handful of fights in my life, man, and I've been lucky enough that I haven't gotten too hurt, and I haven't hurt anybody too much, and I haven't gone to jail. Because those are the three things a lot of people don't think about when they act tough and want to get into fights, man. Like, okay, yeah, you might win. How hard are you going to beat this guy up without realizing it? Is he going to sue you? Are you going to jail? What if he pulls out a knife and stabs you? You know what I mean? Like, there's so many things that could happen, dude.
Or a gun.
Dude, yeah. Or like, yeah. And then we're getting into a whole nother territory where other people can even get hurt now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, there are a few occasions where I think, like that guy. Again, I don't know how bad your dad beat him. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't want to put him near death. But like, sorry, dude. Yeah, you and look, not even just like my mom, my wife, or my kid. Just any woman. If I see, any guy do that to a woman, like, yeah, I'm gonna say something, dude. And it's not. And look, people need to understand something too. This isn't like some white knight type stuff. Because if I saw anybody hitting a smaller guy, not on the ass, but like if I saw anybody like picking on a smaller guy that couldn't defend themselves, same thing. It's about like, that's not right. You know what I mean? Like, but I have seen a few videos, man, and I gotta tell you, man, kudos to some of these women. Like, I remember seeing one at a bar. Some guy came by and smacked her on the ass, and she turned around and beat the shit out of him, dude. Like, I mean, granted, he was bigger than her, and I'm glad like nothing escalated too much. You know what I mean? But like, yeah, she caught him from behind, dude. And I'm glad. The reason I say that is because like what your dad did and everything is, I think some people need to learn a lesson, man.
Yes.
And they're like, oh, maybe I'll think twice before I do something like that. You know? So is that Padawan? Padawan, what's up? What's going on? Padawan, just I can't remember. I'm periodically telling everybody, I can't remember who jumps in or do not. If anybody wants to jump on the stream, if I know who you are, definitely message me on Instagram and I'll send you a link.
I just remember just seeing that happen, and I'm like, because the night before, my dad and I, the one thing him and I would always do, probably almost at least 3 times a week, is we watch Bloodsport. And my biggest hero in life is still Jean-Claude Van Damme. Always will be. The dude is what, almost 70 and still chiseled like a Greek god.
I haven't seen him in a while, man.
Dude, follow him on Instagram. Like, the dude is doing great stuff. Like, he just made a post. He had all these, Frank Duke autographed toys, and he was just delivering them to children's hospitals all across the UK.
Dude, I mean, I liked a lot of a bunch of his action movies. I liked a lot of the action movies growing up, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Time Cop, and what was that where he had like a twin or something, man? I can't remember the name.
Oh, Kickboxer.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, man. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Kickboxer's great.
Hey, this is a pretty cool. By the way, not to change the subject, but this is a pretty interesting. I don't know if you can probably see it or not. Oh, that's probably way too small.
Oh, that's.
I don't know. It's not gonna show up very good.
Is that like a half a pumpkin?
No, man. It's a rain
screen.
helmet. Like, oh yeah, that'd probably be better. It's a hat with a hairpiece, but it's really good. It's just I don't know if it's gonna focus on this camera. Probably not. Oh yeah,
there it is.
Oh, yeah,
Little rain hat.
yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think it's new.
It looks like a hat Georgie would have worn.
Oh,
Yeah, Georgie.
hey Georgie,
You want a balloon?
Georgie.
want a balloon?
Oh, Georgie.
Hey, Georgie.
Dude, I remember reading that book, man, when I was a kid. I don't know why, man. My aunt got me into reading Stephen King at a very young age.
Mhm.
So, like, I remember reading that book and I was scared. I was terrified for a long time, man.
Oh, Hive, I'm going to send you a review copy of the book.
A review copy.
Yeah, of the book that's going to be on shelves here in August.
Oh, okay.
I'll
Yeah.
send you a review copy. I got like 6 of them in hand.
Nice.
This,
Yeah,
is,
dude,
this
definitely.
is your book. This is your book now, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Nice.
You know, I've been writing a book for years and years and years, man. I just work on it a little bit at a time.
Yeah.
It's probably never going to do anything with it, but it's a story that I've just been working on for a really, really long time.
Those are the best ones, though.
Yeah. I mean, it's a really good story. Sidious, what's up? And Bearded Brickhead, what's up? Bearded Brickhead says, hello, everyone. First time catching you live in a while. Hope everyone had a nice holiday and New Year. Thank you, Bearded Brick. I did.
That's Sidious. Yeah, I haven't
seen him in a while.
I know.
Yeah,
Sidious, well, this is the busiest time of year for him.
I think wasn't he getting over a surgery as well, I believe?
Yeah, I remember I didn't want to say anything, unless he said something because it's kind of personal.
Yeah.
But clearly, he's saying
I don't know any more. I don't know any more than that, but I think I remember giving him a shout just to check.
But this is like the busiest time of the year for him generally too, because of football season and stuff like that. Because he works in like advertising and marketing type stuff. I don't want to say exactly because I can't remember the exact title. I just know he's like a freelance worker guy. There's a lot of art, but yeah, it's good to see you, Sidious, man. I hope you've been feeling okay. I've been telling everybody if anybody wants to jump on the stream, I'm streaming for pretty much all day until about 5 o'clock or so.
Speaking of that, I can't say too much longer. I have I have an eye doctor, then jiu-jitsu, then I have a dermatologist. So
no, whenever you gotta go, man.
I can come back on when I get back and stuff.
Yeah,
if you're still going, reckon.
No, I appreciate you coming and hanging out, man.
Yeah, I still got another 30 minutes or so, 30, 40.
But yeah, whenever you gotta go, man, you just let me know.
Will do. But a question for you. When we do this little meet and greet in the Hive lair, would you be interested in, coming with me to a gym down there for, jiu-jitsu?
I mean, are you asking me if I want to get my ass kicked?
No. My thing.
I mean, you're gonna have to pay me, man. Like, come on now.
I'll pay your membership fee.
I'm just kidding. No, yeah, man. I'm down with it.
Heck yeah, because I don't know. For me, it's like a religion. So I'm always, if I'm traveling lately, I go. It's like I have a membership here at home, then Cincinnati, then somewhere in VA, and it's like, dude, I have to go. It's like an addiction. If I notice if I don't go for 2 or 3 days, I'm like pulling one of these stunts, just scratching the neck religiously. Yeah,
dude, I'm totally down. Sorry, I was sending a link to another guest. Real quick, I just wanted to say hi to Stacey. Sucks because I'm in bed. I can't get into my parts bin. I want to build. I mean, seriously, you don't have to build if you want to come on the stream. I mean, I didn't know if that's what you meant, but we're just literally, I'm building 2-door as slow as possible. Some of us are building, some of us are chilling, some of us talking. We do have another guest. We got another guest. What's up, Will?
Oh, Will. How's it going?
Hello.
How are you doing, my friend?
I meant to join earlier, but I've been working on architecture stuff all day, and I'm just too pissed off to continue working on it.
Nah, dude, you're good. Like I said, guys, all y'all are free to just move in and out whenever you want, man. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's not like I did anything formal, you know. I mean, I asked a few of you guys if you wanted to jump on, but that's why I'm just telling everybody in the chat, like if I know you, you know what I mean, send me a message and I'll send you a link. You know, if you want to jump on, shoot the shit, just talk with us. If anybody's got any questions, huh?
Then we'll end up with 30 people.
Well, obviously we can only put so many people in here.
Yeah.
But yeah, anytime throughout the day, you know what I mean. So Nibbles says, I was listening in the car and I missed Ostif's mustache, but loved Cool Hand explaining how to say Tudor, and I still say it wrong. And you three just like, what the? Yeah, man. You know, it's funny. I've had this kind of running joke with all of my UK friends, and not just my UK friends, but mainly my UK friends, but just different people. But like, you know, because language, you know, how
English.
Well, you know, it's just like, look, it's just like with other things, like Spanish. Like, there's different dialects in Spanish and stuff like that. You know, depends on what area you go to. But like with English is such an interesting language. But like, I always kind of make fun because some things mean something different over there than mean over here, or sometimes pronunciations do it. Like one of the two things I always joke about the most is one is biscuits. You know, because I always talk about like how much I love biscuits and gravy, and I'm like, yeah, they're like over there. They're probably like, why would you put gravy on cookies? Because that's what they call cookies, is biscuits. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've always been like, what's a crumpet?
Oh boy. Ah boy.
You just said that. It's just like I didn't mean to interrupt. It's
No, you're good.
on my head. Let me
Crumpet is an
explain this.
absorbent sponge, savory. Like put in a toaster.
Biscuits over there is like an American cookie, right?
Yeah,
So what's a biscuit for you guys?
scone.
Like, you know, if I were to go to Bob Evans and get some biscuit and gravy, that'd be
And over here, yeah, but over here I thought we called certain rocks scones.
yeah. I
But
thought we
maybe
did.
I'm wrong about that.
Not a stone. Not a stone. Not a stone.
Isn't
A
a
scone.
scone something you put in your house as like a light fixture?
Oh yeah, I'm thinking of stone. What am I thinking of? I'm so dumb. Hey, we got another guest, you guys. We got another guest.
Who's
We
lovely
got
face?
one of the best looking dudes out there.
I'm already
Padawan, what's up?
motherfucker?
When is Padawan the best looking dude? I'm kidding. No,
Yeah. I was gonna say
Padawan's a stud. Every time that I see Padawan, I feel like I need to get a hotel room.
he's definitely got the healthiest set of hair. Anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I've joked how
Until I do this.
there's a few gentlemen in the community I joke around having a man crush on. You know what I mean?
Whoa.
Padawan and frickin' Boba 501st. I mean,
Oh,
like
I
crying
wish
out
I
loud,
was
man. He
one of
looks
them.
like he's frickin' carved out of marble.
Jean-Claude
and
Van
then-
Damme with a Lego space.
I know. And then for some, you know, and I just always love Ross. You know, Emmasaurus is Ross. Mr. Source. I just love
Hive.
Ross, dude.
Just wait for
Definitely a
Brickworld.
cheerful guy.
I'll be on your
Dude,
list.
Brickworld, are you kidding me?
I'll be on your list after that.
Oh my god.
You won't get enough of me. That's why I have to come in July.
Brickworld's all I
Oh,
can think
boy.
about, baby.
Me too.
Dude,
Padawan,
I know,
I'm
man.
fiending for Brickworld. Give me.
I am so excited. Oh, by the way, speaking of Brickworld, a lot of you guys might already know this because you probably got an email, but the
mock
display,
displays.
mock display sign up just started yesterday.
I signed mine.
I'm not bringing nothing.
Look, I was almost going to do it immediately, but I was like, wait, what am I building? And I haven't made a final decision on that yet. But I will tell everybody this: if you already know what you're doing, get your display space now. Because
It's
Do
really-
you reckon Mark will accept if I glue a bunch of bricks to myself and just lay naked across one of the tables?
You'd be down.
It'd be
I
awesome
think
if
he'd
you
be
won
down
the
for that,
award
wouldn't he? Let's
too.
be honest.
Like the most original Lego mock.
Oh yeah. I signed my booth. I got my little table, or mock stuff over to Mark. Yes.
Well, you know, and one of the great things, I'd say even one of the main reasons that I wanted to have a mock isn't just to have the mock, but it's nice to have a little space that you can, you know, sit down and chill at, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
It's really nice to have a space just designated to where you can like just sit and chill.
Yeah,
I mean, you can sit and chill in a lot of places, but sometimes there's not a lot of room, or
yeah, exactly.
et cetera, et
Hive,
cetera.
I can send you the link. I have this one backpack I use religiously, but there's like a little. It's like the stool's about like yay big, but you can like expand it out. You can just sit, but it tucks right into your backpack, and it's super low profile, so you can have a seat anywhere. I'll send you the link.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. I think I would like that.
I'll send you the link, cutie.
You better.
Only if you
You
send me
better.
the link to that fans account.
What? Oh, okay. You got some comedians in the chat. Oh.
Wait, who's got an OnlyFans account? I missed that.
Crumpets are fire. I mean, I'm
Explain a crumpet to him, Padawan. I
Yeah,
don't know how to explain it.
please.
give me a second. I'm gonna
If you
find out
ex-
right now.
You're on mute. You're on mute.
Padawan,
What is a crumpet?
It's like
Oh,
It's also a derogatory term for a nice woman as well. So a nice bit of crumpet.
Flour and yeast, popular in the United Kingdom.
it's like
Australia,
a
Canada.
imagine
New
a really thick
South
piece of
Africa.
bread that's got like 1,000 holes in it.
it looks delicious with some jelly and some butter.
Yeah, a bit
it
of
looks a bit dry.
somewhat on it, jelly. Oh, you mean
Jam.
jam?
Drier than a nun's. Never mind.
They're on about jam.
Oh, dude, actually, these look really freaking good, man.
Padawan, when I come over there, are you gonna get me all cultured?
Of course. Only if I can get cultured as well.
Oh,
I had to ask.
We'll tell Sam to go in the other room.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I had to
Can't wait to
ask.
see that action. Two
Martin,
times
you're like
in a
this.
year.
I had to ask
Whoa.
him if there was a kettle in the room because I needed to bring some tea over with me so I could have a
Yes,
good
there's a
cup of
kettle,
tea.
buddy. If anything, I have my, little electric kettle. I will bring just in case.
I was
But I
bringing
will
jet
make.
fuel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hive, you need to bring some of that tea down as well that you showed off recently. Check that out. That tea you ordering. That looks good.
Yeah, you guys take tea pretty seriously, don't you?
It's like a religion.
I
It
that's what I
depends,
keep
actually.
hearing about.
Martin, what tea do you drink? It's a serious question.
Well, I only have. So I'm not a big caffeine person, so I don't drink coffee or anything like that. But so I have herbal tea
Oh,
and
fucking hell, man.
non-caffeinated herbal tea. So I'm not really as far as the UK people are concerned, I'm a bit of an outcast.
So you're drinking tea just for the pleasure, not the purpose.
The taste. I like the taste. We subscribe to a tea company here that makes all sorts. So there's, I don't know, I might talk to her about it on it before. There's one I order called Enchanted Narnia, and it tastes like Turkish delight.
Ooh.
That's my boy. But I like the look of those ones that you showed. Vanilla one, I think it was, Hive, and what was the other two? The ones
Vanilla
you ordered by the
tea?
case. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lord Prime.
Is that a soccer or football jersey you're wearing there, Padawan?
No, it's work top, and I hate wearing work stuff on film. So
Oh, show it. Oh, full screen him, Hive. Full screen.
Oh yeah. This is how I get the views, man.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
okay from like
Okay,
hair up. I'm okay.
Mm.
Everything else down is yogurt.
Dude, you know
Yum.
what? It's so funny. Did
Body
you guys see
shots
the-
off of Padawan at Brick World.
Did
Body
you guys
shots
see the
off of
Fury at
Padawan.
Fury when I wasn't serious about it, but I ran it, because how I ran about a lot of thirst trap women out there, you know what I mean? I don't want to say a lot.
Hot
but
girl
I
fit.
definitely ranted about some thirst trap,
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to be fair. I'd be looking for some thirst trap men, just to keep it even,
Okay.
All
But
I
yeah.
know,
But Padawan was like the only one I could find, dude. It was even he being serious. He was joking around about it. But so I was like, well, here you go. There's a man who's thirst trapped in all of us.
On the bunda. The thing is, I always make this joke. Josh is the chiseled one. He's the one that's got the.
I know.
He's quite a stocky bloke, but I'm pretty sure I actually weigh more than him, and I'd like to think of myself more as a power lifter. It's doesn't look that good, but the power is there.
The power's there.
I'm gonna be able to confirm that power after Brick World.
Oh, Jesus.
Well,
I would
now
say
I've
get a room, but you literally already have got a room. So.
Now I've confirmed you're the same height as. Now I confirmed you're the same height as Sam. I might just pick you up and put you in my pocket for the rest of the week.
I won't complain.
Mate, wait till you see his moustache that he had.
Do you want me to grow back?
Oh yeah.
Do you want me to grow?
You'll want to swap rooms with someone else, mate.
Can I get? Okay, let's get a collection. This will decide. Do I go to? I want all 5 of you. Do I go to stash back out for Brick World?
Grow it back. Grow it back.
I definitely think you had almost a Magnum PI look going on there, man. So
Yeah.
I won't wear a
probably
Detroit hat.
half my audience probably don't know who the hell I'm talking about.
I won't wear a Detroit hat. Wait, Hive, hold that real quick.
Hold what? I'm building a Lego set.
Where's my t-shirt?
Well, the Lego setup.
Oh, what am I holding? What do you mean?
I don't know.
I think he means hold the thought.
I have
Here you go,
a
Hive.
floor
He's
being built.
confusion.
He sits
What you
right
got
on
going
my nightstand.
Oh,
yeah,
no
Tom Selleck.
shit.
He's one of my idols.
I'll be
So he's-
damned.
What is that?
You know
Tom
what?
Selleck.
I was about to say, that's the, if I were to swing the other way, it'd be Tom Selleck all the way, and CJ, of course. But Padawan, Hive, let you know, Padawan, let's give Hive a invitation. Hive, do you still need a room?
No.
Oh yeah,
What you talking about for Brickroll?
Yeah.
yeah.
No. As a matter of fact,
don't
I
need that.
no, dude. Immediately day one, I rented a room.
I know.
And
What happened
I'm
to Pockets Runner?
I'm sharing a
coming.
room with Clever Pig.
Oh, okay.
I thought you had Pockets Runner in with you.
Yeah, we do, but we have room for one more.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
crazy
Have you
last
spoken-
Brickworld, man.
Have you spoken to Maul's Vengeance?
Mhm.
He's looking for a room.
He is?
Look at
Okay.
it.
I'll get
Yeah,
it.
so there you go.
Ooh.
Yeah, he could probably use.
Ordered mine, Padawan. Ordered mine.
Yeah.
Last year, me,
same in the
Macro,
post.
and Chef all shared a room, and then someone. Who was it? It was Lex, the Daily Brick. He needed a place to kind of stay. He found somewhere else, but he was almost gonna sleep on the floor because we didn't have nowhere. He's like, you'd have to sleep on the floor, dude. There's no more room.
Just
Hey, cheaper price.
I'm putting this as a PSA for everyone, and that's coming to Brickworld, and if you're hanging out, things, as the night goes on, drinks go down. That's just the way of the world. But if you feel, I'm sure Padawan's cool with this too. I'm bringing a couple of air mattresses, and if you're staying at a different hotel, just come find me, and we'll hook you up. We don't want.
I may be interested. I've never. Okay, I know this is a bit random, but I've never stayed in the Rennie. But because I live in Illinois, right? But I want to spend at least one night this year, and I'm looking for potentially someone to just be there for one night. I don't know. I just want I want to see how the experience is. It's so different. I'm a good 30 minutes away. But if that was a potential option, I would be very interested. That's
Now,
all.
Will, you're in luck right now because
you gotta be prepared to be fingered.
Yep.
Oh, maybe I'll take that back.
But
I don't want any part of that. But
Yeah.
No, but in all seriousness, 100%. I mean, it's up to us.
No, but
so.
yeah, no, but I've always wanted to stay at least one night, just to see how it was without paying a grand.
Well, the reason it's so great is because it's connected, obviously, so you can walk out of the convention and just chill with everybody, man. Hang out. There's all these places.
The lobby.
The lobby. You can go up to the bar, get a drink. There's a place to get food. You know what I mean? So you can just do all this stuff, and then when you just get too tired or if you're too drunk, you can literally just take the elevator up to your room. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So, Will, you're in luck because you have the president and vice president of our room right here.
Yay! Okay.
Him and I are going to take a quick vote here to decide your fate. Padawan, are we yay or nay of making Will's dream come true? I'm a yay as well. So,
Yay.
on behalf of the committee of Ostiff and Padawanville, you're allowed one night.
Yay! That's all I need. I just want.
Any more than that, we're going to be charging you rent.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
Hey, to interrupt for a quick second. Just want to say I got a dip. Thanks for having me on, Hive.
Hey, man, no problem. Thanks for coming on, brother.
See you guys later. All right.
Appreciate it, man.
Peace. See you later, Austin.
You didn't say see you later, Will. He must only like Austin.
Get shafted.
Nah, I'm just kidding. I was in a call until 12 a.m. last night. It was a long call.
12 a.m.
I'm putting up a poll in the chat, so give me a minute. I want to see.
Poor guy didn't get a chance to put a word in edgeways when we were here. I still don't think I know what teamwork sounds like.
I don't know, but I don't know. I mean, I should know. I mean, dude, is it weird? I don't know if this is just a me thing, but wherever I'm in calls, in the Lego community, I'm always in calls to like just crazy hours, 4 a.m. in the morning sometimes, 5.
Yeah.
It just lasts. It's weird. I don't know.
That's me and Maul's Vengeance the other night when I was getting this thing rigged up and electrocuted myself.
Oh,
He was
that's-
there for that.
Very enjoyable
Mhm.
experience.
I already know the Padawan sat on the toilet.
You're
You just
fucking right.
tell. I can tell by the decor of his bathroom from that. The
I
last
mean,
time
the coffee makes it go easier. So
That's the reason it's here. There's the reason it's here.
So, Padawan, are we still good for like November?
Say again.
Are we
Repeat.
still good for like when I voyage across a pond in like November? Okay.
Yeah, should do.
There you go. What? You going to Palin's house?
Yes, sir.
That sounds very costly, but probably worth it.
I'm a frequent flyer. I got some miles.
Shit's
Okay.
expensive going to the Atlantic.
Was that?
I said stuff gets expensive going over the Atlantic.
Yeah.
Especially for me, because, well, I mean, you see, my dad's a pilot, so I do get free flights within the U.S. for most places. But
Is he with Delta?
no, he was.
Oh, he was.
Yeah, he switched around like 5 times. He was like what's called United, Delta, not even for Allegiance, which doesn't have as many airports like staging bases, so I get everywhere. But like, I have the family, you know, I get the free pass because I'm family.
So, Will, I have a question for you. I'm a big collector of Delta Airways items. And if your dad's ever clearing out, you know, memory lane, and it would be in a good home. In the living room. I have
what are you
little...
looking for exactly? Out of curiosity.
Anything.
I don't think he has anything. He doesn't keep stuff like me. He hates like all my Lego is not at his house for a reason. He doesn't like stuff. So I'm
the same way.
Anything.
Oh,
I'm the same way, but I keep a little knickknacks. I'm a big fan of
embroidered
Delta.
underwear.
hey, I
see
just want
his
to say
underwear.
hi real quick to PBJ Builds. What's going on? How
Yes,
you doing?
PBJ.
I was want to say Mootley, but I want to say it's Muttley777. What's going on? And Nimble says I'd be down to link up with you guys in November.
Heck yeah.
GB.
Oh, how did I?
Yeah, because I was like, what's in November?
Hive.
Yo.
I would like to share one thing because everyone here was present during it.
Yes.
For the 24-hour stream, I have an update.
Mm.
I'm very glad to say, you know, there was a gentleman that, you know, reached out to me privately and made a huge donation.
Okay.
We have crossed over the G.
Ooh.
Wow.
Oh man! Oh, I don't have a
Wow,
sound
that's
box. I was gonna do the DJ air horn, man.
Oh, do it. We'll
I
restart.
don't. No, I can't. It's over on the other computer, but I can just
Oh.
go.
Yes, we have raised over a band. So,
Dude,
yes,
that is amazing. That's great.
He reached out and we linked up with the society on the Instagram, and we did because he wanted to make sure that it all went directly there, and Instagram wasn't taking a fee or whatever, like transaction charge. So it's not going to show it on like the fundraiser post, but it's there. So
And
you know,
also, man, what an amazing thing, you know.
That's just money. That's money you would have spent on more battle packs and stuff anyway, right?
me?
No,
Box
the
of
guy
boys?
the guy who donated it.
Yep. He wants to remain anonymous, and I will respect that. I'm not going
Dude,
to
there's a few people out there like that, right? I have
Mhm.
so much respect for people like that.
Me too.
Just like, you know, I know it's not the same level because it's not charity, but like the person that sent me stuff to give away to members and subscribers, you know, like figs and sets and stuff. Like, I begged him, like, let me tell everybody who you are, you know, and he said, no.
Yeah, but like
It's not what he's about. He doesn't even care about, like, it's not about ego. He wants to help me, to help you guys, to give stuff to you guys. Like, and even like, you know, Shy bought me the Tudor. And Padawan, you're killing me with that puppy, man. Oh my god!
Shout
out to Echo.
Echo. Echo.
But Shy didn't post about it. Like, he wasn't telling, like, you know what I mean? Like, even when I asked him about like, hey, do you want me to let people know that you bought it? And he's like, dude, it's up to you, man. Whatever you want to do. He's like, I'm good either way.
Also,
like, no ego involved, man.
So these people who got to take videos of themselves going and handing out stuff to the chat, to people on the street and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I like the idea of just doing. Why do we need to know about it?
And don't get me wrong, there are certain contexts of certain things that, yes, can be on video, depending on what's going on. But yeah, but sometimes you can just clearly tell people are doing things for the wrong reason.
You
know what I mean?
I mean, I don't want to like share anything, but like, there's been a few times I've just given some kid in the Lego aisle, like not a Lego aisle, but like Target. You know, you're just a kid and you give them like a good 30, 40 bucks and say give whatever you want. Like it's just like, you know, do that. I promise to you, anyone here, just do it once. You'll feel amazing for the whole day.
Well, and plus it's like the polar. Oh, go ahead.
I do agree with Will. I mean, it was like last year. I went in to buy something and it came with like 3 GWPs and really didn't interest me. And I saw this kid and I was like, "Hey, do you want this?" And he was like, "Oh yeah." And his mum was like, "Oh, thank you." And I was like, "I'm not. It's never going to get opened." Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. But it's like I
have no idea what it was. I think it was Christmas orientated.
Yeah, but like just do that once because like it's such a good feeling. Like I don't ever like record it or anything because that's like, you know, creepy and stuff. Like I don't feel like filming some random kid like that's weird, you know. But like, you know, just like do it just for fun, you know, honestly. And then like, they take them to check out everything, and then they're happy, you know. Like I don't know, I had that happen to me once as a kid, and it was one of the best days of my life. I got a set that's very well known. What was it? The Revenge of the Sith. I can't think. There's a Palpatine's Arrest. That's what I got from some guy that just gave me a set. I got Palpatine.
It is so important, especially for children, man. Like, you know,
because they're the ones that are going to carry this.
Well, yeah, because one, it's like the polar opposite of bullying. You know, where like, look, this is a delicate conversation about bullying. You know what I mean? Because I'm not condoning going out and hurting people, but I'm not going to lie to say that me dealing with some bullying growing up has made me tougher or made me see things differently. You know what I mean? Like, but the whole thing is, the impact just a random act of kindness can be for some kid, you know what I mean, to inspire them to also be kind, or even just a gleam of maybe they don't have a great life, you know what I mean, maybe they don't have great parents, maybe just they don't have money to do stuff, you know, and so just man, that stuff can go a long way in the psyche of a kid, you know what I mean. And
to touch on that is like being a kid, like for me, you know, we didn't have a whole lot of funds growing up, you know. That's, you know, I've made that known like in the 24-hour stream. And I remember, you know, I was at Target way back when, and you know, it was when the Captain Rex box art was still going. I'm trying to pinpoint the year when that was. Wasn't it like 2011?
Yeah, 2011, yeah, something like that.
But it was when the Boba Fett slave one was out, and it had like the first ever like molded carbonite you could actually put Han Solo in and close it like a little capsule.
Oh yeah.
I remember there's you know, I was, you know, really looking forward to it. You know, our teachers or whatever, you know, on our lockers like, "Oh, what are you looking forward to this week?" And I wrote like getting that set because my dad was like, "Oh, we're gonna go get it," because he was a big Boba Fett guy. Along with everyone in his generation that grew up with Star Wars, they just loved Boba. And you know, something happened, and then the next day on Monday we couldn't go there, and then the following Tuesday a thing was on my desk at school. I'm like, what? So, wow. And you know, I just thought, you know, going on that tangent, you know, someone who received something like that, I'm like, this is insane.
Yeah,
just switching.
Was it?
Unfortunately, oh, he's switching cameras. He's going on his desktop. I'm sure.
What? Are we building well?
Oh, I'm building a little up house.
Oh.
Yeah.
Up house.
That's just one of those lows. I got like $26, so like half off.
Yeah.
But like, I wanted to build it, you know, just get like I'm trying to be productive, you know. Yeah.
I've got 2 of those up houses I still have to put together.
Dude, I mean, I don't know if I want to open the second one because like I don't know like of any mods that are super good for it, and I'm not even gonna put my Lego City because I feel like it's just gonna look junky. Still, I don't know, man. But I still want it, so I'm going to put it in a bin after I'm done building it.
Yeah, I even bought like a stand, you know, for it to make it look like it was kind of floating. By the way, what's up, Fabu Brick and Collector Empire? What is going on?
Hey!
Collector's the guy who started the stiff.
Didn't realize that I wasn't subscribed. I haven't not subscribed so that I didn't get this stinger. Thanks. I appreciate that very much, man. Very, very much. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. And Fabu, man, what's going on? Appreciate you. How you doing? And I've been saying this randomly, especially anybody just jumped in. If any, look, you guys are cool. I know you guys. If you want to jump on the panel, hang out, shoot shit. You don't have to show yourselves on camera. You just got to message me on Instagram. Let me know, and I'll send you the link.
I'm gonna have to boogie here in a couple minutes. Gonna grab that tissue and make it dance.
No, I appreciate everybody hanging out, man.
Can I show what I finally finished building? It's been in my backlog,
absolutely.
It's been in my backlog for about 4 years, and it took me about 3 months. But I finally finished.
That is so spicy.
I haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, it's been in my backlog for about 4 or 5 years, I think. It's probably one of the biggest sets I've never built.
How are you?
It ain't gonna fit on the shelf, so I gotta probably take it apart before I do anything else.
No.
Damn.
4 out of 5 figs in it with it as well.
Yeah, that came with some new ones, didn't it?
Yeah, it came with. I got Yoda. His head is a little beat up, but I've already got that Yoda fig in the other set it came with at the time. Quinn and Voss is okay, pretty good shape, and then the two. I didn't get Heathcote, but I did get the two. What do you call
Wolf
them?
and Wolfpack?
The Wolfpack guys, yeah, but the arms are wrong on this guy.
Yeah, but that's
the arms are wrong on here, so I've reordered them. Everything else is pretty spot on, apart from
Hey.
But I've ordered that as well. So
wow.
No, I know, but I do like to have it. But it's only a couple of quid. Believe it or not, it's only like £4 for the Wolfpack. Oh, I can't remember his name.
Oh, I wanted to check on the poll real quick. So I put out a poll out there that says, how much of this modular will I get built? So your options were very little, extremely little, or S tier slow level. Right now, very little and S tier slow level are tied. So the most extreme on both ends are tied, and then extremely little is 11%.
There you go.
Thank you, everybody, for your votes. Appreciate you.
Well, I plan to build this on the stream, but I haven't even taken it out of the bag yet.
Yeah, I remember you showing that earlier. So what we got going on here?
And then I just thought, put it out to the chat, guess the build. If I turn it around, there'll be a gaping clue, but there's a clue right there.
Oh, B-Wing?
Yeah.
Dude, some of you guys really know your stuff, man. I'll tell you what.
Bro, straight away. I'll tell you anything. I mean, like, dude, I don't know who was Amy here that Bricks and Mayfigs? When we went. Oh wait, no, I think Austin was.
I was there.
Yeah. No, I mean that bin, like they had so many bulk parts of just random Star Wars crap. I'm like, oh, that's the 2005. Oh wait, that's the 2014 one. Like they had, like it was so weird because they had like every single interceptor cockpit piece inside there from like all the years, which was kind of wild. I don't know. But yeah.
What actually? A question for everyone. I'm curious.
Yes.
At Brick World, are you guys? What are like 3 sets you guys are aiming to get?
Well, unfortunately, like if I would have been there last year, the year before, I could name you off like a good few sets, because I would have easily spent a couple grand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But obviously this year's gonna be a little different. I'm gonna be a little more crunched on money, and there's a couple of new stuff coming out around that time that's really piquing my interest, like Bag End. Like Bag End's a big one, dude. Like I'm really hoping that set's gonna look beautiful, because I really would like it.
It's an April drop, isn't it? Bag End.
April drop. Yeah.
I said to Sam, holiday to Egypt is cancelled because I will be in Egypt, or supposed to be in Egypt for the April drop, and I'm like, no, fuck you, I'm not going now. I want Bag End. They will.
Dude, Bag End's a big one for me, man, because that was kind of, I know it's not terribly expensive, but like that was one of my white whales, the old one. It just never pops up at the right time when I actually have money to spend. And plus, no matter how bad I want something, I know this is going to sound stupid because like I spent whatever $600 on the ECS Razor Crest, but like some things I have a hard time paying a lot of money for.
Yeah.
Like for instance, I would have never paid the full price for Darth Revan, as bad as I've always wanted it. But Titanium J sold me a non-sealed one for I think like $90 or something.
Bro, he's always getting like the best deals.
Yeah, so I couldn't pass that up because it's Darth Revan, man. But so yeah, I had a hard time even trying to spend the amount of money on Bag End because it's not like it's real big or anything.
Yeah.
And actually, they didn't even call it Bag End. What did they call it? There was a different name because it came from the Hobbit movie, not.
Is it that? Hold on, is it that green Lord of the Rings building? I'm curious. I don't know Lord of the Rings stuff at all. But it's that green building, right?
It's the mount. It's Baggin is
House that's in a
where the
hill.
Hobbit lives.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, I was one. Okay, yeah.
But anyway, so that's coming out. Obviously, and I know this doesn't come out at this time, but like I probably won't be buying this stuff on day one. So Brickroll seems like a good time because I'm already blowing a bunch of money.
Yeah.
Also, Django Fett Slave 1.
Oh yeah, that's
I mean, just those two sets together, you know, you're gonna be spending like what, $500-$600 easy.
yeah. I don't know.
The set of my life. Like I have waited my entire life for them to make a UCS Jango Fett Slave 1, and it's finally happening. And I was screaming, I can't wait.
And there's other stuff that
Because
I
of the
can't think of
price
right
rise.
now.
Because of the price rise as well, it hopefully will now fit pretty comfortably with the same size as this one.
That's what I was talking about earlier, Padawan. I said, look, I know I'm going to sound like a diva or petty or whatever, man. And I don't expect it to be piece to piece looking exactly, but dude, it's got to complement the first one. It's got to look it's got to be the same size, same scope. It can't look too far off, man. I'm not going to lie, if it does, I might still buy it.
Kohan, you're muted.
I was sorry, no, I was just saying that we're asking Lego to do almost nothing. They just got to color swap the whole thing.
But it's about the price.
Yeah, and also the windshield piece is going to be a completely different color too, which is also nice. So.
Yeah, but I get a feeling they're not going to do that. I think I get a feeling the scale is going to be off. Oh, and it's going to be annoying.
Yeah, it's definitely same. I don't know. But hold on, can someone tell me? I know I just going to get some hate from people for this. But what is the like? I mean, personally, as a kid, I never really vibed with the Slave 1. Why is it like what is like the best thing ever since sliced bread?
Wait, what about sliced bread?
Yeah, like why do people love the Slave 1 so much? I mean, like act like it's the best thing since sliced bread.
A couple reasons.
The way it flies.
Well, one, it's part of the original trilogy, and it just holds a special place in a lot of people's hearts. Even younger fans like you guys. I mean, like it varies. Two, it's one of the baddest mother effers in the galaxy ship. So that definitely helps. Three, it's a lot of people just like the ship. It's an interesting ship. Now it doesn't seem practical if you really think about it, the way it's designed, but it's still really cool.
Yeah.
That's why
it's not my favorite ship. It's just up there in like the top 5.
Oh, I know what you mean, but like I just look at that ship and I'm like I had the 20th anniversary one, and I'm
which
like,
is a great one too.
You know, like I don't feel like I need a UCS Slave 1. I did for a little bit, but I kind of got over it once I bought it. So I'm going to be selling my sealed one at Brickroll. But like I don't know. Like I just don't, you know.
No,
I don't ride with it. I don't know.
I agree with you, Will, because I got the 20th anniversary one, and that's suitable enough for me. I don't collect UCS generally anyway, but yeah, I still think the ship is really cool. I think it's just the way it flies. We didn't really see it much in the original trilogy, but then when Django is fighting the Starfighter and he releases those sort of
seismic charges.
That changed the game for that ship.
I think Attack of the Clones gave it a lot more credibility.
And the Mandalorian, because I loved the way they used in that sort of bit where he just kind of comes in, messes shit up.
I mean, it's got a lot of history and stuff as well. But look, Will, I mean, I totally get it. Yeah. You know, there's it's about preference. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, you know, because for me, I'm leaning more towards starting getting UCS ships anymore. Yeah. Because I'm you know, obviously we've talked about this a billion times, but you know, they're dumbing down a lot of the smaller ships, man, and they just don't seem worth it to me, you know, as far as the price goes. Even when they go on sale, I'm still like,
Have you spoken about the P-19 Torrent and how that's going to be basically a microfighter?
Well, I mean, that's a good thing though, because the one that they made previously was kind of like it felt too big, you know. So I kind of like that downscale with the V19 a little bit.
I was kind of hoping it would be very similar to the old one because the old one is very nostalgic, and I had it somewhere. I think something attic. But,
I got to hear someone as well. No idea where.
I will say, like for me, going on to to answer Will's question with the Slave 1.
Yeah, I'm curious.
For me, you know, I'm gonna get a lot of heat for this, and I don't care. Like, I'm not gonna defend it or whatever. It's just me, and I'm not gonna justify my opinion to anyone because
That's all right.
I'm Austin.
Throw it out there, man.
My all-time favorite movie of all time, and out of the Star Wars franchise, whatever, is Attack of the Clones. That movie.
I like that movie a lot too, way more than people give it credit for.
It's got one of my favorite scenes of the entire saga.
Like,
I mean, just us getting to see Yoda fight was almost worth it, dude.
Yeah.
Like, my all-time favorite scene in cinema is, scene, right there on Camino where Obi-Wan's running out onto the little landing pad there, and just seeing that showdown between Jango and
out in the rain, dude.
Yep. I just love that scene. And
Obi-Wan
is first boy. So,
yeah, dude.
Go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. That scene really brought back some memories, man. Because that's such a great scene. There's a lot of good scenes in that movie, dude. That's where we got the seismic charge.
Geno's in Arena.
Oh my God.
Austin will understand this from the background that we come from. All right. For me, my favorite scene in that whole film is when they're all surrounded in the Geonosis arena and Yoda turns up with the cavalry. That music hits, all the clones come down. Like, whoa, what?
Dude, here's
then I can understand the gunship there, right there. I mean, dude, imagine the gunship and Jango Fett Slave One right next to each other on shelves, like the UCS one. That's gonna be kind of fire too. Now I think about it.
Dude, like Padawan, you'll probably laugh at me, but the whole entire reason why I even joined the service in the first place was because of the clone troopers. Like,
dude,
since I was little, I'm like, I want to be a real life clone, and then I just saw, and then I'm still kind of pissed. The Army had this really badass commercial because we had this little TV in our school library, and it played. It was high school when I saw it, and I always wanted to join since I was a kid just because I wanted to be like the closest thing to a clone. But I just remember I saw that commercial and I was like doodling the like landing right there with Yoda that he was just talking about in my little planner or whatever. And I saw that commercial. Then I went to lunch and the Army recruiter was there and I'm like, take me right now. Have your way with me.
So I'll tell you a little story about Attack of the Clones, man.
Please give it to me.
So, and by the way, everybody in the chat, what's up? I saw Richie came back. Shreddy's out there. What's up, Shreddy? So let me tell you a quick story. All right. So when Attack of the Clones came out on DVD, all right, because I'm going to show some of my age here. I think I was 25-ish, somewhere in that area, because it was obviously, I can't remember the timeline exactly, but I was roughly about that age, right? So I already had the Phantom Menace. And we decided that we were going to watch Phantom Menace and then watch Attack of the Clones. All right. Okay. So we invited some people over, some friends, and stuff like that. And I invited, one of my coworkers heard me talking about it and asked if he can come along. And I was like, yeah. Now, we were all Star Wars fans except for this dude. And I mean, he knows Star Wars, like, who doesn't? He's watched the movies, but he wasn't like a fan like we are. You know what I mean? So when we got to Attack of the Clones and some of the scenes with Anakin and Pat, like, obviously a lot of us agree, whether it was the dialect, whether it was acting, whether it was George's directing, whatever it was, some of that dialogue wasn't that great. You know what I mean? So get to some of the love scenes or whatever. Yeah. And this dude just starts cracking up, talking about how this movie sucks and everything. Dude, I turned around. I was like, if you don't like it, you get the fuck out.
Yeah.
No way.
I would, again, dude, just like I was telling you guys earlier, man, I stopped everything. Like, I'm not, like, we're not in a pot. Like, everything stops. If you don't like it, get out. Because, like, we all love this movie. You know what I mean? Like, we're here to take it seriously. Like, we can talk about, like, critiques later after the movie. But if you interrupt this movie one more time, I'm sticking my foot up your ass, dude.
Oh, like, my gosh.
No, because it's rude, man.
It is.
Like, it's one thing, you might chuckle.
Hey,
I wasn't, like, when he was chuckling and stuff, I didn't say anything.
Hardcore Star Wars fan.
Well, no, when he was chuckling, I didn't say anything. You know what I mean? It's fine. I can't help it if you have an involuntary reaction to something. You know what I mean? But when you start just going out of your way to talk about how this movie sucks while we're trying to watch it, no, that ain't happening, dude. We're not in some movie theater where you pay to come in and you can sit here and interrupt the movie.
No, you're picking your time.
I was not having it, dude.
No, I'm just glad to know you're a true Star Wars fan right there. That's
Well, I mean, it's not like I don't have criticisms. I mean, I've definitely made a lot of people mad on some of my takes on.
Well, yeah, but
stuff,
hey,
you know what I
that's
mean?
true Star Wars fandom right there. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well,
But-
to be honest with you,
Yeah.
as much as I agree, I also think just out of principle, because I remember going to see a movie, it was absolute garbage. It was the remake of Solaris. I think Kevin Spacey. Probably one of the worst movies I've ever seen in the cinema.
I
But
think I
still
saw
had
that. Yeah.
Yeah, some guys came in about 3/4 of the way in, and they basically unpacked like a 15-course meal and sat in the row in front of us. Even though me and my mate were the only two people in the cinema, right? We used to go to this what we call early bird showing. This was back in the 90s, and
Yeah.
early bird showing.
It's like a
something.
matinee for us.
Yeah, and it was like really cheap. It was, I mean, this will only make sense to Padawan, but it was like £2 to go and see a film, and it was like, yeah. So anyway, these guys came in 3/4 of the way. They were obviously coming in for the next movie early. So they sat right in front of us, and they had like 15. They had like over here you get like little pots with the Chinese food in. So they basically started unpack, and you could smell it all, and it was just like, and I'm just thinking, I never talked, and I said, guys, literally, seriously, like, have you come in for this movie? No, we got. I said, not like, because it takes the best. It didn't matter.
Man.
It was nothing to do with the movie, the spoiling the movie. It's just out of principle. Just respect other people who are trying to watch a film.
Because you paid money to see this movie, dude.
Recently, we were in the cinema close to me, and there was a woman who'd obviously taken her kids to see a film. So it was probably a Disney movie or something like that. But still, I think adults think, because I've taken my kid to see a Disney film, that means that I don't need to engage at all, and I can do what I like. So you can see she's literally shopping online on her phone. And because we were behind her, you just see the light from the phone. And I was just like, I'm not having this. And I threw a jelly baby at her, and I seen it hit the screen. I seen it hit the screen of her phone, and she went, oh, and just kind of looked around and put it away. And I just thinking, but the thing is, our cinema is really great for if you go out, because we're limitless people as well. So I'm not saying we're like royalty or anything, but they try to treat you a little bit better if you've got a limitless.
Dude.
The problem is you've got to leave the cinema to go and get somebody, come back in. So not only have you missed a part of the film just to be able to dob them in, they never kick them out anyway, but straight away they know who it is that's dobbed them in. Because not that I'd be scared of that, but it makes it awkward when there's not many people in the film, because they've seen you've gone out, come back in, and then the staff have come in and gone, someone's just complained about you, stop it or whatever.
Yeah,
and it's just like, it just makes it
I do have to say, like, being in a situation like where Cool Han would, come get someone, I would usually be the person to have to go take care of it. Like, I know for like policy at Regal's, like, I can't kick anyone out unless either there's like extreme violence going on, or I have to be told on 3 different occasions by 3 different people before I can remove someone.
Damn.
The worst part about all this, man, is like what Luke is talking about, and it's like I look at a lot of kids, man. I'm like, Jesus, man, like, where do you learn your manners from?
Yeah.
And then I look at their parents, and I'm like, oh yeah, now I get it.
Yeah, they're letting them run up and down the aisles, they're letting them run around at the front, and it's just like,
they don't give a fuck.
I know, it's just it pisses me off.
Also, Hive, could you full screen me real quick? I want to show off my all-time favorite figure in my collection.
Yes.
It is a custom, but as I probably have like max of like 5 more minutes here.
Real quick, I just want to say hi to Coop and Stud City.
Coop,
what's up?
Christo,
How you doing?
Christo, I'm actually going to the mall today, so shoot me a DM of your sizes or whatnot. So our little secret project.
Okay.
So yeah, just shoot me a DM and we can figure out like payment or whatever, and I will, I'm gonna work in Adobe to get like a template, and I'll show like the design or whatever, and I'll send that to you before we go on it, because I have a lot more free time now because I resigned from a certain position. So
oh god, there's all going on with you, mate, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Oh,
Me?
so that figure
Like 30 hours. Have you got like 30 hours in your day or what?
me?
We're all like, can we borrow some hours, man?
Look, while I'm full screen, I got it here because I was, I'm someone I'm talking to.
He's
like,
writing a book. He's buying stuff for other people. He's on all the
That's a
streams.
busy
He's got a
man,
full-time
dude.
job.
So
What the hell?
He's running circles around us.
here's
man.
Holy
cow, dude.
Here's how I structure my days.
Wow. What's this? Oh, you're journaling, right?
This is just my rubric that I go over every morning. This is
By the way, chat, I am reading your comments, everybody.
From the wake up, I
like how you got stuff highlighted too. That's great.
I structure my days very seriously, but going to the fig. here he is. It was made by Light Customs, and I want to say thank you to the guy. He wants to remain anonymous, but he is in the chat right now. So to him, thank you. Because this fig I missed to drop, and on eBay he's selling for like $600. But he gave them to me for free.
God damn.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, is that AV?
No, it's pad printed.
No,
Is
is
that-
that AV figures though?
Light Customs.
Like
Has he got the gauntlets on the arm?
That's
Check
nice.
this out.
Dude, oh my god.
Wait. You think that's the best part? There's also metallic gold for his wrist comp.
That is really nice, man.
Will we
Like-
get the quality of Obi-Wan in the new VI-19? Who knows?
I don't know,
got
but
my beard as
Obi-Wan,
well.
you can take me off now, but
Okay.
Obi-Wan is my all-time favorite character of like the Jedi, just because like
And he made ginger beards cool.
he did.
Don't tell Tyler that. That's all.
I'd never get away with it otherwise.
You'll be in a conversation with Tyler for like 5 hours and you say that to him. Just don't ever tell. Nah, he hates Obi-Wan so much, bro.
Why does he hate Obi-Wan?
Can I defend Obi-Wan real quick?
Yeah, sure.
So let's take for example. Okay, this dude, I think by far had the hardest life of anyone in the Order. I mean, going back, if we're going into the book lore, like the dude sucked. He was almost kicked out of the Order, as a youngling because he couldn't.
I remember Qui-Gon took a chance on him.
Yes, but for me, it's like someone who really looks up. Like this dude, like he sucked. Magnificent, he was terrible. Like he shouldn't have been.
You're trying to
what
get
he was, But Qui-Gon, saw him there like a little lost dog at like a pound. Like, okay, I'll give this dog a shot. But it's through his own hard work and his own fortitude. Like, I want to get better at this. He was able to do it. But he also defeated a Sith, first time in a long time.
Yeah, I'm not real happy about that, but that's a whole different story.
He lost his master. He lost his Padawan. Everything, like this entire dude's life was like a shitbox. Like, he lived a life of hell.
Let's not forget his bratty student.
Yeah,
and then he went out like a chump.
And then, not only Anakin wasn't like capable enough to take care of his own kid, so Obi-Wan's like, you know what? I'll fucking take care of another Skywalker. I mean, this dude literally lived a life of hell. And
I
he
will
never wanted
say-
to kid.
You like his life so bad.
I could see maybe some of Tyler's points without even knowing what they are. Because I will tell you, one of the things that it made me extremely angry about the Obi-Wan show was him leaving Luke on Tatooine.
Yes, agreed. That should have never happened.
Yeah, but
Leia's
The
important
fact that
too.
Reva got so close to Luke, and it's like Obi-Wan just didn't like. I get like the Jedi code or anything, but to protect the, galaxy, because say if Vader did catch wind, but
And then he's
dude, there's so much about
Obi-Wan
that
should
show.
have
I
just
hate.
decapitated her. I agree.
Fabu says in the comments, and I think he's right, because even after Obi-Wan died, he still had to answer.
Yes.
He still had to answer for everything he'd said.
Yeah, he had to take care of the kid because the father was too absent.
From a certain point of view. So he's still making excuses for himself after he's dead. What a guy. What a legend.
Just
All I know is I will.
certain point of view.
Like, I'm so excited for this Jango Fett's. Like, this is, how ACOB was saying that the barge was a set of their lives. For me, this is the set I've always wanted. Because growing up, I always wanted the slave one, but Jango's version, but could never get it. And even
No,
as
I
an
mean, I
adult,
could see that, dude.
I rather see a figure, not a figure scale, because I think is UCS slave one kind of figure. I can't think. Is it the UCS slave one is figure scale?
I hope so. Let me grab one thing.
I'd say it is, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say the 20th anniversary is not a million miles off.
No, I know,
Figure
but like
scale
I feel like I want
at
to
all.
place that one more than.
All I do
just
want is I
I don't
want
mind.
it to be in
Just by
scale.
going off the box art, I'd probably say this is closer to figure scale.
Yeah.
The only thing I would probably
Okay.
want that maybe is not in that original version when they do Jango Fett's version. Like in Mandalorian, where you see the whole the bit where the passengers are kind of turn as the ship kind of takes off. I wonder if they're going to try and include that somehow. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I'm curious about that too. Also, real quick, Coop, what's up, man? Anybody on the chat? You know, I mean, I think I know everybody that's out in the chat, but like, if you guys want to come on the panel, let me know. Just message me on Instagram, and I'll send you a link if you want to come on and shoot shit.
I'm going to jump off in probably at 12 minutes. I've got pool tonight.
I had to put Obi in as Starfighter, but I just want the set to be in scale with this.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
It definitely will be because, like, I mean, yeah, I mean, if the other one does, you know, I mean, it will be in scale with each other. But like, I'm just personally curious because, like, I think fixed scale is something in the Lego space that like people say about things, but it's not true. Like, for example, you have the UCS Charlatanium. People say that's fixed scale, but you put that next to the UCS ATHC, which people also say is fixed scale. Yeah. One of them's not fixed scale because clearly, like, they're not even like.
I don't see why it matters. Because at the end of the day, unless they all are.
I mean, I personally love fixed scale. I know they don't do it too often, but like whenever they do, I try to get the set. But that's one of the reasons why I stayed away from the barge. Because I'm like, well, you know, not fixed scale. Also, it's the barge. I wouldn't need this in my life. No. So, yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, to answer your question, Stiff, these are the 3 sets that I'm after at Brick World.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, we were talking about some sets of Prequel.
Yes.
So this.
Oh, I have that, dude. I should probably just leave part one sealed.
Okay, the patrol one you'll
find.
That
one I have. That one.
I don't care. I don't mind if Amidala's not in that because I know she's pricey. I just want the set, and I want the set of that, and then obviously I want to try and pick up that. I could probably get them over here quite easily if I'm honest. But
those are great sets.
Yeah, those are pretty good.
And
man.
all fig scale as well. I think.
I think so. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Hey, what's up? How you doing, Nicole? Nicole, out in the house.
Nicole, I still have her Happy Turds Day shirt. I made a couple of them.
Like turd?
Yeah, you know, because Thursday, my thing, when I was working for 97.5 WLE, I always said Happy Turds Day. So. She liked that comment. So
YOLO says, I hope this slave one has the rotating platform for passengers. It should.
Yeah. That's what I was just saying, YOLO.
And just to make sure I'm clear about something, because somebody might, you know, a hater might be like, well, Hive, I thought you didn't like play features and UCS sets and stuff like that. Well, that's not necessarily a play feature because it could be also used as a display feature. Depending on how you want to set it up. But granted, if they didn't, I wouldn't be upset. Like if they said like, look, we're not doing it because it sets on a stand like this, there's no reason to, I'd be like, I'm down with that. That's fine. You know what I mean? But I totally get wanting to have it as well.
Is there an interior to the UCS slave one?
What's that?
Padawan. Can you see on the box?
Small interior. It's not much.
There is. I was going to say, apart from the cockpit, obviously.
There's a small. Yeah, you can get through the back, I suppose. Where is it? One of these two there.
Yeah, but that's the same as what's in the 20th anniversary, isn't it? Is there any more to it than?
I can't imagine. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I've got it sitting right over there. I sold the Boba Fett that came with it, dude. That thing, because I've got like 8 Boba Fetts, and somebody, I can't remember how much I sold it for, but it was, I think, around $100.
That's awesome.
I like this Boba.
I mean, he's a cool Boba Fett, but I'm like, dude, he's not that important to me. I was like, yeah, I'll sell him.
My question is, you know, if we're still talking on Slave 1 talk, do we think that the Django is going to come, it's going to have this amount of detail that they put on to
I think it will. Yeah,
they usually roll it out. UCS figs, don't they? They usually roll it out.
At this point, I'm not tired. The fig layout for the barge was not. There was definitely some faults going on with that. I can tell you that. Whether it was Leia or just like the C-3PO didn't have like the side printing on the legs, like. And again, normally I wouldn't be too petty about it, man. But we're talking like obviously.
Here's a question.
Yeah, I mean,
as I say, here's a question quickly. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt people.
No,
Stud.
okay.
Christo makes a good point, right? The Slave One coming out, the Jango Fett Slave One, is a clear direct correlation with the Boba Fett Slave One. So, do we see the return of box art?
I don't think so.
Yeah, 25th anniversary of UCS this year, right?
Wait, the barge didn't have box art, right?
No.
No, I mean, because look, I think
X next to a black box would be disgusting.
I think for the 25th anniversary of UCS, 3 sets, and they're gonna do new box art. I
don't understand. It doesn't make any sense to me, anyways. Because why? Look, see, they do the black box art because they're like, oh, it's for adults. Adults welcome, blah blah blah. But we're buying Lego.
Yeah.
So, like, I understand why you might want to try and slap a pretentious premium thought to it, but like, we're buying Lego. We love Star Wars. Why do you think we wouldn't want beautiful box art?
Well, I mean, I know people that only buy black box art sets because they say the other ones are too childish. And I've tried to convince them 1,000 times otherwise, but they only buy like black box art sets or like Creator 18, like icons. That's all they buy. I'm just like, bro, you're missing out. But
I feel like it's more for people that don't really love Star Wars as much, and people are just buying it as investments.
Mm-hmm. Okay, my other point is $1,000 Death Star's coming out this year. We've said it enough. Okay, but it's going to be the biggest Star Wars set they've ever made, clearly, right? How do you make that stand out from the rest? You change the box art because everything else is black box. You want that to stand out because it's going to be the flagship set that you've released. Do you know what I mean?
All I know.
Oh, well, I think they should put it in a gold-plated fucking box, but that's just me, man. You know what I mean?
Gold-plated?
If you go charge me $1,000, man, that box better be freaking premium, dude.
Or if they bring back that gold sort of seal thing they used to have, the stamp seal they used to have on UCS sets.
All I have to say about this $1,000 set is they really, I mean, really need to listen to the community. Like, I know it's already probably designed and whatnot, but
listen to the community. We're talking about Lego, man.
No,
I know. I'm just saying,
they're listening to us. They're listening to us because look at the summer wave, bro.
I know. Oh, I agree.
Like we're getting a UTAT Clone Wars. Like these are things we've wanted, So they definitely listen, just not always.
They just don't care.
I'm just saying though, if they really want to see like the maximum turnout that they can, whatever they probably already have it designed. Whatever before it goes in that final stage of production, they need to double check cross their T's and double dot their I's. With watch a couple of these hope videos that people are putting out. Just really make this set like a love letter to the Lego community. If you're charging at premium, that's what it needs to be.
Yeah, but what would you put in a love letter? I mean, I'm thinking UCS Death Star interior rooms has a stand, has figures, but like what else? Like, I mean, I don't know what a love letter for UCS Death Star be besides maybe having some Rebel Friend reference or something like original trilogy. Like, I don't know.
I said this on Cool Han's stream a few weeks ago, about a month ago, I would say. What I think they should do is, it's going to be on a little stand, but you can take out, they're going to be like little pie slices, you can insert into, make different scenes from like your favorite parts of like where you see the Death Star. There's so many. But also what I think they should do is, a love letter to us that have like been a part of this, for a while, seeing it. I know it's not in the Death Star, but make a reference to it. Like you see the little stormtroopers in their little swim outfits in the jacuzzi inside of like the Lego Star Wars 2 game. If you go when you're on the Tantive wherever, you make the right and you have like the bounty hunter or whatever thing to read, and you just see them like a little chilling out. Do something like that. Just have that as like one of the little modular rooms. Like the rooms could be modular. That's what I think they should do.
I mean, as for modular rooms, I don't know if they're going to go down that path just because structurally the things could be so hard to keep up.
Sure.
Like, I don't think they're going to go that direction with that. But like that, as you were saying, that's what I would like to see. Like, that'd be a nice little homage. But like, I don't know. I mean, I feel like it shouldn't just be OT Death Star. I feel like they should include at least a little hint of Rogue One, whether that be a figure or like a little something to like, just in the pot, Director Krennic, just a little the love, you gotta give a little bit, but like, I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm looking at a Death Star $1,000. I'm just trying to think what would I want into it to maybe like love it. And I'm just like, well, I mean, they did the first one, the last one pretty good.
Yeah.
I
agree.
Mess that up. I think we're good.
I still stand by the whole thing. Like the Death Star is the lamest thing you can make $1,000 setup, dude. Are you kidding me?
A little bit, yeah.
Are you kidding me? And I know they'll never do it because they're lame. But like, again, I still stand by the Ghost should be the first $1,000 set, man. It's as girthy and as big as the Falcon. You get the Phantom with it. You get a good lineup of characters. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because look, I understand everybody's talking about like, oh, it's not part of the original trilogy, but dude. What is this? Nobody's gonna know what it is. If you're not a Star Wars fan, then why are you buying it to begin with? But if you're a Star Wars fan, how do you not know what the Ghost is, dude?
Exactly. But
you know what I mean?
It's
These people in Lego, and especially they've said it before, and I don't know if they still stand by it, but a lot of the older designers and stuff that do like they're fans of the trilogy, the original trilogy, man. That's what they like the best. You know what I mean? So whether or not it's marketable, I don't know. But I'm just like, you're gonna make a big gray basketball. And what? Okay, we can make some modular sections of it, and like that's great if everybody wants it. But I'm not playing with it. Basketball. So why do I want an interior to play with, dude? For $1,000,
dude. It's a fun set. I remember I played with my Death Star. Can I have fun as heck?
But you know what's also fun? A UCS Ghost.
You know,
and you know what? It looks way cooler than a Death Star.
I would love a UCS Ghost, but the problem is, look at the Ghost on shelves right now. I mean, sure, it's an Amazon exclusive, which, well, is it? I'm pretty sure it's Amazon and Lego exclusive. But if you look at the numbers on Amazon, bro, they are not doing super well, which is really unfortunate because I would love to see that Hive person, like at least a $600, maybe $800 Ghost. But the numbers are not moving for it, and I think Lego won't do it for that reason. Which really sucks.
Lego's not going to do it anyways. You know what I mean? That's not a question. You know.
I mean, if the Ahsoka show did good, I feel like they would have made it.
But you guys got to think, okay, all right. But again, it's about you're going off ratings about the Ahsoka show. Okay, so are we just tying the Ghost to the Ahsoka show? No. Hold on. We're just going to eliminate Rebels, and we're also going to eliminate the movies they got coming out where the Ghost is going to be in it. You know what I mean?
Rogue One.
So yeah, Ahsoka sucked, but they certainly don't mind making a bunch of Ahsoka minifigs, do they?
No, they don't. But they did it for that one because they know the hype for Rebels, right? They knew the hype for Rebels, and they thought, man, these sets are going to slap. And they did. But, like, I'm just thinking from Lego's perspective, they don't want to take that gamble, maybe. But I would love it.
I know, but it's weird that they'll take a gamble on a $1,000 gray basketball.
I mean, it's the original trilogy. They're like, the AT-AT sold well. We'll make some good books.
Like, how intricate and interesting can you make a $1,000 Death Star look? And I'm not talking about, again, I don't care about play features, interior, where you can play with them. You know, like, I don't care about any of that, man. Because a $1,000 Death Star seems like it'd be more of like a display piece.
It definitely is, yeah.
You know what I mean? But really? Like,
I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. But yeah,
I think you're dead right, though, Hive, because you toss between. You want a display piece, you want an amazing display piece, but obviously there's going to be people out there who want it to have more than just display for that amount. But then, you know, who's really playing with it? So it's
that's what I mean. Like all these ones, all these bigger sets that are $400, $500, $600, $700, $800 or whatever with the play features. Like, I get the first time you might like move the wheels or whatever, but like, what do you? Is it worth that much extra money for you to do it one time or something? Like, just like the barn door, man. You know, like I don't care about the interior of that. That's not what I'm using it for. You know what I mean? Like, it's cool, I guess, but I mean, it's not worth that much extra money for it to me. You know what I mean? Now, obviously, this is my opinion, and everybody, you know, usually thinks otherwise. And I don't I don't dismiss the reasons why people say there won't be a UCS Ghost. But again. I'm like, if you're not a Star Wars fan, why are you buying a UCS whatever? And if you are a Star Wars fan and you don't know what the Ghost is, then you're not a Star Wars fan. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
I agree.
That's true. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Lego, obviously, whatever.
The what?
Hold on, I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anybody in the chat. Truthfully, I don't like the Ghost.
Bro, who doesn't like the Ghost? It's the Ghost.
There's a lot of other really great UCS vehicles they can make. We're just talking about like $1,000 one. Because look, to make a $1,000 UCS set,
yeah,
you have to have something like the Ghost. You could redo the Falcon as a $1,000 set too. You know
I think they could do the Star Destroyer as well.
I think the set was going to be a re-release of the Falcon. That's what I thought the first $1,000 set was going to be.
Or a twin pack. A twin pack, I think, would have been the best shout. Two iconic ships. Even if they'd done a TIE fighter and X-Wing again, but
Nah, they
Wild,
went for 1,000.
wild theory. Wild theory. It's wild theory, even though I think it's mental. But $1,000 Death Star, but 2 of them. 2.
Nah,
You get Death Star.
they wouldn't do
Two in
that.
UCS Turbo Tank would also be rad. I agree. Because think about it, guys. What else could they do for $1,000 besides the Ghost, Falcon, or Death Star? I know it's a Star Destroyer, but God, that had to be a girthy, big Star Destroyer, dude.
Yeah,
Because the Falcon and the Ghost are girthy, but they're very intricate with pieces. You know
UCS Republic Frigate.
Nah, they're not gonna do that. There's no way.
Ooh.
Lucky if we get an Arc 170 in UCS form.
It's the size of my leg as it is.
I'm in the camp of give us like a UCS ATE, but it's it can crawl. It's a little remote control action.
They would
that would
they?
UCS TIE Crawler.
And look, and I want to say something too. I'm going to sound like a hypocrite, but like that motorized function stuff, I feel is a little bit different as far as the play features go, because I'm also a fan of like RC cars and stuff like that as well. So I think it'd be kind of cool to have like an AT-AT you could literally just drive around your house or whatever, or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
so that's a little bit different than like, I don't know, just pew and stuff. I like the play features as parts of the build. Fun to see it come together with the mechanic. See, and I'm not. Look, here's the problem. Where it's where I like to try and divide lines, because do I think the play features are cool? Abso-fucking-lutely. Do I think the interiors to the whatever sets, are cool? Absolutely. Do I want to pay that extra money to have them? No. Because I'm only going to do it one time, just when I first get it, and it's just not worth that extra money to me. But we all have obviously different perceptions on that. Thanks, Coop.
What time you go into pool, Padawan?
I'm going to shoot now. I'll be there in like 15 minutes. No.
Yeah, and I got to drop like right now. Yeah, so I didn't mean to interrupt, but yeah, I probably got to get going. I got a meeting at
Yeah, man. No, appreciate it. No, and you guys got to go. Appreciate it, man. And if you want to hop back on later, like I said, I'll be on for at least whatever. God, it's almost 1 o'clock already. So I'll still be on for at least 4 hours. Yeah, because we've been on for almost 3 hours now.
Yeah.
Damn. This is giving me flashbacks.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what Padawan.
Right, love you all.
Yeah,
See
thanks,
you.
guys. Appreciate you, man.
Peace. Bye.
Peace. I just want to say, like, this is an interesting point that Fabu brought up. There's a significant portion of Star Wars fan base that will write off Disney Star Wars, even the good parts. And that's true. There is. And it's sad. It's sad because, look, you guys know me. You guys have heard my rants. I'll criticize Disney, Lucasfilm, Star Wars. Dude, I've criticized George Lucas, Dave Filoni, Kathleen. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Whoever is responsible for different things, I have my own opinions about it. However, it doesn't mean if something's good, I'm going to be spiteful about it and not like it just because, Now, I might not go watch something if it's good just for a while because I'm like, okay, you guys got to put out a few good things for I'm going to like come back. But Skeleton Crew, dude, I literally have nothing but good things to say about Skeleton Crew, man. I really do. Like,
I've yet to watch it.
Like, and good things, like intelligent things to say, not just like, oh, I love Neil. Like, no, it's like there's a lot of stuff, man, that's really good about that show. Speaking of Neil, nobody's answered my question yet. How that dude puts on a shirt?
I saw, yeah.
It's just like
he puts it on from the bottom.
No, you guys are going about this wrong. It's like he steps into it and someone zips him up.
Yeah, no, I was gonna. But his waist is around about the same width as his neck, so he wouldn't be stretching it if he put it up over his body.
I mean, look, obviously I'm joking around, but I figured there probably has to be like something in the back where it zips up or something. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, there's no way you put your head through a hole in that shirt, man. It's crazy. Austin, you're making me colder than I am, and I'm really cold.
Dude,
this radiator sucks.
It's 13 degrees here.
I don't know what it is outside, but inside, and like, dude, Xana's just been sleeping the whole time down there, man. All curled up. Like,
Neil's other trunk helps him put the shirt on.
Oh gosh, is that what the collectors say that?
I love Neil. I'll tell you what, though, while we're on the subject of that, Hive, because I think you brought up a good point about the fandom and the fact that, when something's good, they take it for granted. When something's bad, they need to tell everybody else that it's bad. I mean, I'm not happy with things in Star Wars, and if somebody asks me, I ain't going to lie, I'm going to tell them, right? But I don't have to broadcast that I don't like something. Like I was saying to you guys before, everything is window shopping. If I walk past a window and I don't like the shirt that mannequin is wearing in the window, I don't feel the need to go in and shout to the person, I don't like that in the window, I'm not buying it. Do you know what I mean? They don't need to know, they don't care. And I certainly don't broadcast it in the street, right? That's how we should treat stuff. And I'm not trying to pick on you, Stiff, because obviously you probably said what everybody says, right? They have to make apologies first before saying, I know this term hot take has come out, but I think that is relevant. I think it's nice to say hot take because sometimes it's almost like you're bragging that, hey, you ain't gonna like this, but tough shit, hot take. But with yourself, it's like you almost like you're at the point, and I've done the same, we've all done it, where you're at the point where you're apologizing beforehand because you're worried you're going to take some flack about the fact that you like Attack of the Clones. Like, it might be my favorite,
all-time favorite
but
movie.
The fact that you like it, I love the fact that you like it. And you don't even need to give me your reasons because part of the fandom is that we don't all, if we all like the same stuff for the same reasons.
Then what's the thing about?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like The Last Jedi, dude. Like,
not have to apologize for it.
Yeah, it's like The Last Jedi. Like, for instance, I got very, very harsh words about that movie, you know, and even probably more harsh words about Rian Johnson. You know what I mean? But if you like it,
good for you.
I enjoyed
take that joy away from you, man. Like
I enjoyed as far as this is the way I always put it, right? As far as Star Wars movies goes, I on the scale I didn't think they were good, right? As far as movies goes, I thought they were good. I enjoyed them. I went to see them a couple of times. I don't often do that. I saw Dune a couple of times in the cinema, enjoyed it. Most films, if I really enjoy them, I'll go and see them again. All of those three films, the sequel trilogies, I watched multiple times in the cinema. Right, and not just because I was a Star Wars fan, I felt like I had to, but because I did enjoy the movies. But in terms of measuring them against other Star Wars movies, they weren't where they were supposed to be, in my opinion, right?
Right.
So that doesn't mean I didn't enjoy watching them. There were some great scenes in all three movies. I thought they were great, but I was just embarrassed afterwards at the point that it's like they could have done more. They could, as a fan, they weren't what we were expecting. But that doesn't mean it still wasn't an enjoyable movie. Just not an enjoyable Star Wars movie. And, you know, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I ain't making no apologies to anybody because I want to watch them several times.
Don't get me wrong. I didn't even think it was an enjoyable movie. But that's not the point. You know, and obviously I can have my criticism. And look, and as far as, like, us nerds go, like, we can always, like, and we will always debate, like, this movie was this or this movie was that, or, like, this. Like, there's all kinds of stuff that we'll sit there and bicker and argue and debate about. But yeah, man, it's like I was saying about The Last Jedi, like, I don't understand it. And while I agree, like, there's definitely visually a lot of nice stuff in all the sequel movies, you know what I mean? But again, it's like art is subjective, you know? And again, it's almost like I try to use the analogy sometimes, like, look, all of you guys, you come and watch Pure and Fury, you come and watch me, like, but you guys surely know somebody or heard something or whatever. Like, there's people that absolutely cannot stand me. They don't think my content's any good, whatever, you know what I mean? But that doesn't mean you're going to go over there and try and, like, tell them, like, no, you should watch Hive, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Like, it's people like what they like.
Yeah.
You know, and we can obviously, like I said, have our criticism, but yeah, I think it's really dumb and non-productive to try and convince somebody to not like something. You know what I mean? Like, I can tell you critiques and this and that and whatever we can debate.
It's like peer pressure. It's like, I didn't like that. I didn't like that. The community doesn't like that. And other people just start talking on behalf of the community. I didn't like that. The community doesn't like that. I speak for the community now, which is also just bullshit. And therefore you shouldn't like it. And make people feel bad about it. It's almost like being back in school again, where it's like, you know, I came in and I did this for my birthday. Oh, well, that's not very cool. And you should feel embarrassed about it. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed whatever it was I did. I went bowling for my birthday. I came in after school. I went bowling. Oh, bowling. Oh, that's boring. I did that for my 10th birthday, not my 15th. And then
it's like something measuring contest.
Where you're then, to the point where you're then telling people, I just went bowling. It wasn't that good. It's like, no, I enjoyed myself. I'm not having other people dictate how I feel about something.
Yeah, I mean, and it's even deeper than that, man. Because I feel like when you do stuff like that, like, make people feel guilty for liking something or trying to make them not like something, whatever. But I feel like it's almost like shutting down conversation as well, because it's how ideas bounce around, it's how creativity bounces around. I mean, and look, things work themselves out. Ultimately, like the sequel movies, if they can be enjoyable to a point or whatever, but if they're going to work, then people would love them and watch them, and they have much more praise than they do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So obviously, that's a cue for them to maybe go in a different direction, which they haven't. But we'll see. Maybe eventually they will.
Well,
the
Kathleen Kennedy thing gets me all the time, because I'm not trying to say I'm in her camp, because I don't really care for sort of shouting about who the producers are, the directors are. They're all effectively, following some form of red tape, and they've all got somebody to answer to, whether it's the shareholders, whatever, right? But this whole thing of, I mean, she's been involved with the Star Wars franchise since the Empire Strikes Back. She's been involved in it since then. She was involved in all of the Indiana Jones movies.
That's what threw us all off, dude.
E.T.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm not saying she's making great thingies now, but nobody was going around and chanting about how great she was when she was involved with some of the great works that have been out there.
But when she was in charge, like when they bought Lucasfilm and everything, man, like most of us were happy, excited. Because she, not that she did anything extraordinary, really. She was just a producer, but she had worked with Spielberg and Lucas for a lot of years, man. She was part of like Jurassic Park and everything else. So like, we thought that, her combined with, they said they were going to have Lucas on, what could go wrong? But yeah. Yeah, dude. It's like, I don't know, man. Like I've said before, I don't know how you mess Star Wars up, dude.
Yeah, like, I'm going to die on this hill. Like, as an Attack of the Clones fan, I feel very let down by Lego, because in the grand scheme of everything, I was doing the count, and there's, I think it's probably the lowest sets made of the movies.
Yeah, and lowest minifigure representation as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
unfortunately. So,
Yeah.
and I'm really kind of PO'd, as a fan of, with how little many sets is, I don't have them, because a lot of them came out, ironically, when the movie came out, and I was, wee little Osif. The first Star Wars movie I saw in cinemas was Revenge of the Sith, and I was like 8. But
that's even crazier. The fact that you saw that, and that was your kind of first experience experience in the cinema as a movie, and yet you still, after going back and watching Attack of the Clones, preferred that. That is quite interesting. Yeah.
I will say, like, the best part of working for Regal was, once the theater would clear out like 1 in the morning, for good. I would walk up the doors. I would pop my own batch of popcorn. I would, take a little 5-finger discount from the snack room, like in the back room. Like, no one's gonna miss these dibs. Like, oh, these little Sour Patch Kids.
These milk duds.
Yeah, I was salary, so I didn't get overtime. So I'm like, this is gonna be my account for overtime. But I would sit in there, I would crack open a pack of Marlboro Reds, light up, and I'd put the projector on to play Attack of the Clones.
Nice.
So that was.
Wait, did you count that as your overtime? Did you count that as your overtime though?
Mm-hmm.
You staying of your own accord.
Yep. I would have such a hoot, and that was also things like if there's a movie, like I gotta see that the newest Spider-Man movie like 3 weeks before everyone did, because as a manager or whatever, you get sent, the hard drive to put into the big rack, and you have to, on paper, you have to sign like a waiver, like I'm not gonna be in the cinema while it's playing. But what I would do is I would take like 2 or 3 of our best employees, but like, you guys stay after, I'll put it on. So like seeing that movie and not being able to talk about it, and I just like seeing everyone's like predictions, like, oh, is this gonna happen? I'm like, y'all are so wrong. Just like, But going back to my tangent, because I have to boogie, but yeah, just at Brick World, all I want is I just want to find as many of the Attack of the Clone sets sealed, because as Cool Han knows, I like liquidated like over 90% of my collection. So I just want to have those, because those are sets that have meaning to me. That's all I'm collecting right now.
Are you talking about like keeping them like sealed up and everything as far as collecting?
Oh no, like for me, I want to get them sealed, just so I can have the childhood satisfaction of cracking open that seal, putting on Attack of the Clones, and watching as I build. That's like, for me, that's you know, and I want to build it as that scene's going. So like the bounty hunter pursuit, I want to put on that little part of the movie and build that set. Like my favorite non-Force user in Star Wars, other than the clones, of course, is Zam Wessel. She's so cool.
Yeah.
Fig. Fig.
Yeah, I have the Mayday Figs custom of her. Dude, beautiful. Like, I don't know. For me, I just want to see more Attack of the Clones love by Lego. What, in the last decade, we've just... Like, come on.
Yeah. Nah, dude.
I got something for you, Aston. Stay there.
Yeah, that's what makes me so mad sometimes, man, is like, again, going back to this whole thing about like the marketing, what sells or whatever. I just feel like, okay, yeah, man, Luke and they're all popular and stuff, but like, again, how can you be a Star Wars fan and not like be knowing, like, wanting more Clone Wars prequel stuff? There you go.
Oh, cool, hon. There it is. There it is.
Nice.
And I love that, like, all the clones, you know, in Attack the Clones are like, you know, they're all kind of sleek. They don't have markings or whatever, other than like the sergeants and, you know. But I like how it was actually set up, like, kind of how like the U.S. military would be.
Well, and plus, dude, at the end of that, I remember telling my dad, I was like, Dad, and obviously for good reasons and why they did it, but yeah, it just reminded me of the original trilogies, man. Like, remember, like, the formations for the stormtroopers, and then you know, like, yeah, you really got a sense of how grand, like, that military was.
Yeah.
Like, and man, the shots, dude, like seeing the ship lift off, you know, from like, and they're watching from the balcony area. And dude, I was talking about, like, on the Attack of the Clones, that they did something a little bit different. Was a lot of the cinematography shots during the Battle of Geonosis, man. Like, you know, I mentioned this the other night about how, like, some of they pan out on some shots, they do close-up shots. Some of them are kind of like shaky cam shots, like really cool stuff, man.
Also, could I ask you to pull up Stud Lake's comment, because I want to say something about this?
Yeah.
So,
Attack of the Clones is my least favorite of the prequels, but that 2003 AT-TE and the Geonosis Fighters are two of my favorite sets over. Yeah, good.
See, the one thing I want to touch about this is I want this to be an example for some people on the internet. I admire his take that it's his least favorite, and that's okay. I'm glad. But there's something that came out of the movie that became his favorite. If that makes sense. The movie doesn't have to be pissing 10.5 ratings, you know, but there's something in everything that we can take away from that we enjoy. And I
and plus, yeah, I mean, I agree, but, you know, plus, I just, ever since I can remember, man, we just always just, you know, debated about a lot of this stuff. Now, I will say this, I kind of remember having a slight debate with some people about this, man. When the prequels came out, I definitely remember a lot of criticism, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I just don't remember as much as, like, a lot of people said. You know what I mean?
I don't agree with, like, the part too, like, you know, to a point where, you know, I guess it shows, like, their character in a way, but I don't think we should, you know, be attacking the actors and actresses completely.
Oh, of course not.
Yeah, they're working a script. Like, Hayden Christensen shouldn't have been bullied into retirement. You know, like, that's kind of unfortunate.
Well, I didn't know he got bullied into anything. You know, I don't think I like Hayden Christensen a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, I'm not putting him anywhere even in the same scale as, like, Denzel Washington or anything.
Oh,
you
absolutely.
know, the only thing I've ever seen Hayden Christensen in besides Star Wars movies was Jumper. I think he's been in some other stuff.
He did,
you know what I mean? But I'm saying, like, I don't know. I don't want to blame his acting career on Star Wars fans. You know what I mean? Like, if anything, we should all be more mad at George Lucas, whoever might have been, you know, in the directing part or the script part. But I think he did fine with what he had, man.
Yeah.
And if anything, the way I justified it, well, the reason I justified it in my head, that Padme and Anakin were both people that were very socially awkward, dude. They both didn't have really any kind of love life. They both were, you know, alone a lot because of the Jedi, you know, Anakin's training. You know, Padme was a senator or a queen. Like they didn't have, like, normal lives, dude. So when you get two people like that together, they're gonna
It's gonna
be
be
awkward in their talk on how they're talking and stuff. You know, like I don't know. I obviously don't know if that's what the intent was, but that's how I always just took it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
You know, I mean, and dude, some of the acting I thought was great, dude.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? I will say when they were going into the arena, that moment before where they kissed and everything, like I thought that was a pretty powerful moment, dude. That
Yeah.
wasn't like, you know,
because it showed that, you know, in that scene, you know, not to get like super deep dive poetic or whatever, it kind of like symbolized that they were willing to, you know, jeopardize, you know, Anakin was willing to, you know, forget the order, you know, and Padme is willing, you know, to
dude,
put her own things and sacrifice what they wanted.
What? And I will say this, and I remember even thinking about it back then, man. One of the craziest parts of that scene, like when they were on the balcony, and you know, when they were getting ready to kiss, and then she was like, "No, I can't." And like the music just dropped, and you could just see Anakin's face, like he just his mouth was open, like what the hell, dude? Like, what the hell, man? Like, I always thought that was great. Just like, you know, even Revenge of the Sith, man, like the moment with Obi-Wan and Anakin, you know, like I obviously parodied a little bit for like my intro or whatever, but like, that scene is also, dude, super powerful, man. Like just the betrayal and the loss you can see in Obi-Wan, and the hatred and visceral you can see with Anakin, like, and the other reason I like the prequels a lot, man, is yes, I wasn't a fan of Jar Jar, you know what I mean, like whatever, but like they really did a good job again of showing how Palpatine rose to power, how Anakin really, how he was torn in different directions, and like all this stuff that happened to him. And so, you know, I mean, like there's a lot of stuff, man, that, you know, obviously wasn't great, but there's a lot of stuff that was great, you know.
Like for me, like, you know, with the anniversary of Phantom Menace that just happened, you know, going able to see that in theaters, you know, I didn't really revisit that movie all that often. You know, I watched it when I was little, but I remember like being so bored of like the Senate meetings from that movie when I was a kid, and watching it in cinema. I'm like, whoa, there's actually some heat that's going on here, and I can understand why there's this huge tension. So it's kind of cool doing that. You know, saying the politics of their world.
Well, and I remember that was some of the criticism back then. A lot of people didn't like the political aspects of it. But I'm like, look, it's just like with Andor. I just feel like there's a very important and good Star Wars stories to tell that just don't have lightsabers flipping around and stuff. You know what I mean? By the way, did you see Fabu's comment? He was asking, did you play the games back then, Bounty Hunter and the Clone Wars?
Oh, like, so to clarify, like, are you talking like the very first Lego Star Wars game that came out? Like, you know, it was on the PS2 and it had like Episode 2 Anakin leading the pack on the cover?
Yeah, I feel like those are the ones I was playing with.
If that's
by the way, what's up, Enforcer?
If that's the case, then yeah, I did play. I played that mission like every day because it was my favorite. Because I like just doing like, you know, you can, you know, once it's complete, you can pick whatever ship you want to do it. I just remember going through and just always like dying, like just getting that shock. I just liked hearing the sound effect of like the dead. It was like
dude, sound effects are great, man. Dude, that'd be a cool job to have, right? These would make a lot of them sound effects noises. Brick Enforcer says Jar Jar grew on me. I think he's funny. I didn't hate Jar Jar. Jar Jar was just very annoying to me. And the thing that I didn't understand was like they didn't have to make him like that.
No.
Like I can understand him being a little silly, but he the way he talked and everything, like all the other Gungans didn't talk like that. I mean, they kind of did, and they had that dialect, but not the way Jar Jar did. But I didn't hate Jar Jar the way a lot of other people seem to, and I understand George kind of. It was because Star Wars, you know, kids got to kind of get into it, and even though I feel like you don't have to have just silly stuff like that for kids to enjoy it. I mean, but whatever.
And to answer Fabu's next question here, he says there's a full Django game that came back. Actually, I was just playing that last night. Bounty Hunter, love it. I was playing it last night till like 3 a.m. You know, get some mods on there. You're really having a good time. But yeah, I played anything that has anything for Attack of the Clones. I was all for it. And like part of the reason I also really loved, you know, all that film because you know, it inspired me. You know, I remember the very, you know, when I was graduating infantry school or whatever, and they were doing like the blue cord and the big right face. And I just remember just doing that, and I felt like the clones when they were about to like board all the acclimators. You remember you see that panorama shot, just all of them, they just all turn at the same time. I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah, dude. It was pretty amazing. I ain't gonna lie.
It was,
and the biggest thing about like the sequel trilogies, that there's two main things really, without getting into 2 minutes detail, but there's two main things, the reason why I don't like the sequel trilogies. One, I don't think they paid any respect to any of the OG characters.
Agreed.
Which again, it leads to a whole nother thing about like hijacking IPs and then hoping all the fans are gonna like whatever you do when you do stuff like that. But the other thing was, and this is why I always tell people, like, it's different than the prequels. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the prequels George Lucas made, he obviously respected his own work. You know what I mean? So there's that aspect of it.
Mhm.
But the prequels had a coherent storyline. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was straight through. Now, I'm
And
not saying they
fleshed
might
out.
not change some stuff throughout the way, but
Right.
that's the problem I had with the sequels is like, and especially where like I didn't agree with everything in it, but The Force Awakens set up some really cool stuff.
Yeah.
That would have been really awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently the last movie, the original script, which I can't remember what the guy's name that wrote it, but I remember watching a video where they read through the whole script and it was awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Like even like Rey's character was awesome in it. Like it was really cool. But they decided that wasn't cool enough.
I agree. Fully. I can't, all I know is like I would, because I was supposed to, go with Brent and all of them when they went and met Hayden.
Yeah.
Because I had my tickets and everything, but there's a few personal problems I had to take care of. I had to take care of that first. But all I know is I have I would grab it, but it's like a acrylic case. I don't want to touch that without gloves. I don't want to, because probably my most valuable item that I own. But it's a 1-to-1 scale master replicas Obi-Wan lightsaber that they made.
Nice.
And I have number. I'll take a guess what number I have. Give me your best guess, Hive.
I would say 66, but I feel like it'd be too obvious.
Nope.
I don't know, man.
99.
Oh.
After one of the best clones.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Because I'm on, if Ewan ever comes, I'm having him sign that. And I also have when Lego did the Attack of the Clones poster, but they did it Lego-fied, I want him to sign that.
Nice.
But I'm trying to get the Attack of the Clones Obi-Wan hilt.
Dude, by the way, real quick, just want to check comment here. Maul, what's up, man?
Dude, Maul, what's going on, man?
Maul, I've been telling everybody, anybody out in the chat, they want to join the panel, man. Just let me know. Message me on Instagram and I'll send you the link.
Maul was there when Ostis Bricks was almost permanently closed.
See, Clever Pig says, I like Attack of the Clones quite a lot. Not my favorite, but definitely a cool movie from the lore perspective and overhated in my opinion. Agreed. Fabu says there was a full Django game back in PS2 era, and Clone Wars game was episode 2 shit-based game. Yeah, I think I remember that. Pig says I like Jar Jar too. He's a funny little prick, not gonna lie.
I'm eager for a Studley question.
Let's see. Would I preferred a wisecracking Ewok to Jar Jar? That's a tough call, man.
Yeah. I like the Ewoks.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know how to answer that one. Scott says being the goofy one doesn't have to be overdone. Exactly. That's how I feel like what they did with Marvel humor. Like some of the Marvel humor is fine in some movies, but other times I'm like, dude, you guys got to take some of this stuff a little bit more seriously, man. Like, come on. Like, how are you gonna have somebody die, have this crazy moment, of sadness, and then like 3 seconds later, everybody's like making dumb jokes. Seeing the Phase 1 Legions was epic. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Hayden Brickworth Chicago, sure, but gotta get you in there. Yeah. And dude, I would love to meet Hayden too. And I've often pointed this out that dude, Hayden is this generation's Mark Hamill.
Mm-hmm.
Like Anakin is your guys' Skywalker, and I'm sorry, that needs to be respected, man. You know what I mean? I feel like Anakin does not get near enough respect that he really should, dude. I mean, he became Darth Vader.
I love Anakin.
I mean,
dude. Don't get me wrong. I love Anakin, but I'm always gonna. Obi-Wan just holds a special place in my heart.
Molly, just saw your comment. Give me a second, and I'll shoot you a link. Stud Lake says top 3 lightsaber designs. I think that's on you.
I got this one. I have it all ready. So anyone want me to unload?
No, it's all you, brother.
Number 1, hilt design. Okay, it's the Obi-Wan lightsaber. It's based off episode 3, but if you guys go back and if you have like Disney Plus where we can like see like the making of the Obi-Wan Kenobi show, that iteration of Obi-Wan's lightsaber is my all-time favorite, hands down, because they even like, and they didn't do it on the episode 3 because I have like a 1-to-1 replica, but they inscribed in Arabic like all sorts of sayings that was like throughout the order. I think, in the book or whatever, Obi-Wan does it, to kind of like signify that the Jedi Order is like collapsed.
Yeah.
But just that hilt alone, and it's like the perfect tie between like the episode 3, then Alec Guinness just mushed.
Oh,
and it's just so beautiful. And the weathered down look, like that saber is, it's reflective of him, that like, over time he has seen some crap, like it's battle tested. Then number 2, it's going to go to Luke Skywalker's hilt from Return of the Jedi. And like the backstory of like how he got that was based off of the blueprints that he found in old Ben's hut, like his little chest. And it was like a nice little correlation or like a love letter to that. Luke paying respect to his master. And then for my final, it's going to be Anakin's Attack of the Clones hilt, because then it has a nice comparison. It's basically the light version of Darth Vader's saber, and I just think it's just so nice. And also, Shy, hello. I hope you're safe, buddy, and I hope.
Hey, what's up, Shy?
I hope all is good for you, Shy. Love you, buddy, and thank you for helping me get this set up. But really appreciate you, Shy.
Yeah, Shy, the man of the hour. I wouldn't be building this set right now without him.
Shy, can we just like go on a little I Heart Shy? Like that dude is like amazing. Like I can't say enough stuff about Shy Time. Like that man.
Yeah, I'm afraid if I say anything else nice about him, he's just gonna get an ego at this point. I've been saying thank you to him for I don't know a lot now lately. I'm like, God, he's got to be getting sick of me hearing it. But look, Shy, just so you know, I mean, obviously you're busy, man, but that'd be amiss if I didn't extend the invitation. I've been just telling everybody, like, look, anybody out there, if they want to hop on, hang out, shoot shit, whatever, man, send me a message and I will send you a link. We will be having.
Be safe out there as well, Shy. I know you got those forest fires going on, or whatever they're called, wildfires.
Yeah. So because the last time I talked to him, he said he was doing okay and everything. But so I didn't want to be too negative about stuff, obviously, and I don't want to be petty about anything because obviously people over there are dealing with a lot of dangerous stuff. Obviously going through a lot. But I got to tell you, man, reading a lot of the news about some of the stuff over there pisses me off, dude. When I heard that they've cut, like, I'm going to get the number wrong, but we'll say roughly $13 to $15 million that they cut from the firefighters' budget. Us not making sure that they have water to put out fires. Like, I have seen over, like, years now, man, them waste so much money in that state. Like, not like we don't do it in other states either, but, like, waste so much money on stuff that is so trivial. And now you guys don't have freaking water to put out fires. And I know that there's more to it than just like that. Like there's a lot of stuff going on, but I'm just like, dude, how do you not have water to put out? Like, all right. Anyways, all right. We got another guest.
I was going to say, how does it work? Do you have to like, if he's moved to his in-laws, does he have to like close the house down and pack everything away, or what?
I don't know, dude. I've seen
evacuation order. They just tell you
videos lately of literally just stuff like burning down, man. Like there's nothing some of the firefighters can even do. And then there's a lot of preventive maintenance that could have been done. So like I said, I don't live over there, but I can tell you this. I don't see that mayor getting reelected. If anything, I see maybe resigning happening. I see even possible, and I'm speaking very lightly, possible lawsuits, dude. Because a lot of this seems like some serious neglect. Anyways, we have a guest. What is going on, Mole?
What is going on, boys? How's it going?
Good to see you, man.
Good
Thanks
to
for
see you
stopping
too,
by.
man. I got
Yeah.
two big things probably on that California situation. I mean, I've been hearing the one big thing of them rerouting water coming up north to whatever ocean. That's the one little side of it I've been seeing, and then them not doing, like you were saying, preventative maintenance with all
And
the
yeah, and I
forests.
tread lightly saying some stuff because again, I don't have all the facts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just some certain things I'm hearing, but I've literally seen footage of some things like them not having water for that.
Oh, yeah.
I have seen the budget, like, you know, because they cut the budget to firefighters by I think 14 million, something like that, but then they increased the police budget by like 135 million.
Mhm.
And look, I'm not saying don't increase the police, but I'm just saying, like, seriously, some budgeting has to be going on there much better, dude.
Yeah, you need those shrubs, all of that stuff destroyed because I mean the trees they can handle that fire. They can handle a certain degree and not.
Well, the biggest thing that a lot of people have been saying is like it's not like this is the first fire in California, dude. This is a common occurrence, man. You know, I don't know if anybody's paid attention to this footage of the fires, like how crazy that wind is blowing. Like, which obviously is a big factor, but all the stuff that's been going on, like, why would you cut the budget to the firefighters, dude?
Exactly.
Like, what in the heck, man?
I was hearing some sort of rumor. I don't know if it's true or not, but apparently it was some couple kids with a Lysol can and a lighter. I'm not sure if that's true or not.
Yeah, it's hard to say about that, and like, you know, but and look, we all obviously hope for the best for everybody. We send thoughts and prayers and vibes, you know what I mean? But like something else that Shai just said. We have firefighters coming in from all over, but we lack equipment to use. Look, and I'm going to say this very lightly. I don't know the validity of this, okay? I've just heard stuff. I've heard that some fire chiefs in California were sending equipment to Ukraine. Now, I don't know how true it is, you know what I mean? But I'm like, that doesn't seem like you should do that. You know what I mean? So I don't know, man. I don't know. Could have just been propaganda shit that I fucking heard. You know, it's hard to say what's real and what's not right now. But regardless, I do hope, man, everybody can be as safe as possible. You know what I mean? And this can get taken care of.
Yeah.
But look, I've heard stuff before this even happened about how bad some of these fires can get and how at certain spots, and this is a firefighter that was talking about this, said that like they don't even know if they could stop certain fires at certain points, man.
I heard that too.
Because of how big and spread out they get. They just don't have the manpower to even take care of some of them. So I don't know, man. Look, all over the country, we definitely all have to deal with certain natural, you know, like Mother Nature. Like sometimes it's like bad snowstorms, sometimes it's earthquakes, sometimes it's tornadoes, sometimes it's hurricanes. You know, like a lot of us got to deal with different stuff. But yeah, I just feel so bad for them. Because look, when I was DoorDashing yesterday, and I almost put out like a reel or whatever story about it, but I just felt it didn't seem right. I was talking about how here on the East Coast right now, we're dealing with snow and cold weather, and it's a pain in the ass driving around in it and shoveling it and it's freezing and all that. But I was thinking, man, I bet everybody over there right now would love this weather, dude, with what they're dealing with. You know what I mean? And like, it just... Yeah, it's cold and that sucks, man. But I was just like, dude, it sounds so petty of me to even try and like, oh, you know, like it sucks dealing with this cold ass weather right now. And then you got friends and family over on the West Coast, man, dealing with all that shit. Yeah, Fabu says just hoping for the best. I know, man. Bad forest management. But Brick, how you doing? I can't remember if I said hi to you or not. Sadly going to fall on homeowners fighting for insurance coverage. That's another thing, dude, that, oh my God. And again, I don't want to speak too much on it because I don't know what is going on, like why a bunch of fire insurance claims or whatever were dropped weeks before this happened. You know what I mean? But I can tell you this, some of the stories I've heard about some people, especially like one about like this older couple that like, yeah, their home is gone and they lost their insurance and like, man, what do you do, dude? You can't just, especially at 90, you can just pack up everything and just go move somewhere else. Like, what are you supposed to do? You know what I mean?
Especially in California, those prices for homes.
All right.
When they bought in those 90-year-olds, it was fine, but now.
Yeah, that's the thing is like, and I've heard that a lot. You know, people have bought homes obviously a long time ago. You know what I mean? And now like prices are insane. So I don't know, man. But yeah, it's sad, and I feel for everybody out there, man. And especially, like I said, you look at some of the footage, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It's so scary, man. Like there was one footage I saw where people literally just got out of their cars and ran.
Yeah.
Like there was just tons of cars, like just in the middle of the road because they must have been driving and then come up to a fire. You know what I mean? Like what are you supposed to do? You can't turn around.
Did you see the one of the huge whatever maneuver, big Forest Service, like huge ass forklift thing pushing cars?
Pushing the cars, yeah, because the firefighters had to get through. And look, I'm not even mad at the people that left because, like, what are you supposed to do, man? Like traffic's backed up, you can't turn around. You're not going to drive into the fire. I mean, if anything, the insurance companies are like, oh my god, like all this, like one was like a BMW or a Mercedes or something.
Yeah, it was a BMW at the front. Yeah.
And look,
this is why I don't want to beater cars.
And also, I'm also happy to hear or lack of hearing about celebrity stuff going on right now because I'm sad also if their mansions got burned down. Look, I really am. It's not cool. I don't want nobody's stuff to get burned down, but like I don't want to hear about you guys.
You can rebuild.
Sorry. Yeah. Not only that, you probably have 5 other houses somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, no, I'm more concerned about your average person out there. Like, I'm more worried about Shy. Shy got a family to take care of right now. You know what I mean? Like, what are they going to do? You know what I mean? Like, not to mention other friends out there that we know about that are literally like, dude, Justin Brady Joyner, I don't know who else knew something, but he posted like on the map, he's right in the middle and got these 3 huge freaking fires, man, surrounding him. Yeah. Like you're surrounded, like, I don't know, man. Like, look, I've dealt with hurricanes, tornadoes, crazy blizzards and stuff like that. But generally, man, you have time to prepare. And it's not to the extent where something's going to burn down. Like your roof might get blown off. Don't get me wrong. That's not good. You might have some flood problems, but you can still come back to a home. Yeah. You might have to rebuild, but you can still come back to a home.
It won't be in ash.
And then not even just homes. You see a lot of businesses now, they're not there anymore. It's crazy, man.
I saw this video of Harrison Ford this morning, like going like this, all mad in his car.
Yeah.
Dude, I'd be losing it, man.
Yeah.
I'd be scared, man, because what are you going to do?
I think that for me, it is always just when I see these things, I wouldn't say fascinates me, but I'm always curious as to like, because it's such a not slow. I mean, obviously the fires are moving very fast, but in terms of being in the areas like Shy, I saw he was sharing on his story where he was just checking the maps and stuff. And just being in that position where his kids are kind of playing in the living room and he's kind of just checking these maps and obviously not showing his kids how kind of panicked he is probably, but also the fact that because it's such a gradual thing where it's like, you're getting to the point where you're going to be in the zone of whatever, having to leave. But you think to yourself, I would think to myself, if a fire started in my house now, obviously I'd run out and that's the end of it. But if something's like slowly moving towards my direction, it's a high chance. I wouldn't be able to get my mind out of thinking, as well as obviously putting a plan in place for my family and stuff. Naturally, that'd be the first thing. But do I pack up my stuff? Do I try to do as much damage limitation as possible? Do I try and pack everything into all my valuables into a vehicle so I can take it with me? And do you know what I mean? Because I get insurances are there for that kind of thing. But if you think about someone like Shy, who's got like, a Lego collection, all his equipment and stuff like that. And it's like, I would be tempted to be like, well, I'll try and take as much as I can. Stuff that can be replaced as well,
But then you got to think, like, where do you put it?
And where do you draw it?
What I'm saying is that most people, apart from people out there, I guess, but most people, certainly in this country, the only time that they ever have to deal with fire is when it's like it's happening now and you've got to get out ASAP.
Oh, right.
Not very often in a position where the fire's slowly coming and it's like, well, what decisions do I make? Do you know what I mean? So for me,
well, plus a lot of people might be thinking too, like maybe they can put it out before it gets to me. You know what I mean? Because look, it would seem I would like to. Again, I'm not speaking from experience or anything, but I would like to think most of us think when there's some type of disaster that we can take care of it, we can fix it, even if there's already damage, like we can stop it, you know, to a point. You know what I mean? Like I'm sure a lot of people think like, why wouldn't we be able to put out these fires? You know what I mean? Like, you see the planes with the dropping water, and or maybe there was already prep done or something. You know what I mean? Like. So I would imagine a lot of people are like that. And like you said, it moves slowly. So you just don't know exactly until it's probably right up on you. But again, it's like, but what do you do? Because think about it, like, okay, if you're like, if it was just like me, like you're a single person, it's still gonna suck. But like, I could take off. I can go sleep on a friend's couch, you know, whatever. I can, you know, whatever. But if you got a family, it's like, what do you? Like, you can go stay in a motel, but for how long? You know, you can move some stuff, but like, how much room do you need? You know, how much money is it gonna cost? Like, what? There's so many things, you know, like you just don't know. And then of course, then there's even like hoping nobody gets hurt. Hoping you don't lose stuff that's irreplaceable. Because, like, yeah, I mean, Shy's obviously, you know, he doesn't want to lose his Lego, but that's not his biggest concern. But maybe there's some family heirlooms. Maybe there's something, you know what I mean? Like,
family
there's
photos.
a lot of different, there's a lot of different stuff, man, that I don't think a lot of people think about, and probably even people aren't thinking about right off the bat when they're there, because there's, you know, you're an emergency. You're not thinking about all this other stuff. Sometimes you're just more concerned about like safety, your kids. You know what I mean? What if you have an animal? You know, like. There's a lot of stuff, man, you know, that I feel so, my heart goes out to everybody over there, man.
Yeah. But not to, you know, leave on ceremony or whatever, but I do have to unfortunately get going.
Yeah. Appreciate you hanging out, Oscar.
Yeah. I can, if you guys are still going when I get back, I can definitely pop on back, but
yeah, I mean, like I said, I'll be what are we at? 1, 2. So yeah, about 3.5 hours left, roughly.
Yeah. Then I probably won't make it because jiu-jitsu alone's probably like 2. But yeah, just for having me on here, Hive. And I just want to take a moment to, you know, because you had your folks come raid mine. I just want to say thanks to everyone who, you know, donated. Like I said, we've crossed the $1,000 mark. That's whack. Just even think about.
Also, thank you for your donation to me as well, man. I appreciate that very much, man.
I try to give to people who deserve it.
Thank you.
But yeah, and if Shy is still here in the chat, you know, I got you under prayer chain, dude. So hope everything's going smoothly for you. And
dude, I know I'm
these things, but
and I know I'm gonna sound lighthearted about this, but you know, Shy, we got a lot of room in this house, man. If you need to come over to the East Coast, just let you know, brother.
And
we would love to have some kids running around in here, so you can share my Lego room.
But you know, it's really just I'm hoping for all the best, not just for Shy, but for everyone else. You know, like Jandrin and the Girth Gang. You know, he's right in it too. I'm hoping, you know, they can, you know, whatever does happen, it's recoverable. You know,
I know we have so many friends and family over there, man.
It's a pity. It's a terrible shame that this is even happening. But I just hope, you know, whatever does happen, it's a quick bounce back and it's not too drastic. You know, it's just not a shame. But to answer Ultra Bricks, I'm somewhere between white and black for belt. You know,
so great.
No.
Oh, yeah. By the way, what's up, Smokey and Ultra Bricks and Dario? I can't remember if I said hi to you guys. Thank you all for being here. Oaktown, what's up, brother? I think I said hi to you.
But yeah, I do got a boogie woogie. You gotta get this tissue, put a boogie in it. But yeah, thanks for having me on, dudes. It's nice talking to all you guys.
Always, brother. Always. And like I said, if you get bored later, man, if you got time, you're always welcome back.
Hey, absolutely. All right. I have to find my mouse because it's like stuck on my monitor. That doesn't work.
Tune in live from your jiu-jitsu session.
Dude, I'm not sure how Shannon would enjoy that. And the other students out there own respect.
Shannon.
Maybe, you know, one Friday here I'll do it because, you know, it's open mats and we're allowed to use cameras or whatever. All right,
later, brother. Peace out,
boys. And when I come to Baltimore, Hive, we're gonna take a few sets because Adley Rutschman, my dude, in baseball, and Gunnar Henderson are huge Lego fans. So
really,
let's see if we can't make something happen. I'll reach out to the ambassador team there, and
definitely let me know about some stuff, man. Like how much time. I know you don't have time right now, but like later on, let me know how much time you can stay and stuff. Because like there's depending on how long you stay, there's a lot of different stuff maybe we can go do.
I
So-
can stay upwards to a week because what I'm doing now.
Oh, shit. All right, never mind. We're gonna be
So-
having some fun then.
Yeah, we're gonna be buttering some biscuits.
There you go.
All right.
Well, butter my biscuits.
Only if you butter mine first.
Oh,
All right.
shit.
On that note,
Gotta go.
all right. Love you guys.
Later,
You,
brother. Love
man.
you.
Peace out.
I'd love to see our Stiff out on a doing door dashing with you. Going live.
Yeah.
That'd be amazing.
Oh,
I
man.
could just imagine him with the customers the complete opposite the Hive. So
Dude,
it's like good cop, bad cop.
you know what's crazy is, like, again, you know, like when I've ranted about some of the door dashing stuff, like,
You're not like that in the moment.
well, I mean, like, okay, like the porch light thing, right? You know, like I've talked about, like, yeah, if you order DoorDash, man, it's at night, have some common sense. Turn on the porch light, you know, so I know where your house is, right? And also, I don't fall down the concrete steps, you know. But yeah, there's another, like, I've also talked about giving the wrong address. But there's
I gave you the wrong address.
Yeah, I'm like, how do you not know where you live, dude? Come on.
How do you
but
not know where you live?
But lately, there's a lot of people that like to order DoorDash, but didn't like to shovel their driveway or sidewalk. You know what I mean?
No. Come
Yeah,
on.
man. So I look like Luke Skywalker on Hoth, man. Like out there trying to get to their door, man. You know, it's like you need to split open a tauntaun to put this Burger King in, man, to keep it warm. Like, what the heck? It's pretty crazy, dude.
Is it true with DoorDashing? Is it true that like your car insurance, some won't cover you if you do that or something like that?
Uber, no. Uber makes you prove your car insurance. I don't think DoorDash does.
Oh shoot!
Because I think DoorDash is like, look, they tell us they got it. They're freelance contractors. They don't technically work for us, so I think that's how they look at it. I've been doing a lot of screenshots though lately of my DoorDash orders because I think they might be ripping me off. I'm not 100% yet because, you know, when you're DoorDashing, well, at least for me, because I know some people are in slower areas, but I guess because, you know, I'm so close to Baltimore and everything, like it's pretty much constant. I don't really have a lot of downtime. So when I'm getting orders, I'm usually driving. You know what I mean? So I'm not paying a whole lot of attention to all the details. I'm just basically like, all right, $15, I accept. You know what I mean? Not looking at maybe the mileage or anything like that. Plus, a lot of people see when DoorDash first started, because I watch videos. And by the way, we got another guest. I'll get to you in just a second, brother. When it first started, when you got an offer, it would tell you how much DoorDash is going to pay you, like the mileage, and then like how much the tip was. And now they don't show you the tip.
Oh, what?
Yeah, dude. So you have no idea if these people are tipping you or not. I know. And the thing is, like, if somebody gives me not a huge tip, but just a decent tip, like, I don't mind trudging through some snow or climbing up 3 flights of stairs, or I've got a flashlight, you know, I'll look for your address, whatever. Like, I can get around some things, you know, if you like make it worth it. But if you don't even tip me, dude, I'm like, you can go pound sand.
Exactly.
By the way, I'm gonna let our guest in. I'm not sure if he's ready because I can't see him, but
we got a panel question as well.
Okay, cool. Oaktown, what's
Hello,
up, man?
everyone.
What's up?
I'm doing well. I'm just a little bit under the weather, so if my voice sounds kind of funny, it's because of that.
You sound a little
yeah, I'm doing well though.
Yeah, that's good, man. That's good. I'm glad you could come on. Thank you for joining us, man. I appreciate it. I know you've
sorry.
Was that?
Yeah, sorry I couldn't join in earlier. It's just early over here. It's like 10:30 over here.
Yeah, no, I get it, man. You're good.
You're
good.
well. I know you're California, but you're Northern California, so you're well safe of the whole fire situation.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Oh yeah.
That's good. At least we don't have to worry about it, you know. So, real quick, let's see what this panel question is. Do you think we'll see less full themes from Lego and instead a switch to more icon sets like Lord of the Rings, etc.? 1 or 2 a year. I'm not sure Lego has the space for more full themes. I don't think they do, honestly. I think they're packed full as far as the themes go.
Ryan covered it, and I think is not sure which. I don't know whether you saw it recently. You know, and I think just to kind of answer that question myself first. I know it's a bit selfish, but
go ahead.
I know they're making a Tron movie later this year. Another Tron movie. I'm a huge Tron fan.
I know, me too, brother. I'm
cautiously
optimistic.
I mean, I actually enjoyed the second movie. It got
Me
panned,
too.
but I thought it was great. Loved it.
Me too.
And it was just nice to. I know this sounds like a bit of a cop out, but it was just nice to get more Tron content. And I
agree.
do think
they did a good job with the updated stuff, I thought.
Yeah, and I was always a little bit disappointed when they did the Lego set. Oh, it made more sense that they did it.
Even Flynn's light cycle was almost a mix between the new and the old. They did a good job. Yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah, and they brought out that set. It's the only thing I've ever bought for myself that wasn't Star Wars Lego. Apart from
which is a rad set.
And a great set. And I thought they could have done more. But do I think there's enough of a representation and love for Tron out there to have had a series of sets? No. Would have been nice to get something from the original movies, but seeing that there's another Tron movie coming out, I'm like excited, yeah, because Lego, as far as I know, has still got the license. But if I'm honest and realistic, I think it's going to be, if anything, one icon set, and that's probably it.
Yeah, I agree.
But I mean, even nothing else is that.
Because even Lord of the Rings, they probably could make a theme out. Really, they probably could, especially like if they wanted to tie in like Rings of Power and stuff. But I don't even know if they could do that because that's different licensing and all that. But they could, just like with Harry Potter. You know what I mean? They could probably redo sets or stretch it out even more, different scenes, different characters. But I think you just don't have enough room, dude.
Yeah. Not everything needs a fleshed out, like every single scene, every single character. Not everything needs that, and I get that. I know that's what people want. But not everything needs that. But I think they use these, what do they call them again? I keep calling them ideas, but these icons or ideas sets, I think they use them as a kind of a measure to see, wow, okay, this did well. Maybe we could do another one, or maybe we can do some sets. I think they still do that to some extent, but I do think it's kind of like saying, yeah, well, we'll use that license to represent it in Lego, tick a box, and then move on to something else.
I will tell you though, if I worked at Lego and I would never be able to have that job, being in charge of like picking themes and stuff like that. No. Because dude, there's so much stuff they can do, and
people are always going to hate you no matter what you do. So
right, yeah, exactly. So yeah, I just wouldn't be able to make up my mind because I look at a lot of the Transformer stuff, and that's obviously really cool. Would love to see more Lord of the Rings stuff, like you said, Tron, like. There's a lot, but I don't know. But I don't know about if we'll see less themes. That's a tough call. I really don't know.
Yeah, I think they're going to carry on the way they've been going. I mean, I can't think of anything else off the top of my head apart from Tron, but if I really thought about it,
I think that they might bring in a new theme, since I'm pretty sure that Dreams might be ending soon.
Yeah.
Or they might find another theme to fill in Dreams.
Well, they do have these loose sets, don't they? Like these loose themes, like Dreams, the Animal Crossings thing, the Mario Bros. Like eventually this stuff is going to end. It's not going to be evergreen like Ninjago or City or Star Wars or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, or even Harry Potter. I've thought often like maybe they would end Harry Potter eventually, but I don't know.
I'm surprised that's still going. I got to say, because I know people have talked about the fact that there's another Harry Potter franchise coming out, but it'll be different. I know that characters are not going to look a million miles different because they're based on the books.
Right.
The characters and the minifigs in the current sets are representative of the characters in the movies. So if they're doing new movies, they'd have to scratch the whole thing. So I thought they'd want to at least have a couple of years of nothing in between, so we can kind of close the door on one, open the door to the other.
That's a good point. I would love to hear from some serious Harry Potter fans what they think about that, because when they bring out this new series, I can almost promise they'll do something for it, even if it's like a one-off set. But I would almost wonder if they would slowly start to phase out the older Harry Potter and put in the new Harry Potter almost.
I think they would.
It's hard to say. Yeah. I know it's immediately think they would, but you would think maybe they would have done that with the Star Wars sequels too, right? But
But this is like a full-on reboot of this is like a remake of those movies. It's not like a sequel.
Yeah,
so it's not like Star Wars where
how much would this suck though if they just kept the same sets and were just like, it's still Harry Potter based on what his appearance should look like.
I think they're going to go wherever the money goes. If this series does insanely good and becomes huge, which it very well could. You know what I mean? Like they might look more towards like, well, this is way more popular than the movies now, or who knows, man? Because if the Star Wars sequels would have done really awesome and stuff, you know what I mean? Like we would have seen a lot more of that. And I didn't look. Here's the thing too, the distinction. Like just because I don't really like the sequels doesn't mean I don't like the Lego sets, man. Because like Kylo Ren shuttle, like all that stuff, dude. Yeah, dude, rad stuff.
Stud Lake. I would prefer both. I just can't see them overlapping it, but I mean, I don't see.
Movie Potter to a couple larger sets per. They could do something like that. Stud Lake, like maybe do like the OG stuff as more like a UCS type set stuff, and then like because if you think about it, that would almost make sense, right? Because the OG Harry Potter stuff is going to be geared towards maybe like older fans. You know what I mean? Like people that have grown up with Harry Potter. The newer stuff, not like the older fans might not like the newer stuff, but the newer stuff obviously might be more geared towards like the younger generation.
Well, that's the thing. I think Harry Potter's getting to the point now where, the scope of people who either read the book, watched the original, grew up on the original movies, or are young enough to enjoy the first ones, depends on who they're for, who they're geared for. It's getting big now, like Star Wars is, where you're talking everything from, kids to up to 40-year-olds kind of thing.
It's the same thing with like I mentioned with like the cloners. You know what I mean? Like all the kids that grew up with the prequels and stuff, man. Like they're like in their 20s now, man, and like they've got income. Well, I don't know about all, but like income. It's they're becoming a different audience now. And that's why I'm saying like Lego needs to really pay attention to that and realize that the OG fans are getting older. You know what I mean? But yeah, then there comes the Harry Potter stuff. It's like, like you said, all these kids that grew up with the books, man, they're getting older now. So yeah, it'd be definitely interesting to see that dynamic.
Freddy Krueger fig in the Dreams theme.
That would be awesome, dude.
That would be hilarious.
Good shout, Dario. But I think Oaktown hit the nail on the head, because I think that theme would probably die off sooner because it's not a legacy theme and it's one of their own. So I think maybe they would replace that. But what would they replace it with? I think if they're going to replace it, they replace it with one of their own themes. So start something.
You're
else.
right, probably.
But what though? Would they bring back something they've done before, or do you think it'd be something fresh? I don't know where else they could go, because they've done like futuristic kind of stuff. They've covered like, fantasy wise, they've covered most areas already. So it'd be interesting to see if they do get shot of it. But I've actually enjoyed. I wouldn't buy the Dreams. I'm sad that my daughter was probably a little bit too old for them. But I've looking at the sets. They look really cool. If I was a kid, I'd have been queuing up for those. So.
I mean, I've got a couple of them. I mainly bought a couple because I got them on sale and I just wanted to sell the fibs on whatnot, basically. But like, they're really great for parts. And some of the really interesting molds for some of the creatures and all that are really rad. Yeah, I mean, Dreams is a really cool theme. It's one of their better ones they've come up with, like on their own. And sometimes I'm like, I wonder, man, like if Lego would do better if they just sold their own stuff, and not worried too much about IPs. I mean, I know Star Wars is definitely a big one we always talk about, but like, I don't know.
One Piece and Bluey. Good shout, Coop. I'd forgotten about that. Yeah. One Piece sets, Bluey sets.
I'm most excited for Star Trek, probably.
Yeah,
oh my God, I forgot about Bluey.
I think Star Trek is going to be like what we just talked about with the whole Tron thing. I think it's only going to be that. Do you think it's?
It's just going to be like one set, dude.
I don't know. It'd be interesting because
I think they'll make more sets throughout the years, but only like one a year, kind of like Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
But here's but just like we just said, like, are they gonna have room? Because if they do, like, you're talking about like the ones with, like how they're doing Lord of the Rings, but like, are they gonna stop doing the Lord of the Rings stuff? I think actually, what? Now that I think about it, what they're doing. This is what they're doing, in a way, is I think Brick designer program stuff is helping them sell more stuff without putting stuff on their shelves. By the way, we got another guest. Mayo is here. What's up, Mayo?
Hello, Mayo. Hosco.
How you doing?
Coming to us at 60 frames per second at 4K resolution.
Hey, happy anniversary, by the way.
Yeah,
Thank you. I just need to say off the bat,
Yes.
I was logging on to StreamYard, and then my computer went flat, and then when I was waiting for it to charge, I turned it on and realized it needed to do an update. So I've been going through the ringer for the past 4 hours.
Oh wow, Jesus!
Wow.
What kind of update do they need?
Well, it's the typical iOS update.
Jesus.
Yeah, that sucks, man. So I just want to check a couple comments here. There's some interesting stuff going on. Ultra says would love Lego to lean into true 18 plus and do sets based on Terminator, Predator, Rambo, etc. Yeah, I know, me too, man, but it never happened. Just like they're never gonna do like real like war.
Lego the Warriors, Lego Godfather, Lego Scarface, please.
Right.
Warriors.
Ooh, luckily-
What a train.
Warriors, one of my favorite movies of all time.
All the figs, a couple of women.
Oh gosh, dude! But luckily we live in a time where at least there's custom stuff we can get. You know what I mean?
Oaktown, I got to give you props for knowing what that is at your age.
Dude, Oaktown. Yeah, I'm always preaching about Oaktown. Man.
He's an old soul, isn't he?
Dude, Oaktown's a good dude. I'll tell you what, man. But yeah, Oaktown surprises me all the time, but not all the time because again, Oaktown's young. So yeah, every once in a while he'll be like, "Who is this?" Like, what is this person? You know what I mean? Like, we're talking about what? Not Tom Jones. Who's the lounge singer, man? Oh my God!
I think that it was Tom Jones.
Yeah, it was Tom Jones. He was talking about my Welsh dynasty, and he was like, "Hello."
So real quick, late. That'd be awesome, Ultra, but they're not gonna do that, of course. They need to make room for shelves for the One Piece and Bluey sets. Bluey, good lord. Kids aren't biting on these Lego themes no matter how hard Lego tries. So listen, hear me out for a second, because Fabu brings up an interesting point, and I think it's kind of correlated to what I'm thinking about. So I've mentioned to people that I've read a couple different articles stating that Gen Z and Gen Alpha, like, they're not really that interested in Star Wars and Marvel and a lot of that stuff, and especially like more long.
That is absolutely true.
Yeah. So that being said, I wonder if that's going to translate into sales. You know what I mean? That's what I was like wondering. Like, if that's the case, you would think maybe Lego would be like, okay, let's go ahead and start leaning into our own stuff. Because if kids young kids, yes, there are definitely going to be Star Wars fans. But I mean, I feel like if you're young, like, you're not going to care maybe if you get a Pirates set or a Star Wars set. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously, if you're a huge fan of Star Wars, that's different. But like, just generally. So I don't know, but I do agree that there are some of these themes that I don't think kids are biting on. I also think that Lego is putting their eggs in certain baskets that are wasteful. Like I mentioned before about the what's that band called? BT1, the K-pop band that they did. BTS. All right. I told everybody, like, yeah, the first wave is going to sell out because it's done by a friend of ours that made the set. It's everybody's going to want to get it up for investments, and yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people that are fans or whatever. But I said that demographic of BTS audiences are basically teenage girls, dude. Mm-hmm. And teenage girls don't have $100 to drop on a BTS set for Lego. You know what I mean? Like, if anything, they're going to try and scrounge their money up to buy a Funko Pop or.
They're going to buy Sephora lip gloss.
Yeah. So I just think certain themes, like Star Trek, I'm very curious to see how this is going to go, because clearly there's a huge Star Trek fan base. That's no denying that.
But they're all like Gen X or millennials, maybe, or boomers.
No, boomers, dude. I mean, look, Gen X, you can throw Gen X in there. All right, yeah, that's fine. But yeah, I think it's more of a boomers thing. And look, I could be wrong. You know what I mean? You'd think Star Trek would be kind of my demographic, but I don't like to be divided, but I'm a Star Wars boy. I don't hate Star Trek. I've definitely watched a lot of it in the past. I like The Next Generation, but
TNG's awesome.
Yeah, but but Star Trek has a very, very different vibe than Star Wars, dude.
For sure. It's more like, dare I say, intellectually based. No offense.
Oh, you try.
Don't bring it up again.
Star Wars fans are dumb.
Steve, no. Hear me out.
Hear him out.
No. Star Wars fans aren't dumb or like anything.
You don't get the reference, Oaktown. Did you watch the ACOB show?
Yes, I did. I did watch Steve Trek.
Steve Trek.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I think Star Trek is probably like the most intellectually based franchise ever. Like, and it's not like a Star Wars versus Star Trek thing. It's a Star Trek versus like everything else thing, in my opinion.
No, I agree with you, man. So, like that's the different vibe. Look, Star Trek has a couple of the different vibes that Star Trek had. Is one, they had a different sort of unity in Star Trek. You know what I mean? It was yeah. I don't want to get I don't want to get into certain words, but like there was a certain different type of unity when it came to Star Trek compared to Star Wars. Star Wars always felt more of a Western in a way, you know what I mean? And Star Trek felt more of like a corporate type of feel.
Sure.
You know what I mean, like, yeah. Now that's not good or bad or different, you know what I mean? It's just the different vibes. But I always felt like Star Trek really cheaped out on aliens. Really, that was one of my other.
I agree.
Like Star Wars, like they did so many wonderful things with aliens, and I don't know, Star Trek didn't do as good. But again, we'll see, man. We'll see what happens.
They're super smart, man. They're gonna get so much more people into Lego just in general from that. Get that crowd into it.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
if you think about it,
besides like what Oaktown said about the boomers and maybe older Gen X, is like who else would gravitate towards this?
Yeah. So by cheaping out on the aliens, do you mean like the quality of the animatronics?
The lack of.
No, more like just how they look. Like Star Trek aliens, like a Vulcan is like an elf. It's like a Lord of the Rings elf with cubic eyebrows, and a Romulan is like the same. It's like they're just very basic.
Yeah, like all the aliens look very human. Whether it's a Borg, whether it's a Klingon, whether it's a Vulcan, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you look at some of the Star Wars characters. Yes, there are humanistic, aliens, obviously, but you can get much more wide variety of differences and appearances. But Fabu put out a comment out there, and I don't know how serious and how lighthearted he's being about it. But he says Trek equals smart, Star Wars equals dumb. Trek is a very intelligent show. I will definitely.
Star Wars does not equal dumb. I just want to clarify that Star Wars does not equal dumb. Star Wars is awesome.
Make a banner for it, Hive. Hive, make a banner for it across the bottom. Quote Oaktown. Seriously,
yeah,
though,
see, a lot of people are going to try make the intelligence argument, but I look at the mass marketing argument because Star Wars is mass marketing of Hollywood.
Agreed.
While Star Trek is a little bit more underground, if you know what I mean.
TV show.
Star Trek is definitely a lot more indie in so many ways.
I would agree with all that. And it's hard to pinpoint certain things because look, Star Trek and Star Wars have been around a very long time. I mean, Star Trek was out before Star Wars. I will always give credit to Star Trek for breaking grounds in television and in sci-fi, mixing, obviously having different races involved and stuff like that. Like they did a really good job with, and it always played out very naturally, man. You know what I mean? I think they did actually a better job of it than Star Wars ever did. But, that's neither here nor there.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I guess I'll just say this very briefly. I mean, if you go back and watch the original trilogy, I mean, other than Lando, there's no people of color. And I mean, like, other than Leia and, like, Mon Mothma and one or two other characters, there are no women.
Yeah, no, and it's like nobody's denied that part of it. It's just a matter of, like, about we would want us to stay that way per se. You know what I mean? Like, again, it's a very nuanced and kind of a deeper discussion about, because again, when you're talking about a fan base, I think Henry Cavill kind of said it best when he was talking about, like, look, fans have the right to be passionate about stuff they love. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean, look, because even the fans, like I was talking earlier about, like, us nerds, like, we argue about stuff all the time, dude. Like, we always have. And look, I'm probably the king of upsetting people, by saying certain things. My takes on Maul the other night, I'm sure not everybody agreed with me, but you know, it's a matter of like, do you have respect and love for the IP, the theme, the lore, you know what I mean? Or are you just whatever? And that's why I bring up about like people that have been making these shows for a while. You know, it's like, dude, I don't care what you're not a fan. You can say whatever you want, dude. But if you're a fan, you would have much more respect for things. You know, it's not about changing things. You know what I mean? Like you can change stuff. You know what I mean? It's about what you're doing with it, how you're executing it, what you're changing, why you're changing it. You know what I mean? But when you make shows and you act like this lore doesn't matter because it's not that big of a deal. Well, it was a big deal to us. Sorry. You know, It's a big deal to us. Now, I've also pointed out hypocrisies in some of these things. You know, like I was talking about the other night about like, we can again debate about it, but it's just sometimes it's funny to me that people that are okay with Darth Maul coming back, you know, get upset about Sidious coming back.
Okay. Actually, Hive, I wanna argue against that.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, there are two reasons why. I completely agree with your logic there.
Mm-hmm.
However, two things. Darth Maul's return.
Wait. What kind of logic?
Okay.
Let him finish.
Okay, they both quote unquote died the same way, but then like
Well,
you know
I didn't
when
really think about that part. But go ahead.
when Maul was brought back. Okay, first of all, Maul didn't fall into a pit that exploded immediately afterwards, unlike Sidious, where the Death Star exploded. Naboo didn't explode afterwards.
Yeah, but he did. It's not the same.
He was.
It's not the same Emperor. It's a clone.
What?
Well, and then the other reason why is because Maul actually his return, like his story had not really like had a full, in my opinion, like arc. So his return made more sense, and it also didn't really ruin anyone's legacy. It doesn't really ruin Obi-Wan's legacy. Like I think Sidious's return ruined everything that happened at the end of Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, no, I agree with a lot of that. One though, okay, Maul didn't die the same way as Sidious, but he still got cut in half, fell down a shaft, and was stuck down there for how long? How was he eating and shitting? How was his blood circulation going? You know, like, look, this is the thing I had to make clear the other night. I absolutely love all of what they did with Maul. I do. It was badass, dude. Even like when we finally got that scene with Obi-Wan and him at the very end, like, dude, yeah, I love all of it, man. It just shouldn't have happened. You know what I mean? That's my only point. And
Maul should have ran away like a coward instead of falling down, I guess.
No, Maul should have
made more
fucking
sense.
died and stayed dead.
I mean, you could say though, you could ruin.
Got cut in half, but look at the what happened.
I mean, if Maul wouldn't have come back, we wouldn't have a guy next to us called Maul's Vengeance.
I mean, you could have like a saying being like it kind of ruined Obi-Wan's kind of initial legend status.
Exactly, just like how Sidious ruined Darth Vader's arc and everything, and Luke's arc and all that, dude. Like it meant nothing.
But Obi-Wan,
here's the other thing. Now that Sidious is back, or you bring Darth Maul back, nobody's death means anything anymore. So you go ahead and kill a character, and you're like, well, so fucking what, man? They'll bring them back. You know what I mean? Stuff has to mean things. And when you just because you like Darth Maul, just because Filoni thought it was a good idea, doesn't mean it's a good idea. You know what I mean? Like, and even then, it throws the whole high ground thing right in the face too. Like, how does that make any sense?
Well,
didn't have the high ground with Maul. He didn't have a damn lightsaber, dude. You know
that
I mean?
makes sense. Well, if you wanna be objective though, why did you Hive complain about Obi-Wan not killing Vader in the Kenobi show, but when like episode 3 rolls around, I mean, it's kind of stupid. If you think about that, the entire end of Mustafar.
No, that's different. Now, again, while I feel like, yes, Obi-Wan should have put Anakin out of his misery on Mustafar and not be like a cold-blooded son of a bitch, man, where I'm just going to leave you there on fire and then take your lightsaber and then go to Padme to take care of your kids. Like, yeah, that's some – but then again, Anakin was asking for it. But him not I can at least justify that at that time he was looking at Anakin. I know I'll read the comments in a minute. I'm sure they're great. I can see at the time he was looking at Anakin. He felt bad or whatever. You know what I mean? Maybe he felt like he couldn't do it. Whatever. But then now he's Darth Vader. You watched him kill people. You know what he is. You know he's not Anakin anymore, and you still let him live. And the only reason you let him live is because you had no choice because of freaking A New Hope. Dude, they're meddling in stuff that they shouldn't be meddling in. And then they put themselves in these corners, and then they get mad at us when we're like, that doesn't even make any sense, man.
Yeah.
And that's where I draw the line between lore and mass marketing, because Star Wars has done such a good job with their franchise that you can enjoy a Star Wars film without knowing all of the lore that the hardcore fans know. But with Star Trek, you kind of have to know a bit about the lore to enjoy the film and television.
Well, yeah, that's a whole nother thing too. I feel like a lot of that stuff's getting a little convoluted, and I don't even know whether it's good or bad, because for some of us we like it. You know what I mean? Like it's sometimes we like some extra shows that give us a lot more insight on that might help us with a movie. But then you got other people that are like, I got to watch that show to understand the movie. I don't really know what the best really thing is for that.
And then you got entirely other people who are like, wow, Adam Driver looks pretty hot when he plays Kylo Ren.
Ben Swallow?
So funny. Oh yeah, Ben Swallow.
Hive and everyone, I gotta pop out. I gotta get back to. I work remote.
Goodbye, Moles Vengeance.
Yeah.
How long are you gonna be on for?
Till about 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So,
oh heck yeah, I might try to hop back on.
Yeah, man, you got the link, so hop back in whenever you want, brother.
Dude, it's getting hectic in this lumber industry, I'll tell you that. Alrighty, boys, I'll talk to you later.
All right, later, brother.
So what's?
Hold on a second, just
Yeah, exactly. Live long and prosper, vengeance.
Yep. Also, I'll say,
what step are you on with the Tudor Corner?
I'm on bag tree.
I'll say.
So we're basically doing a bag every hour and 15 minutes.
so I'll say this. I'm not gonna step out, but I'll be back soon. I'm not gonna leave the panel because it's a pain to log back in.
No, you're fine.
But I'll be right back in like 5 minutes.
Okay. Sorry, I was just reading the comments. By the way, I didn't even hear hello to Legend Lego. What's going on? Slurpee, what's going on? Sorry, I want to read some of these comments because I know you guys got some good.
Hello, Slurpee.
Out there,
so Clever Pig is basically saying that Maul factually only didn't really need anything above from his head below to survive. He uses his horns to live off. I don't know whether he's saying
now. I've heard.
But my argument would be, if that's the case, after he died again in Rebels, he should have come back again as just a head. With the robotic legs.
Now, okay, here's where I've heard the justification, and I don't remember how true it is or whatever, but like I've heard that it's Maul's hate is really what kept him alive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like his hate is for Obi-Wan, wanting vengeance and all that. And yes, Sidious. Now, in the books, Sidious was a clone. And The Last Jedi, no, not Last Jedi, Rise of Skywalker. Which is the
greatest Star Wars movie of all time.
But he wasn't a clone, right? Because he was all like torn up and stuff. Like, if he was a clone, why wouldn't he just be a fresh clone?
No,
it was almost like it was like charred remains, and he was slowly growing back. I don't even know. I don't even think they even explained it very well, because nothing even made sense.
To be honest, I thought they did that to try and appease the fans who wanted that whole, what do they call it? What was going on during Last Command? The book series that came out in the early 90s. Where it talks about he was working on Project Necromancer. Project Necromancer, right?
Yeah.
So I thought they did that, like they're doing with the whole throne thing. Now they're doing that to appease the fans, I think, more than anything else. But they've kind of done that, and like you said, I don't think they explained it properly. But my belief was always that it's linked to that storyline where he's come back as a clone. Because the other thing I noticed, you're right in saying, but when he was fully configured, if you like, and brought back and all his hands and everything, he didn't have any like wrinkly face or anything. It was just Ian McDiarmid basically with white paint on, because it was the version of him that was taken, the clone sort of DNA of him that was taken before any of that.
Right.
So I don't know.
Yeah, dude. What a horrible movie. God,
Yeah.
you think,
And
man,
because
you're
we're
a kid.
talking about Star Wars, I'm going to change my avatar to the greatest, the greatest Star Wars battle pack ever. The original.
A couple things. So Kylo's hands down the best character from the shitty sequel trilogy. I would have to. Look, I want to automatically agree, but I just feel like there are other characters that had so much potential, man. That they, like, for instance, Finn. Like, dude,
Finn had so much wasted potential.
I know, man. You got this person that deflected from a stormtrooper, man. Like, that would have been an amazing story if they would have done that right. But yeah, I feel like Kylo probably was, man, honestly. But what else I see? It was Hive is the set you got a gift from Lan. Yeah, that's funny.
So
well, technically it's from a Lan member, so
Yeah, I mean, Shy coming through with the philanthropy,
dude. When Shy messaged me New Year's Eve, man, telling me you got that for me, I'm like, are you drunk? Like, what? It's like, what are you doing, man? Like, I tried to convince him to take it back, cancel it, man. He wouldn't do it, but yeah, I'm so grateful, man. It's one of the nicest.
Yeah, so Clever Pig is saying if pure fury kept and hate kept Maul alive, then he's gonna have a go at chopping you in half, Hive.
Yeah, I wish my hate was that strong, right? Just keep me alive. Yeah. What's up, Shreddy? Fabu says trying to make sense of what. We're trying to make sense of when the writers didn't even know. I know, man. And look, that's the thing. I don't, and I know some people heard me say this. Like, I don't get mad if a writer gets hired and wants to write something Star Wars, and even maybe take their own little splash on it. Like, because we've talked about, like, writers usually draw from a lot of experiences, not everything, but a lot of experiences. You know what I mean? It's do you know what you're writing about? Like, I'm not mad if you're not like a big Star Wars, even if you're a Star Wars fan, but just at least respect it. Like, read some graphic novels, watch the movies, maybe even if you've got the access, talk to some other creators or something. You know what I mean?
Even though Lucasfilms tells them not to do that for some
Well,
reason.
yeah, that's a big thing we learned from the whole Marvel side, right? Because that was another thing too. Like, that's a whole nother can of worms. I don't know, man. It's whatever. I mean, money talks. So they'll either course correct or go out of business. Personally, when it comes to the MCU, man, because I'll be ranting about some of this stuff coming up this Friday that I've been hearing about. And I've been hearing some more stuff about the DCU coming up. But yeah, I mean, I don't understand why they just didn't reset everything. Like, they're really going to be heading into some bad areas, because it's not like the comics where you can just keep characters the same, like, and run for a long time, like years and years and years and years. Like, eventually, this is real life. These actors get older. You're going to have to recast them. And like, people don't want to see somebody that's not somebody recast as somebody, you know what I mean? Like, you're just going to have to reset. Like, for instance, I heard that they finally recast T'Challa for the Black Panther. Now, whether that they cast the actual T'Challa, they recast him, or if they're gonna just use his son, which is but his son's name is T'Challa. So there's a chance they're talking about jumping in the future. The other thing is they're talking about maybe grabbing a T'Challa from an alternate universe.
Okay.
I mean, personally, they should have just recast him already for the second movie.
But isn't Shuri going to be the new Black Panther, though?
That's what I'm saying.
I certainly hope not.
I thought it was like James Bond. I thought it was just it was a title. It wasn't it has to be that guy. That's crazy.
Well, no, I mean, it's like
no.
Actors have died before and they've been recast. It happens. You know what I mean? Like, it just happens. As far as Shuri goes, like, I don't mind, like, because in the comics Shuri was Black Panther for a period of time too. You know what I mean? But the reason why it doesn't last is because people want Black Panther.
Yeah.
They want T'Challa. If they don't, you know, if sure he was going to be Black Panther, there'd be a fucking comic book for sure he'd be Black Panther. You know what I mean? Like, again, it's like, you can't, it's not like you can't change things from time to time, you know, but if people love T'Challa, the character, as Black Panther, why do you think if you change it, they're going to like it? I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. Did Tyler hack your account, Slurpee? Oh, Kylo is top 5 Star Wars character.
Yeah. And then when the fans don't like what the writers are doing, it's just easier for the writers to blame the quote-unquote toxic fandom instead of taking accountability for their own writing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. There is toxicity. I mean, it's not like it's not out there, you know, and that's with any fandom, anywhere you go, no matter what you do. You know what I mean? I feel like I don't understand their mindset where they're like, let's buy an IP, let's spend billions of dollars for an IP, not because we love Star Wars, but we know there's a huge fan base of Star Wars fans that will give us money. So let's go ahead and spend billions of dollars on this IP and then completely change it up and then get mad when the fans don't like it. Yeah. Like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? That is the worst business decision I've ever seen in my life, dude. Well, if you want to tell a narrative or whatever, then go make your own IP and tell that narrative. I just don't understand how people don't see this. I've always used the example of, imagine if we took Barbie and completely changed it up and then said to all the Barbie fans that didn't like it, you guys are this, you guys are that, you guys are this, because you don't want it different. You know, it's stupid. Dude, it's called money. It's called business. Just like any product isn't for everybody. Products are designated to different demographics, man. You know, it's not like it's a bad thing, man. People like different things. Females and males look at things differently, look at characters differently, interact with stories differently. They like different things. You're not going to make something that's going to please everybody. You're just not going to, you know what I mean? Like, and like I brought up before, all these changes keep happening to IPs that are dominated by boys and men. You know what I mean?
Well,
Star Wars, Marvel, you know, He-Man, like The Witcher, like there's just I could sit here and name a ton of them, dude.
You're missing a big component, though.
What's that?
Which is the fact that there are already a lot more male-dominated properties than female-dominated properties.
Well, then make more female-dominated properties.
Okay, good point.
I mean, no, I'm just saying, dude. Look at romantic comedies. What's the dominant demographic for romantic comedies?
Girls.
Yes. Now, if they started changing that to try and make it more likable for guys, do you think girls are going to like it?
I've noticed something. I think girls are more inclined to like something that involves guys than vice versa.
Yeah, and you know what that's called? The original Star Wars movies.
But yeah. Let's say I think the best
Star Wars generally don't like the new stuff they're doing, man. I mean,
yeah, because Oaktown,
keep any of this stuff.
Because Oaktown, what you just said, that kind of philosophy in a human being are the people who would look at Star Wars and say, "Wow, Adam Driver as Kylo Ren looks pretty hot." Like, if anyone remembers that phenomenon, that was a passing fad.
Anyway, guys, before you get too carried away, I gotta head off. I'm wanted on another stream, but
that's right. You gotta go.
Goodbye, Cool Han. Nice to see you.
I wouldn't. I already made commitments elsewhere.
No, dude, I appreciate you.
I might try and pop back in. But I want to just go out with a closing statement, just because we seem to have some Warriors fans here, and you don't come across them very often.
Oh, dude, I know, I saw that, man.
So my closing statement is this: and to the group who had such a hard time getting home, sorry about that. It's the only thing we can do is play you a song.
Dude,
see you guys.
That's amazing. Later, Luke. Have a good time, man.
Live long and prosper.
I mean, Oaktown, don't get me wrong. I understand where you're coming from. I understand your perception on it.
Yeah.
I just, I just disagree on a lot of different things. That's all, man. It's like, I'm trying to think of a good example. You know, I don't know. Let's see. I just saw some people in the comment. Let me make sure I say hi to them. Redmond, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, I still don't understand why Tyler might have took over Slurpee's account. If you don't know lore, you shouldn't be left on your script. Yeah, I agree. And that goes with anything, any kind of lore. You know, I bring up Barbie. I didn't watch it, but from everybody that did watch it and told me about it, they said they did a really good job adapting it, and they paid attention to like lore, Barbie lore, and this and that. So that's good. That's all you should. That's all you do. You should always want to see with your fans.
I just wanted to say one thing about the Barbie movie, and it's that I kind of have beef with the Barbie song, the Billie Eilish song.
I don't know what it is, so I don't.
Okay, hear me out. I know no one has said this. This is just my crazy theory, but it's too goddamn similar to the Jessie song from Toy Story 2. Like it's just it has the same kind of music. It's just a shittier version of that song.
That's a good song too. I like that.
No, that's a great song.
Yeah,
like,
but I'm talking about the
Somebody Love Me.
Yeah, dude. That's a really good. It's a sad song too, man.
Yeah, and it's like they just took that song and like kind of remade it, but made it shittier. I don't know.
No, that's a shame, dude. That's probably made me mad too.
With that Jessie song, it kind of goes back to the start of the movie when Woody dreams that Andy's saying, "I don't want to play with you anymore."
Oh yeah. Those movies are great, man. I can't believe they're making
that song is kind of a setup and payoff because Jessie's originally owner did not want to play with her anymore.
Yeah, correct.
Dude, honestly, I think I might like Toy Story 2 better than 1.
Oh, for sure, yeah,
absolutely. Because there's more character depth in Toy Story 2.
Man, those are good movies, dude.
The first 3 are like some of the best movies of all time.
They really are, dude. Pixar movies in general, man. That first wave. Because I remember me and my ex, we went and watched Finding Nemo at the movie theater. Finding Nemo was by far one of my most favorite movies for a long time, dude. I love that movie so much. It's what got me back into like aquariums and stuff too. By the way, Legend Lego, I agree almost to a point completely that the only Disney Star Wars content I actually really enjoyed was Rogue One and or Mandalorian season 1 and 2. I don't hate season 3 as much as a lot of other people did. And Skeleton Crew.
For sure. I mean, I haven't seen Andor, but I do want to watch it.
Andor's a slow burn.
Look, Rogue One does not hold up.
I still like it, but again, there are definitely certain things, that probably could have been better. But again, like I was saying earlier, like if there's a more good that outweighs the bad, and I can see past certain things. But yeah, I agree. Knuff, Toy Story 2 is the best one. Yeah, chat. What do you guys think?
I saw Toy Story 3 and 4 in theaters because I enjoyed Toy Story 1 so much. Then afterwards, I think I was with someone else and we watched Toy Story 2 together. And then I watched it as for TV movie night or something. And I realized, wow, the characters have so much more depth in the sequel than the original.
Yeah.
And also
I would agree with that. Yeah.
I was gonna say.
Oh, go ahead, Oktan. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I watched that first movie back and like it's great. It's the first movie is wonderful, but like it's like it's really only Buzz Lightyear and Woody for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone else gets kind of sidelined, which happens again in Toy Story 4. Although Toy Story 1 still did a significantly better job with the side characters in Toy Story 4. But like you watch Toy Story 2 and 3 and you're like Mr. Potato Head and Slinky and all of them, they're like characters.
Mm-hmm.
They do a lot.
And I think in Toy Story 2 there's more memes and gifs because there's the I don't want to play with you anymore. I can't believe I have to drive all the way to work on a Saturday. All the way
And
to
it's
work
right across the street.
and use your head and others.
Also, they make two huge pop culture references. They reference Jurassic Park, the like T-Rex in the rear view mirror was Rex. That was hilarious. And then also they reference Empire Strikes Back. I am your father, and that was hilarious too. Which they ruined with Lightyear, but
yeah,
I'm not gonna even go into Lightyear.
See, a lot of Toy Story fans don't consider Lightyear canon.
No, it's not canon.
But they changed stuff, didn't they?
Exactly.
Like, didn't they change certain things about like his like it's not even like the actual Buzz Lightyear though either, is it?
Not really, no.
It's like no, because it's Buzz. It's the show that's based, right? That's what it's like an Inception thing. Like Buzz Lightyear, the movie, is basically like the show that Andy watches in the Toy Story movies.
It's a movie. It's a
Something
movie that he
like-
saw in 1995.
Right.
I mean, it's kind of like if they came out with Home Alone 1 and Home Alone 2, and then the same production team then actually made real versions of Angels with a Dirty Souls.
Interesting.
And then Angels with even dirtier souls.
Legend Lego, I know Mayo agrees with you, I know, but I disagree with you. Wally's kind of overrated, hot take. And Finding Nemo's a little bit overrated too, hot take.
I will say that's an interesting take.
See, I grew up with the VHS version of Finding Nemo, but I grew up with the DVD re-release of Toy Story 1.
I grew up with all DVDs for the most part. We did have a VHS player, but we had very few VHS tapes. We had mostly DVDs.
Well, I was born before 9/11, so I'm a Zennial, which means I'm just old enough to remember the last years of VHS and cassette tapes.
See, I'm like a late Gen Z. I'm from 06. I was born in 06.
Yeah, that is late. Yeah, that's late Gen Z.
Okay, Hive, I wanted to tell you something interesting. I think you'd appreciate this.
Yes.
You know how you were saying that young people are not Star Wars fans and Marvel fans?
They're also not Castle. They're also not Castle and Western fans.
Yeah, that's true. But
in general, not like obviously there's exceptions to the rules.
Yeah. But so I was in a classroom about a year ago, and the teacher asked us who here has seen every Star Wars movie? And there were about 10 to 20 of us in the classroom. Yeah. And I was the only one who raised my hand. I was the only one who had seen all of them. Which I don't know. I thought you would maybe appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Well, no, I mean it. Look, I don't know the right words exactly, but I feel like it bothers me, and not because it's about Star Wars. I feel like it's a bigger thing. I feel like and this is probably obvious, but the tide is turning for a lot of different things with these new generations coming up. Everything from maybe not liking things like we did when we were. I mean, I say we, but when we did when we were younger, like Star Wars, Marvel, all that kind of stuff. Or it's maybe to not really enjoying longer content, even.
Oh yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, because if it's a piece of media that can't be squeezed into a TikTok video, then it's just automatically deemed not marketable.
But I do want people to realize, though, I don't blame the younger generation for it.
I agree. Yeah,
it's just how you guys were raised, man. Look, Mayo's obviously older than you, Oaktown, but he's younger than me,
Yeah.
So we all have maybe a slightly different perspective, just different time frames, and then obviously the chat. But when I was growing up, video games and stuff were getting big, and a lot of our parents didn't understand, why we'd want to sit inside and play video games and this and that. But the point is, even though we still had a lot of outside activities and stuff that really helped us, whatever. But the point is, like, I've mentioned this many times before, like every generation is raised by the generation before it. You know,
Really too.
And like, I'm not saying like this generation can't take responsibility for their actions. It's not like I'm not saying that this generation can't maybe make better decisions on some things, but ultimately, you know, if people want to get mad at a generation because like saying like, oh, this or that, but you got to really look at the generation before them and how they were raised and what they've grown up around. Because if you've grown up since pretty much birth almost, you know what I mean, where you've just grown up around this technology and everything, it's no surprise, you know, if a generation now doesn't really like longer form content, if their attention span might be shorter, you know what I mean? So I don't necessarily blame them. If anything, I feel bad for a lot of the younger generation because they're not going to get to experience a lot of the things that us older folks, even Mayo, you know, got to experience. You know what I mean? Because Mayo was really, like you said, kind of at the tail end of a lot of stuff. So he got to experience a little bit of things when he was younger before a lot of stuff just really is different now.
I think even I did, if I were to say so myself.
Probably.
But the thing is, Oak, before you went to elementary school, did you watch any movies on a VHS tape?
Not on a VHS tape, but I did on a DVD player.
Yeah,
well, you know, the other thing too is Oaktown. I really feel like, you know, you got good parents, man. I feel like they definitely raised you right as far as, you know, being a good, caring person, but also being critical about stuff.
That's the argument everyone always brings up Dario.
Well, and I think that's why, you know, Oaktown can vibe with a lot of us that are a little older, man. You know what I mean? Because, you know, he's able to look at things a little bit differently than a lot of the younger generation can. You know, that's why I always like having you on here, Oaktown. You know, like, or having you around and having you as a friend. Because I mean, but you're also part of the younger generation, man. So you can give us a little bit of a different perspective, even when maybe you might not agree with your peers. And, yeah. Real quick, just want to check the chat. I think I saw Toy Story 3 in theaters, but I can't remember. I was 5.
I saw it when I was 4, and I think I remember some stuff. I remember going generally, like. Yeah.
Dude, here's something crazy. Dario says, "Hive and I remember music on MTV." Dude,
I don't.
That's how old we are, dude. We're so old. We remember when music was on MTV too.
Okay. Can I get more credit for something though? When I was a kid, most of the music that I would listen to in my house is music that my mom would play through the cable TV. No, through the box TV.
Right on.
So yeah. And I got my first Lego set at a Kmart.
That's crazy because the first TV I remember watching was a box TV.
And I have memories of getting my Toy Story toys at a Toys R Us, so I'm not crazy.
No, man. No, not at all.
Yeah, because I remember when I got into elementary school, the transition between VHS and DVD, because we bought a portable DVD player. And I think when DVDs came out, they re-released The Wizard of Oz on DVD.
I'll admit it, I've never seen The Wizard of Oz.
You guys know what the first DVD I ever watched?
What?
And it amazed me. Was Blade. And the reason, because I kind of heard about them, but you guys got to understand, like, we had this thing called, anybody older in chat, I don't know, Dario, you might be able to know this. What were those other DVDs called that came out before DVDs? They were big. They look like records. Dang it. Well, anyways, but they looked like giant records, and they were like DVDs, kind of, you know what I mean? But then when DVDs came out, I'd heard about them, but I'd never really experienced one. Xana, stay out of there. And then we watched Blade, and then I found out, like, what? It's like a CD. You can just skip the chapters. You can pause it and not lose your place. Like, there's so many different things. And then there were extra features. I started getting into, like, commentary. Like, I'd watch a movie, then I'd rewatch it with the commentary because I would love to know what the directors and actors and everybody said about, like, scenes and behind the scenes stuff. So yeah, it was pretty wild though, watching it for the first time. And then with Blade, there was, like, even alternate endings you can watch. But you know, it's crazy because, like, with music, we went from this weird 15-year span almost where like I grew up with, and I was too young for like 8 tracks, but when I grew up we had tapes, and then right when I turned into a teenager, that's when CDs started getting really big. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden digital music came out, and that was like crazy.
What is digital music?
Music that's not analog.
So, like, CDs or
no,
but
Spotify.
That doesn't make sense because Hive was born when Star Wars came out.
Yeah.
8 tracks were really only a strong competitor for cassettes in the 80s, but by the 90s, cassettes proved themselves to be better, just like how VHS proved themselves to be better than the Betamax tape.
Oh yeah, I don't even remember those.
And so CDs, I don't think came into circulation until the early 2000s, and then fully replaced cassettes until when YouTube came out, because the music industry saw what the gaming industry was doing with the CD-ROM and thought, okay, how can we put music music onto a CD, like how video games are put onto a CD-ROM? Because the first Lego Gaming, which Lego spun off as their own company in 1997, was on the CD-ROM, and then they made Lego games compatible for the PlayStation 2.
Mosses, I remember having the huge box TV.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, we had 2 at my house.
Yeah.
God, dude.
At my old house.
See, we used to own a caravan, and so our big box TV at home had a remote control, but the big box TV at our caravan, you had to go up to the TV, push the button to change the channel.
Ours had remote controls.
That's something that, like, when, I joked around before in the past talking about, like, when I was really young, like, there wasn't even, like, remote controls and stuff. Or maybe there was. We just didn't have enough money to have a TV like that. But, yeah, we the kids, we were the remote controls. Yeah. Mom and Dad would always be like, yeah, hey, get up and change the channel.
Yeah,
that was the
because Hive, when you were coming of age, that's when video game consoles.
Yep.
The controls.
I had the first
they weren't
Nintendo.
wireless yet.
Yeah, I had the first Nintendo. I had so I remember we had an Atari. I just don't remember playing it that much because even though it was fascinating at the time, it was still pretty damn boring. I mean, you can only play Pong so many times. Like, I'd rather go out and ride my skateboard or ride my bike. You know what I mean? Now, when Mortal Kombat came out, yeah, that sat my butt down for a while.
Okay, has Mortal Kombat always been so gory?
Yes, but not as gory as it has been. Like, it was pretty basic in the beginning. Like some of the fatalities they have nowadays, too. I'm like, God dang, man. I'm like, please tell me kids aren't playing this game.
No. Like nowadays, over the summer, I went to my cousin's house to, play some games and stuff like that. Yeah. And my sister was like playing Mortal Kombat, and I saw it, and I'm like I can watch gory stuff, like shooting stuff, but like when it's a video game and they're like cutting open,
it's very
cutting the hell open out of everyone. It's like, it's so disgusting. It's like, why are they ripping everyone's jaws and cutting everyone in half? And it's like, oh my God, like, what the hell?
I remember with the Mortal Kombat movie that either came out last year or in 2023. When I was driving to work in 2021, we had to take detours on our way to work because they filmed some of the scenes for Mortal Kombat in my city.
Oh wow!
Cool. What city are you at?
Adelaide.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
And so my work was near some industrial warehouses, and I believe they used those warehouses as the backdrops for some of the fight scenes.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when the first movie came out. It was cool in a way because like we were all excited about it, and I don't know. I haven't seen too much of the newer ones, so I don't know how good they may or may not be. That newer one was pretty realistic as far as like making it a little more grounded and some reality. Because like a lot of it in the beginning was like based in Japan, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on a second. Mal says, "Hi, I missed the sound of it used to firing up." I think mine is Simon and Garfunkel.
Oh, I actually went to a Paul Simon concert.
Oh, dude. So Clever Pig says, "Ooh, first ever CD, everyone. This is a good conversation. You guys want to know what my first CD was? Okay, well let's go on the chat. Hold on. So No One Can Know Me says Carly Simon. Carly Simon.
Who's Carly
beautiful.
Simon?
She's a great singer. She's way too old for you probably to know about. But she's beautiful. Got a beautiful voice. Nobody does it better. Yeah, my mom.
Beautiful or beautiful voice or both?
Both, probably. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Let's see here. Whoops. Just want to see if there's any good ones. Garfunkel. Hey, Briggs of the Dead, what's up?
You know, this is gonna be kind of an oddball, but this is exposing the age of my parents.
That's the
I think our first CD was the James Taylor Greatest Hits.
Wow.
Wow. Dude, you guys,
I do know who that is.
People gonna laugh when they hear mine. But you guys gotta understand a couple things. One, when I bought my first CD, CDs just came out. Like there wasn't a lot, like as far as like, I mean, there was a lot, but not a lot yet, you know, because they hadn't really taken all older stuff and converted it over yet.
Got it.
So my first CD was a group called PM Dawn.
I haven't heard of them.
Yeah, some trust me, some people in the chat are gonna know who I'm talking about. They're like the most chillest hip hop group you could probably ever listen to in your life, man. Now, as someone said, just the only one could have said LL Cool J. That was like it was like my third or fourth one. Mama said knock you out. I can't remember when that was. The Blood Sugar Sex Magic was I think my second one. The Red Hot Chili Peppers. Yeah, I had a lot of CDs, man. A lot of CDs, dude. Because about that time when CDs first came out, like, so I was in Rhode Island when I first bought my first one, and then the next batch of CDs that I bought, I lived in California, so like I bought like Pearl Jam, you know, like so I bought a lot of grunge when they came out. But yeah, man, PM Dawn, that was my first one. It's crazy. By the way, I wanted to check out the poll. How much of this modular will I get built? Where are we at? Let me refresh the poll. So we got 43 votes, and in the lead is Very Little. At second place with 30% is S tier Slow Level, and in third place is Extremely Little. So I appreciate everybody contributing to that poll. By the way, I need to go use the bathroom here in a second. I can't believe Xana's been so chill during this whole stream. This dog has been sleeping for 5 hours now. Billy Tom, Linkin Park. Oh, dude, wait, was that the first Linkin Park CD? Man, that was good stuff. Man. Carly Simon and James Taylor were married at one time. Really?
Huh.
I forgot about that. Maybe I didn't know. I can't remember. Bless the Rhymes, dude. That's a good one, man. I've been listening to a lot more Bless the Rhymes lately. I go through this phase where I listen to a lot of different stuff at different times. Billy Talent and Linkin Park, right.
Who is Billy Talent?
I do not know, and I should know. Because I listen to so much different music, but I probably do. I just can't think of who it is. Two of the greatest American singer-songwriters. Yeah. Gosh, is Carly Simon? I hate to even ask this, and I probably just look it up. But is she still alive? Slipknot, 1999, my first CD. Nice. Slipknot's a good one, man. My son listens to that one. Michael 65 song all the time. He's 12. It's a good song. It's a good song. Cover Pig, we took our kids to several Linkin Park shows when they were younger. Wow. That's a great show to take your kids to, man. It was a shame what happened to I can't think of his name. Was it Wesley? Stanley? I don't know. I can't think.
What happened to that dude?
Guys, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know if it was an OD or a suicide. He I know he had a very bad drug problem. So I don't know to what extent exactly, you know what I mean? But you know, I will say rock stars, they live a fast life, man.
Yeah. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
I mean, I've had a lot of fun in my day, you know what I mean? But I even I knew some limits. There were certain things I just wouldn't try because I know myself. Like, I definitely was close. I had some close calls with some stuff, man. But it was a suicide. Chester, jeez, man, I had the name all wrong. God damn, man. I'm sorry. I feel bad. I don't know how I got Stanley or Wesley. Chester. Yeah, it was, damn, man. Chris Cornell too, right? Oh, dude. And
Kurt Cobain.
Kurt Cobain, but also I can't even think about Kurt, but I was thinking about maybe Stanley. I'm thinking of from Alice in Chains. I'm pretty sure his name was Stanley, but I can't. It's hard to remember, man. I'm getting old, dude. Some of these things are from a long time ago. You know what really blew my mind, dude, is, and this is one of the, you know, as you get older, guys, you start seeing things that make you realize, like, oh yeah, I'm definitely getting older. One of those things was they played Nirvana on the classic rock station.
Oh.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
My sister likes Nirvana.
Yeah, because when...
Dude, wait. Redmond. Dude, Redmond knows past. He knows the past.
Yeah, because when Nirvana came out, a hive literally smelt like Teen Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to hear it, but you know, I skated a lot. Redmond, dude, that's crazy that you bring that up, man. Because to this day, a lot of people still wonder about that, man. And I'll tell you one thing.
Wondering if he's still alive.
I trust Courtney Love about as much as I could throw her, dude. What's that, Oaktown?
Oh, why is it debatable if he died or not?
A lot of people think that Courtney Love had something to do with it.
Who's Courtney Love? Was it his girlfriend?
His wife. I think
his wife.
She was the lead singer for a band called Hole. I used to nickname her Courtney Hole. I know. But
it sounds like a hard thing to do.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but wasn't it because of the way the shotgun was, like the way, like he couldn't have done it himself or something, right? Like, and again, this is kind of conspiracy, obviously, but like there was a lot of questions about a lot of stuff, man. I think they even made like a documentary about it. Yeah, I think I know that name. Oh wait, I'm thinking.
Oh, Hive, do you want to hear the scariest thing I've heard on a live stream?
Yes.
Someone said in one of my live streams that if they weren't gonna be able to buy a minifigure that they wanted online, they were gonna Kurt Cobain themselves. And and then it was the Oaktown Bricks podcast, and my guess was Will Bricks Productions. And then the first thing he says when I read that comment, he's like, "I don't know who's Kurt Cobain is because I don't know Star Trek." And I'm like, Kurt Cobain isn't from Star Trek. He was the lead singer of Nirvana. So you can go talk shit about Will and the fact that he doesn't know Nirvana or Star Trek.
But you talking Will doesn't know Nirvana or Star Trek?
Yeah, Will Bricks Productions.
He was just on here a little bit ago.
I know.
And see, because of those rumors about Courtney Love, what she did, right. I think that's why New Radicals name dropped her on You only get what you give.
Oh, I've never heard I mean, I've heard that song, but I never knew that they mentioned her name in that song.
Yeah, they mentioned a few celebrities actually, but that's
because they mention her, they mention Marilyn Manson.
Oh, yep.
And they mention some whole, and they also mention a lot of pre-Y2K conspiracy theories.
Yeah, I saw something about that band not long ago. It was actually pretty interesting how they got together and stuff.
I guess Artie MDK had the New Radicals CD.
Nice.
See, the only reason I know
get what you give.
See, the only reason I know of New Radicals is because on the cable TV we used to pay for, but 2 years before we cut the cord, they still had music channels that played music videos. That was not MTV.
Yeah, you guys, for anybody basically, 35 and up, to understand the significance of the impact that MTV had on all of us, man. Because look, Gen X, whether you're older Gen X or a younger Gen X, like there is one thing, and I also count millennials into this too, but just it gets thinner as time goes on. But like we were like pop culture, man. Like we created like pop culture to like a whole nother level. Whether it was through music, through games, through like there's so much stuff, man, like, that we just threw ourselves into. And like we were a generation that grew up watching TV, but there was still a balance, like where we always still went outside and did stuff as well. It wasn't because we didn't carry the TV with us everywhere. You know what I mean? We just grew up watching it after school, on Saturday mornings, stuff like that. But it really kind of, I would say MTV especially, really shaped a lot of our culture. You know what I mean?
Hi.
Stuff. Yeah.
I think a lot of the reason why people don't go outside anymore, though, is because of danger, like for kids and pedophiles and stuff like that.
I agree. It's definitely a lot more dangerous, man. There's no doubt about that.
And also,
I will say this: it was. Huh?
I think more people are just aware of stuff that can happen these days.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. I mean, I don't want to just say that's everything, obviously, because there's still, I don't know. It's not just about going outside. It's about interaction in general. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And again, it's real easy to like point a finger at like, again, the younger generation and be like, what are you doing? What are you thinking? Like, blah, blah, blah. But again, if you're raised a certain way, you know what I mean? Like, I feel bad because I don't think that Oaktown, I don't think you would have a real issue with this because again, you can converse so easily, especially with a lot of us, but a lot of other people that are young, man, I just feel like they're not going to understand how to communicate with people the right way or interact with people the right way or build relationships and real life type friendships and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And I just I feel bad because like they're really going to miss out on a lot of stuff, man. And
I mean, truth be told, I probably communicate better with people like you guys than like most people.
Well, a lot of people are like that. I would say like, I remember I was kind of like that. I'm sure a lot of people in the chat were like, you just, not like you don't hang around people your own age, but like you can chat and hang out with some people a little older. You know what I mean? Obviously not on everything about everything, but yeah.
I think having an old soul helps with that, and that's the same way with me.
Well, again, it's also about like I mentioned, like Oaktown, like you gotta have good parents, man. They've raised him right. You can tell.
Yeah.
Because again, Oaktown's got a good heart, but he's also it's not like he doesn't joke about stuff. It's not like he doesn't criticize stuff. The joking part is especially important. And I know, again, just like with the violence thing, there's some lines that Oaktown won't cross or something that we don't like, but just the fact that Oaktown can have a sense of humor about stuff, can poke fun at stuff, like it's important, man. I think that some people take life way too seriously about stuff and care way too much about what other people are thinking about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyways, let me check on the chat real quick. I know we got some stuff out there. Hive, you down to rock some 90s grunge and alternative in Chicago? Hell yeah, man. Get some chairs on this couch and some Sonto pilots of these pilots. Dude, yeah, you know it, man. Clever, dude, we're going to have such a good time.
Yeah, I heard.
What's that?
So Hive, Clever Pig is going to be your roommate, right?
Yeah.
So that means that he's going, right? I didn't know that he was going. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay, it'll be awesome to hang out with you, Clever Pig.
Yeah, dude, it's gonna be good times, man. Yeah. I can't wait to see everybody, man. It's gonna be so fun. Daria says we played outside and played video games. Yeah.
I didn't do it either.
Maul says 2002 guy here, and I'm happy to say I always was more outside with my buddies than inside at school. I mean, dude, it was fun, right? I mean, I skateboarded. That was my big thing growing up. But like, dude, just going out and riding your bike, man. Going out and riding your bike with your friends and just going in the woods, man, and just doing it was so fun. It was so fun. Even just and look, I was never like an athlete, but I'd still go out and play just play football with my friends. You know, we go play some baseball, maybe go throw a basketball around the hoop. I don't know, man. And again, I'm not saying there's kids obviously don't do this stuff, but it just definitely seems different, man. That's for sure. And I do agree that, yeah, we live in a more dangerous world that you got to be careful about. Hive, I remember walking home at midnight from the movies. Yeah, dude, when we were growing up, the general rule of thumb was you just had to be home by dark. That was just a general rule of thumb. And usually most of our parents, if we weren't in that house at dark, by the time the streetlights came on, it was our ass.
That's why there used to be that commercial saying, it's 10 p.m. Do you know where your kids are?
Yeah, that's where that came from. You know? Because parents were a lot more lax about stuff, man. Yeah. Not that they didn't care. But, you know, it just... One is like what Oaktown was saying, they didn't have to worry as much about certain things, you know. But two, they wanted us to be out there, you know. But something that our generation parents did, though, I think that started kind of the downward spiral a little bit was and I don't know if I blame it completely on them because it became to where two parents had to go work. It wasn't like one parent could stay home anymore, but they really just sat us in front of a television a lot of times, and that was our babysitter, you know?
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
See, my upbringing
you
was
gotta understand, back in the day, there was something called tough love. And yeah, I mean, I'm not saying all the times it was justified, obviously, and I'm not talking you should abuse your kids, but
oh no, yeah,
parents were a lot more harsher. Not even just parents, but just society in general. You grew up in this generation where people weren't nice about stuff if they tell you to eat shit and die. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you just dealt with it, man. You just dealt with it and moved on.
Because you had to be like Eric Foreman while your parents were like Red Foreman.
Yeah.
What do you mean by Foreman?
From that 70s show.
Yeah.
Oh,
that was kind of that was a perfect kind of representation. I mean, obviously Red was a little bit of a hard ass, obviously, but that was the whole thing, is the balance between, you know, your parents had different, for instance, Don, you know, so Mrs. Hive and I, the way we parent. So whether it's the dog, whether it's, you know, my kid, our kid, you know, who's grown now, but they know who they can get away with some stuff with and who they can get away with some other stuff with. Because now, and this dynamic relationship, you would think I'd be the hard ass because, you know, how I can sound or my demeanor, pure theory, stuff like that. But I'm usually the softie. I can sound loud, but I'm usually the dog got me wrapped around a paw, dude. The dog only has to look at me the right way, and I'll give her just about anything she wants. Same thing with my kid. It's not like I don't discipline, you know, we didn't discipline our kid, but you know, it's my little girl, man. You know what I mean? So it's hard for me sometimes to have a objective, you know. Now, Mrs. Hive, no, she don't play them games, dude.
Yeah.
He's the hard ass in the house. Like, he's the one that you need to be worried about. Like if you're stepping on a line or not doing
Yeah.
and with good reason. And it's important because you gotta have sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes kind of a good cop, bad cop, technique. You gotta have a balance. And sometimes you need the softer parent to tell the harder parent, hey, pull back a little bit. You know what I mean? And then sometimes you need the harder parent to tell the softer parent, like, no, we need to be disciplining. You know what I mean? So it's important to have that relationship. You know what I mean? And obviously it can be different depending on the parents, the kids,
Because Hive is like Lotso from Toy Story 3. He smells like he smells like strawberries.
I think it's kind of the opposite, if you want me to be honest.
No, just for the line. He feels so soft, and he smells like strawberries.
Yeah, man. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, look, my whole thing with me is I've really tried to find a good balance, and I'm talking in real life, not like
a balance
not like online or anything, you know what I mean? But like in real life, I've always tried to find a good balance, and this is where I think Oaktown, is pretty good at this. Is finding a good balance between being fair, just, you know what I mean, nice, understanding, and caring, empathetic, and also being able to be kind of a badass or being able to joke about stuff, or whatever. It's good to have, I think, a good balance of those things. Like, I don't have a good example right off the top of my head, but yeah, I just think a good balance is very good. So let's see here. We'll read some of these comments. My kids won't be getting anything until at least middle school. Oh, smartphone.
Yeah, see, my parents, I'll be honest, I had like an iPad since I was maybe in 5th grade, but they didn't get me an iPhone, the one that I'm live streaming from, until like a little bit into my junior year.
Well, here's where I totally do agree with Maul, but the other part that I try and look at is like, I can only speak from how I see things, but I got to imagine being young. I don't know how young, and not having like a phone, because it's not just about fads and trends and like popularities and like whatever, but just the fact that it just seems like so many things more and more are just going completely digital with everything.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Well, and I mean, and plus, like, so like when we got, Nile a phone, we had it to where it had a tracking thing on it, you know what I mean? So that way we keep track of where she, and not just to be nosy parents, but just in case something happened, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, because there's something about that. See, it really pains me when I see people in elementary school talking on an iPhone. I got my first smart technology was I got an iPod Touch for my 10th birthday in 2011. 2 years later, I shared an iPad with my sister. My sister eventually moved on to a newer iPad when she went to high school. Mm-hmm. So I got her old iPad, and then when I was in high school, my parents gave me a flip phone.
Oh,
wow!
Because one of my parents worked the night shift, and then they worked, and then years later they worked the day shift, but a day shift that was 6 to 2 instead of 9 to 5 or whatever. And so as a result, they gave me a flip phone so that I could call them if they were ever running late to pick me up. They strategically did not buy me an iPhone.
Oh, okay.
Because they knew that I didn't need a smartphone at the time. I contacted most people through video calls instead of a physical telephone.
But that's a good idea, though, honestly.
Yeah, and so for about 3 years, I dealt with a not a smartphone. I dealt with a flip phone, and then when I got out of high school, I got one of my parents' hand-me-down smartphones that they decided to keep. That they decided to put a SIM card in, and it wasn't until 2 years ago I used my own money to buy the iPhone 13, and it goes back to the whole phenomenon that a lot of parents are going through these days, where their kids who are in high school lie to them and say, and when the parents ask their kids, well, why do you need the latest iPhone? And then the kids say, oh, it's because I need to call my friends and I need to call you if I have an emergency. And then the parents go back and said, well, I'll get you a non-smartphone and you can do everything you just told me.
That's true. That's true.
Because you don't need a smartphone just to communicate. You need a smartphone to do everything else.
Right.
Except to use the telephone.
I know that's the one thing nobody really uses their phone for anyways. You know, it's crazy, man, because when cell phones, I mean, they've been around quite a while, but when they first started getting like, and this is even before touch phones, but when they like the flip phones and all that started getting pretty big, you know, and Blueberries were coming out and all that, like
Blackberries.
Yeah, right. I never had one. But I remember like I didn't want a phone. Like I was telling her because they were always like, "Yeah, you don't have a cell phone." I was like, "I don't want one, dude. I don't want people to call me."
Yeah. So, and when my parents bought me that flip phone, I even protested against that because I was like, I don't need my own telephone.
Yeah, I mean now I know this sounds silly and probably sad, but like I don't even know what I'd do without like the phone. Because like it not even like even if I didn't have a YouTube channel and didn't follow social media, it's just like there's so many things, man, that you use this phone for, whether it's GPS or just to talk or communicate or whatever, you know.
Well, you know, Hive, you could always just kind of know the routes or just you know, get a map.
Yeah, like we used to back in the day, man. Just use a road map.
With the concept of things like FaceTime or a video call on a social media app, I don't even feel comfortable calling the act of a telephone call a phone call anymore.
Yeah.
I'll be like, instead of calling you on a video call on Facebook Messenger, which uses more charge and is more and slows down the internet more per call, I will call you on the telephone and that'll consume less of my battery.
That's true. Well, you can
because there's so many pieces of communication where you don't need to see the person's face.
Yeah, no, I agree.
True, that's true.
Yeah, totally.
And so,
by the way, I was going to tell Ricky, no, I'm not staying live until I finish this.
The Discord calls are so good because you don't need to see the other person's face.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even feel like I use video calls that much, to be honest with you, man. I mean, if I'm going to talk to you, we're going to talk and get it over with, and then that's it. I don't like talking on the phone unless we have something to talk about. Like,
you know what? I absolutely
on.
Agree with you.
Like, dude, it's like I don't know the right word, but it really bothers me to just sit on the phone and like just be lingering with nothing.
Oh yes.
Yeah, it's like we need to get whatever we're gonna say and we'll talk about that. But yeah, Richie, no, I'm only streaming until 5 o'clock my time.
Because it's 5 p.m.
Five, you should stay on until you finish the set.
I can't do that.
No?
I would have to plan a different day to do that because there's a few things I got to take care of on the weekdays. Now, if I plan it out a little bit differently, maybe, but yeah, because I was actually thinking about maybe doing a 24-hour stream soon, but I don't know.
You should, Hive. You should make this a 24-hour live stream.
Oh yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, because as someone who did a 24-hour stream over the winter holidays, be prepared.
Well, I mean, I did one a few years ago.
Yeah, and that is actually how I first knew who you were.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because other people, because my circle were like, oh wow, Hive's doing a 24-hour stream, and I was like, who's Hive?
I'll be honest, Hive. I think I found you through like someone else, but then like I think the first time I really watched like any live stream of yours, it was like a Pure Rant Theory, and it was like, I saw Pure Rant Theory before Good Morning Brick World, and it was like the one where you were ranting about Ahsoka episode something, one of them, and then I'm like, oh, this is cool.
Oh, well, yeah, I did. Honestly, it's a complete, it's totally for everybody.
Yeah, because I watched about 10 minutes of that 24-hour stream just to see who the hell is this Brick Hive person? Why are they talking about him? And I was surfing the wave of streams like I do, and I saw bits and pieces, and I was like, okay, yeah. And then after that, on Hive streams, I heard my friends saying, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to end this conversation because I'm going on to a Hive stream." And so I checked out the Hive stream because my friends were on it, and that was before you changed the Hive stream format to Good Morning Brick World.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, because at first everything was just a Hive stream, and because basically I just named it a Hive stream because I was like, well, it's not live. It's live, but it's not a live stream. It's a Hive stream. So, but yeah, then that's when different stuff started forming. Eventually, Good Morning Brick World came about, and then I would just have Hive streams. I would have Hive streams and Good Morning Brick World. And the Hive streams are always random. Like I never had it was never on like one particular day, and it'd just be whoever wanted to jump in. There was never like a certain amount of guests like I would have on. Up until it's how it stayed for a long time, and then like maybe a year ago, roughly something like that. That's when I started taking the Hive streams and making them more of basically early versions of Pure Rant Fury.
Yeah, because when you came up with Good Morning Brick World, you relegated the Hive stream to be the Saturday graveyard shift stream, and then you renamed that Pure Rant Fury.
Yeah, because technically it was on Saturdays, but it was mainly just doing it like Fridays at midnights and stuff. And then I don't remember exactly, because I remember people would talk to me about it, and then I noticed more and more people wanted me to rant about stuff, like specific things, that they thought were whatever bad or crappy or whatever the case may be, I just was like, well, this is turning into like an angry stream. I was like, and I can't just, I can't delegate Hive streams to just angry streams because Hive streams is too broad, because a Hive stream is like the umbrella, and then all these other things are under it. So I was like, well, let's think of a good name for this angry stream that seems to be kind of forming into its own thing. And there's this band that I like called Clutch. I've liked them for a long time. They're like a very hardcore rock band. And they have an album called Pure Rock Fury. And it's like one of my favorite ones. So I was like, Pure Rock Fury, Pure Rock Fury. I was like, Pure Rant Fury. So that's I don't think I've ever even told anybody like how I came up with that name. But I got it from this band called, they're not called Pure Fury, but they're called Pure Rock Fury. That's where I got it from. And I was like, man, that's perfect. I was like, because They're just pure rants, and I'm always furious about stuff. So
you were answering that question just as Brick Scene was asking and answering.
Yeah. What's up, Rich?
What's up, Brick Scene? Oh wow, that is so wild. He was asking.
Well,
great minds think alike. Then
isn't Brick Scene rich?
Oh,
and
he already knew. What's that?
Brick Scene is rich, and our toy world is Richie, right?
Yeah, there's actually there's a handful of riches out there.
yeah,
Bearded
and
Brick,
then,
his name is Rich.
and then and then the bearded Bricks is
Bearded
Richard.
Bricks. Yep.
Yeah, of course. You're right.
A former co-host of
Good Morning Brooklyn.
Yeah, Brick Scene, they're a great band. You know the great thing about Clutch, dude, and I remember my buddy talked about this before I even thought about it. Give me a second, Dana. Give me 1 second, okay?
Oh.
I know I think she has to go out or something. I gotta go to the bathroom in a second too, so I'm gonna have to break for a minute.
Hello, Crimson. Pop on.
What's that?
Crimson should hop on the live stream. But I don't think you know him, so.
Well, I mean, if you trust Crimson, that's fine. But anyways, they look like just these normal dudes, like you'd see at like Home Depot. They don't look like they're like heavy metal type guys, man. They just look like normal guys, but they rock so hard. This has got to go soon. I appreciate you hopping in here, Crimson Toaster.
Hello, Crimson.
That, just right. What's that?
Just imagine if all the maintenance workers who go to Home Depot every day just decided
to
form a band. That'd be pretty hardcore. I will say that, guys. All right, you guys. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick and see if she needs to go outside. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes. If you guys hop out or whatever, don't worry. I'm not gonna worry about it.
Yeah, we'll hold the fort down for you.
Here, and I'll write a little thing here just so everybody knows that they're from where I'm at. Let's see here. Using restroom. Okay. Oops. That should be okay. There we go. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes.
Mail.
Yeah.
Just we need to talk about something while he's gone. So I'm gonna ask you. I saw on Instagram you recently posted that you don't want people to like DM you stuff and like
wheels
for reposting. Okay, what's your issue with that?
I can't stand reels.
I kind of agree with you. I'm not gonna lie.
I can't stand the brain rot reels.
I was gonna post a brain rot reel today.
Now that's not going to stop me from creating reels because just because I don't like reels doesn't mean my followers don't like reels. So that's my justification for not being a hypocrite.
Okay, well, it still sounds kind of hypocritical. Sorry, but I'm also hypocritical in that way. So,
yeah. See, I only did those reels, and I need to edit another reel for tomorrow because I'm celebrating 12 years on YouTube this whole week.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I need to catch up on some of your videos, man.
Yeah, and so I made a video on the day itself, and I still gotta do a video for my normal Monday upload as a more fully fledged thank you to everyone who put me in this position.
Yeah, well, if you guys haven't, make sure to subscribe to Mayo Hosco and to Oaktown Bricks, and I guess we should tell the chat. Make sure to give a like to this live stream and subscribe to Brick Hive. Do all that great stuff. Like, comment, subscribe, share.
Because I got 14 people on that video congratulating me, which is more than I normally get in the comments.
Wow.
So yeah, I'm actually just checking my Instagram right now.
Yeah, I should do that too. Let me check my Instagram.
Yeah. Yeah, so the reason why I got the Star Wars profile, no, so the reason why I got the Star Wars audio avatar is because on streams where the conversations heavily lean into Star Wars, I do that. If I was on a stream that led heavily into Castle, I would use this, which was my old mock castle that is seen, well, that has slowly been taken apart over time because it's gotten crushed inside of inside of boxes.
Got it.
If I was on the same stream as a certain person who disassembled their Black Pearl, I'd use this. So I try to use StreamYard audio.
Who disassembled their Black Pearl?
The Brickable Cow disassembled their Black Pearl because they used it. They used it for parts. And
that sucks.
And with the rumors of a new Black Pearl coming out, I was like, yes, I can make jokes about this. Because I like to amp up the jokes about my friends. Because if you amplify the jokes that friends make about themselves, then that's one way of making the joke funnier than what it already is, and it means that you're joining in the fun, and it means that you're staying relevant. Because in my 12 years on YouTube, I've seen so many YouTube channels come and go.
Yeah.
Because they get the inspiration and then they lose the inspiration.
I wonder how.
Or they're trying to chase the monetization and they fail to get the monetization.
Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to chase monetization.
Or something becomes popular on YouTube at the time and then it becomes unpopular.
You're not monetized, right, man?
What?
You're not monetized, right, man?
No, but I'm always tracking my ability to be. And so
how many watch hours do you have?
That's why I'm so analytically driven, and a lot of my analytical interest comes from my passion for sports, because sports has become because sports has become more nerdier than what it used to be, because it's not just being rough and tough, it's about being calculative. And that's taken away some of the masculinity about sports. It's more of a numbers game than it has ever been. Kind of like how the bottom line of Star Wars is more of a numbers game than it's ever been.
Well, are you a toxic masculinity guy, Milo?
Not really, but I see a lot of memes making fun of people who complain about that, because I have plenty of burners on Twitter X, which I'm not going to talk about.
So what are we talking about? Since I just got back from using the restroom.
I'm kind of going.
I honestly don't know what we're talking about.
I'm kind of going all over the place. But now that you're back, I'm gonna bring up a weird phenomenon about collecting Lego. So you're building the Tudor Corner.
I am.
I think because of the pictures that we got, I think it's now my favorite of the modulars based on pure aesthetic. I think it's more. I think it looks more eclectic than the Parisian restaurant, which used to be my favorite. Because when I look at the quality of the modulars, I look at what NPU are you using for the external detail. One of the reasons why people like the Green Grocer so much is because it used the garage door bricks as texture. One of the reasons why people like the detective's office so much is because it used the masonry bricks for most of one of the walls.
Right.
A lot of people like various aspects of about a third of the modulars that have ever been made because it really translates well to Art Deco, and a lot of people really like the Art Deco architecture in general because it stood the test of time. But when I look at a modular, I view it in a prism of how eclectic does it look, and I think the Tudor Corner and the Parisian Restaurant are the two most eclectic modulars. And to a lesser degree, the Assembly Square looks eclectic because it took the best aspects of previous modulars and mashed them all together. But I don't collect corner buildings. So even though it's my favorite, I'm not buying it because I have the principle of don't buy corners.
Why don't you buy the corner buildings?
Because they don't fit in my city. Because I have a vintage Lego city, but the modulars are too good not to put in a city. So the best place to put the modulars in a vintage Lego city, where the modulars aren't going to take the shine away from vintage Lego, is put them at the back. And because modulars are taller than anything they're taller than anything that Lego ever made before probably the year 2006.
Why do I feel like, and I could be totally wrong about this, why do I feel like that there are more corners than there should be?
It's because when they came out, the cafe corner was a corner, and so in between that, you got the Market Street, the Greengrocer, and the Fire Brigade, and then they came out with the Grand Emporium in 2010, which was a corner, and I think they realized that for city builders who want to make a block, they have to come out with a corner X number of years, and so after that they came out with the pet shop and the town hall, which were both straights.
Well, here's one for you.
And then 2013 they came out with the Palace Cinema, so they established the timeline of making a corner every third modular, and so the year 2025 was one of those every 3 years, because 2022 we got the boutique hotel, and so they've kept that consistent making a corner every 3 years, which I think they should have stuck to every 4 years, like what they did from the cafe corner to the Grand Emporium, because I think you're right, Hive. There are more corners than what we need. There's not as many corners in a block as what Lego thinks there should be.
Well, the reason I brought it up is because here's the next question: do you think that they make modulars for us to build cities with? And I say
yes.
No. Well, like the reason I say no is because what do you need besides buildings to make a city? I would say roads, right? Well, they discontinued the road base plates and made those other roads, which don't match up with the modulars. So what are you trying to do here?
But when the modulars first came out in 2007, that was 2 years after they introduced the 5th generation roads. And I believe the 6th generation roads, which we have now, which are built on plates and tiles, but Lego looked at the growing number of collectors who were building with the Mills system, and they wanted to capitalize on that, forgetting the entire. Because
that means you're saying Lego is doing something based on what we're doing instead of what's based off system. These new road plates don't match up with the modulars. And now if they make the modulars, they come with the parts or whatever to make them into Mills plates, that's fine. I will accept it, but they don't. So hence, the new roads don't match up with the modulars that you buy. Huh?
What I'm saying is that the modular standard is from a bygone era that doesn't hold up anymore.
Yeah, no, I understand the road plates are different as far as different looking, but you could still use them. The new base plates you can't use with the new modulars unless you make them on Mills plates. So hence, that makes me think that Lego does not build the modulars for you to make a city. They build the modular, they sell the modulars so you can put them on display on your shelf.
Yeah, because that's what they've evolved into, because they pulled the rug out from city builders.
Well, whether they do it now or they did it then or they've done it always, my point is like, yeah, they're not making modulars to making, for you to make cities out of. They're making modulars as display purposes. Yeah. I mean, I would assume, like, I don't even know anymore. If we take like the barn door, what do they make that for? Is that to play with or display? You know what I mean?
Well, Hive, that's where I disagree with you big time.
What's that?
Like, I don't see why you say, like, I don't see why you say that. Like, the play features are stupid. Like, in terms of, like, you're like, I'm not going to play with it, but it's like, if you think about it, it's like, would that set, okay, the Dune set is a better example. Would the Dune set be cool if it didn't do flappy wings?
Yeah, sure.
Really? Like, it would feel too static. It would feel too basic, bitch, if you ask me.
Okay, well then can we apply that to every Star Wars ship that's made? If it doesn't have moving features, does it mean it's just, the reason I say like that's stupid, I don't mean it in like the play features themselves are stupid. I've even mentioned how like it's cool.
Yeah, I know.
But I just mean like I don't think it's worth the extra money to sell to adults when it should be more of just a display piece. Now, again, we've had this discussion before. Many of us have had this discussion about like play, like what is the word play?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But while I agree, making stop motion videos or making like good morning Brick Road intros, or even if you swoosh around your Dune copter or whatever it is, once or twice, like, but is it worth the extra money? In my opinion, no. Is it worth it for some people? Yes, but that's where we just have disagreements. Now, am I gonna buy certain things because of a play feature? No. Am I not gonna buy things because they have a play feature? Also, no. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I mean, and you know me, like usually I can have some pretty blunt opinions, and sometimes not all the time, but sometimes I don't even like put full thoughts into what I'm saying. But yeah, I think the problem is my brain just keeps dissecting things, and because I'm like, yeah, those play features are cool. It's kind of like the whole Darth Maul thing I was talking about earlier. Like everything they've done with Darth Maul is really awesome. I just don't even think it should have happened. But yeah, they're stupid.
And so the reason why I think that the modular system is now antiquated, because they're not raising the ground level of the modulars to be compatible with the new road system.
Agreed.
It's an antiquated standard, thus validating that the modulars, that the way the modular design is more to look pretty on a shelf than functional in the city. Because there are people who have been buying the modulars since 2007 who have never put their modulars in a Lego city, because the modulars they stand on their own.
Agreed. I would even go one step further to say that the new road base plates are made for the city theme, not the modular line.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree.
But
however, I will definitely concede to something that Mayo said. even though I kind of disagree with it, is how the road base plates have changed. Not the 6th generation one, but all the other ones, right? Because basically all that I've got is the 5th generation.
Yeah, which came out, which was sold from 2005 to 2020.
That's a 15-year stretch, man. But I agree. Look, here's where things get a little difficult for me to try and argue, is because on one hand, I'm like, Lego, why on earth would you change that? Now, but here's the other hand, is like, I like the 5th generation better than the other generations. So would I've been able to say that for the 1st or 2nd generation of road plates? Like, Lego, why did you change that? You know what I mean? Like, so it's an odd thing, man, because it's like, there's nothing wrong with obviously updating them, because like I said, I like the 5th generation better than all the other ones. But then it comes across to like what a lot of people had issues with when the 6th generation plates roads came out, is like, okay, what do I do? Because they're discontinuing the 5th generation, so I can't buy those anymore. But clearly trying to take out all these base plates and then buy all the new ones, and like, that's a whole huge thing. And especially for someone like me, where I have like, I don't even know, man, how many base plates. I've lost track of how many base plates I have in the city, dude. But to say it's easily 150 would be an understatement.
Yeah. And you're not really a city builder in the year 2021. Let's go back in time for a moment. If you don't have a car trunk load of those gosh darn crossroads.
Oh my God, yeah, Mayo. And I feel like they did that on purpose too.
What do you mean?
Exactly. So I'll tell the story.
Yeah, tell them.
When the first Lego road base plates came out in 1978, the same year that the minifigure came out.
Got it.
The studs on each side of the road was 9 for a total of 18, which actually meant more of the road base plate were studs, not road. And then so that was the first generation. Then in 1987 they added a bike lane, because by the late 80s town sets were including more push bikes than there used to be, and the motorcycle mold started getting bigger in production, and so they reduced the width of the studs on the side of the road to 7. And then in 1997 they changed the color of the roads from grey to green, so that you would have 8 studs of grass on the side. And then the year 2000 rolls around, they kept the green grass on the side of the road, but they changed the width to of the roads to have it so where the grass on the side was only 6, and they changed the color, the grey color, to be the dark grey instead of the old light grey. And then when the 5th generation rolls around in 2005, they kept the same width of studs on the side of the road, kept the same color of the road, but they changed the green grass back to dark grey. And so as a result, you get a situation where Lego doesn't know what they're doing, because they keep changing the design of the roads, and that makes it incompatible for people who are collecting Lego over a 10-year period. Do you want grass? Do you want a grey sidewalk? Do you want lots of studs on the side? Do you have a lot of the new sets which have the bigger vehicles? And so you get, if you want to invest in one particular generation, you get locked into standard widths. And then 6th generation comes around and gives builders all the customability in the world. I
personally think that the 6th generation is the best one.
They can take the 6th generation roads, which are built on to the standard that a road lane should be 8 studs wide, and that is compatible with most vehicles these days, because that's what they've been doing because that's what they've been doing the whole 21st century. And so by having it with the plate build option instead of the base plate option, you can have the option to make your roads 9 studs wide or 10 studs wide, or you could make the entire lane of the road be 16 wide if you want to, or you could have a double lane road, which you couldn't do with the old standards. So that's the argument Lego will use, the customizability. But the problem is the height messed up all of the standards they had established for Lego City and the modulars. But the thing is, most Lego City builders at conventions, and most of those cities are done by lugs, and if you're an R lug, you have direct lines to Lego, and most of the lugs are building their convention Lego cities on mills. That all gets tied in to mills has overtaken just throwing a bunch of sets, putting it on a base plate, adding a few roads, calling that a city. It's gotten so much more technologically advanced to where the fans have developed their own system. And Penlug created the Lego Gauge model standard system as an evolution of the Mills system, where if you want to run trains in a city, you have to have X amount of width between the edge of the table and the train line. And so all of this evolution was by the fans. And with the annoying depth of, the annoying height of the 6th generation roads, if you don't use the Mills system for your personal use, that fucks over everything, just like how Rian Johnson fucked over Star Wars, the sequel trilogy.
I find it hilarious how you were able to tie back Rian Johnson to this. That man, you can always tie something back to him.
Oh, yeah, that was great.
And so then you get situations where Hive complains that the sidewalks of the modulars, which have been sold for 18 years now, are no longer the same height or taller than the height of the roads. Now they're shorter. Yeah. It's unrealistic. And it was a failed design by Lego that when they started including 6th generation roads in a normal city set with normal city buildings, they decided to continue to put the buildings on plates. However, from 1978 to the Lego movie, they were all on base plates. But they decided, hey, Lego Friends, which came out 2 years before the Lego movie, there are no roads made specific for Lego Friends. You could take a Lego Friends set and use it with the Mills system. You could take a Lego Friends set and use road plates with it. But with the way that you play with Friends sets, you don't really need roads. And so they took that philosophy with City, which is flawed, because now the height of the sidewalk on a modular, which is one tile and one base plate, if that's incompatible with the height of 6th generation roads, and you aren't updating the city theme for the buildings to sit on a brick layer, you're still putting it on a plate layer, that makes unrealistic roads. And then the consumers who are paying all of this money to enjoy the product have to find their own solution. And if only the best is good enough, that doesn't sound like Lego's doing their best.
Yeah, I agree. And you know what? I can even give you another example of why they don't make modulars to build cities with. So let me ask you this. What size would it be? the size of a base plate that's like, you know, like with Assembly Square, it's a base plate and then like a half, right?
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same base plate dimension as the Natural History Museum.
Right. So I know you can get them, but how easily accessible for just your average person, you know what I mean, that's trying to build a city with their modulars, like to just go and find one of these base plates. And on top of that, do they make any of them that are road-like? The reason I bring this up is because when you start throwing in modulars that are offset in different sizes like that, how are you supposed to match up the roads? Now, it's definitely an issue I've run into many of times, and I'm like trying to, and I basically kind of figured out what I'm going to do over here. I'm going to just like offset it a little bit, and the train's actually going to be running through part of the, between some of the buildings. But my point is, it's not, again, I feel like they've just made these modulars for display to put on a shelf, you know, and a lot of people have done their own thing with it, whether it's, you know, buying a bunch of the modulars and putting them together or trying to make them work the way I do. And then some people have made, you know, changed up the design with the 6th generation roads. Some people, as you know, you guys know, especially you, Mayo, I know you've seen a lot of them, maybe not a lot, but a lot of people have made their own roads. Like
if I do a city, that's what I'm going to do.
Like, yeah, like literally, but it's not cheap because, you know, you're building roads, you know what I mean? Like it's you got to have all these pieces. I think, honestly, I don't know how you feel, Mayo, but I feel they kind of look better and you can do more with them.
Yeah, because if you build your own roads,
Mhm.
whether it's taking a base plate and putting a tile layer on top, or whether it's taking a base plate and putting the 6th generation roads on it, so that you can move a group of a section of road plates around, or if you decide to put bricks on their side to give it a more smoother texture, then you can add customized road markings, and you can decide, for example, if you're in North America, you can choose to have yellow lines instead of white lines. You can choose to add car parks on the side, whether you want them to be parallel park, straight park, angled park. You can choose if you want to add a manhole. You can choose if you want to, if you have a railway crossing, you can choose to put white tiles in between grey bricks and put the X and the hashes for you're approaching a railway crossing. Be prepared to stop. Or if you're if you have an intersection and you want to put the markings for you're going to need to stop here. If you're in the Commonwealth, you can decide to build that on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
If you're the general motors standard, you can choose to build that on the right side. There's a whole lot of customizability if you choose to do that, but it's expensive.
Yeah, but boy, you can do a lot though, no doubt.
And objectively, it looks better.
Sorry, I saw Coop's comment. He says Mayo dropping that road system thesis, man.
Yeah, you can write a thesis on this, Mayo.
Dude, well, look, Mayo is definitely somebody in the community. If you're looking for some knowledge about some stuff, he's a good person to ask. Doesn't mean Mayo knows everything. Mayo knows a lot of Lego knowledge. Real quick, I also want to say hi to Chef T. What's cooking, brother? How's the build going? Well, the build is going about a bag every hour and a half, roughly. So I'm getting ready to get in bag 5, and we are almost on hour 6. Which actually, guys, we have basically an hour left of the stream.
Oh man.
Yeah. Hey, but no, this has been really cool. And dude, I would like to really think it's because of, you know, everybody, like you guys been in the panel and the chat. Like you guys have really made this kind of fly by. Dude, seriously, we're approaching hour 6, and it hasn't felt like anything. Like, this is a lot of fun. I'm going to try and see what I can work around with my money, like DoorDash and maybe do another one on Saturday. But I don't know, man. Like, I gotta make money, guys. Like, I can't. You know, I'm in a really tight jam, so like I have to make sure I keep staying out there to make money right now.
You gotta make fun money.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even like trying to make a lot, but just enough to make sure I can keep my head above water. And plus, I'm trying to work a little extra to save money for Brickroll. You know, because it costs. Because I'm driving. I might fly though. No. The reason I like driving normally is because like I bring a mock, but also I'd rather have my own vehicle there. I don't like relying on other people to get around, and I don't like wasting tons of money on like Ubers and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do, unfortunately.
Bricks says that's why I mills my city. I know, and I want to. I want to. It's just, it's going to be costly.
Oh yeah.
You know, it won't even be as costly as look. It won't even be as costly as like what a lot of other people got to deal with. And I really don't want to sound like I'm complaining because I have so many Lego pieces. I could probably knock out probably close to half of the mills place I need in the city without even buying anything. I just have tons and tons of pieces that I've accumulated over the years and just haven't done anything with them. Let's see here. Maul says Tudor Corner will be my first modular that I build. That top third of the building, which is a German style architecture, got me sold. Dude, it's a beautiful, beautiful building. Beautiful building.
Is it a heater hive?
What's that?
Is it a heater hive?
You said, is it a heater?
Yeah.
Oh, for sure, dude, for sure. I mean, look, I'm really trying to think if it's my favorite because I really want to say it is, but I really like the diner. I really like the detective's office. I don't know, but it might be my favorite, dude. I'm not sure yet. Yeah. Because, like Mayo said, I forgot the word Mayo used, but I know what he meant. Like
eclectic.
It's like the style of it. You know that it's unique. It's got different things in it. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's really good. Shirty says, how many helmet holes are in this set? You know what's crazy, man, is that's one of the things I haven't really complained about. I've complained for my friends on behalf of them.
Yeah.
Because and you know, look, clearly some people think it's petty, and it might be or whatever. You know what I mean? We're talking first world problems, obviously. You know what I mean? Like we're privileged like that. But like, it doesn't mean you can't be annoyed. It doesn't mean you can't think like Lego.
Yep.
You know, you can have your opinions are valid, man. Just like with anybody's opinions are valid. It doesn't mean they're justified or they're going to be heard or whatever. But you're valid to have your perception and take on things. However, I don't think it's that big of a deal. But
I agree.
But I do understand why it annoys the shit out of them. So I have ranted about it a little bit before on their behalf. You know what I mean? And usually when I rant about the helmet holes, it kind of leads into like a whole bigger subject about just the quality of some of the stuff that they do anyways, you know.
Well, Lego loves to troll their Star Wars fans.
What's that?
That they love to troll their Star Wars fans, just like you all.
I know a lot of people think that I'm joking about it. I'm not. I really don't.
No. I completely agree with your conspiracy theory.
Whether they're doing it just for fun or they're doing it kind of out of spite because we can clearly, and I say this as a Star Wars fan, like we do complain more than anybody else in the Lego feed.
Yeah, I will say Star Wars fans do blow the complaint sometimes out of proportion.
Now it's a chicken versus the egg kind of thing. Like, did we start complaining first or did they start messing up first? I don't know. But
you know what? I've noticed
I wasn't around long enough, you know what I mean? Like in the space. What's that, Okan?
I've noticed something. The two most annoying Lego fans are Star Wars fans and Bionicle fans. And that's just subjective.
Yes.
And I've noticed they're both the themes that saved Lego when they were going from bankruptcy.
Isn't that crazy?
So do their fans have this giant ego that is like, we saved Lego, therefore we have all the rights to be annoying as hell?
I think that maybe some people have that mindset, you know what I mean? But I don't think the majority. Look,
I agree.
Yeah. I know, and I know usually you're like us. You're just kind of like talking, just talking. But like, Yeah, I mean, but I agree about the annoyance part. But it's like, but the problem is, annoyance doesn't mean non-justified. Like, there's not like a correlation between the two. So I understand, and I really, like I said, people think it's like conspiracy theory thing I'm talking about. I really do think they're trolling us, man. And again, it might not be if anything, but just like this is how we're going to cut costs, and that's how we're going to do it. And if Star Wars fans think we're trolling them, then so fun, so be it. But the one thing I'll say about any fandom, whether it's for toys or movies or anything, is generally their passion is in the right place. You know what I mean? It's just not sometimes agreed on.
Yeah.
I mean, look at all this stuff that comes out of my ass. You know what I mean? Like, and sometimes, some of my takes can be justified. Sometimes they're absolutely ridiculous. And sometimes a lot of people agree, and then sometimes a lot of people think I'm completely nuts. But, generally it comes from a place like, well, no, not me. I'm probably using the wrong example. But like I'm saying, if somebody's passionate about something, it comes from a place of love. You know what I mean? They really
Except for you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if I can use myself in that same kind of theory, but that's only because of pure and fury. That's not because of in real life. You know what I mean? Which is again something a lot of people don't understand about pure and fury is like it's not supposed to be taken seriously, man. I don't even know why people even watch it, to be honest with you, but yeah, I don't know.
Hive, I'm gonna show you my opinion on helmet holes right now. I have these figures right here. So Commander Cody, Heater Fig. Except that this his like little jetpack thingy should be a new mold, but Lego's cheap, so they didn't give Cody and Vaughn a new mold for their little jetpack in the back. Yeah, because Lego's cheap like that.
Right.
But again, not the biggest issue ever. But okay, here, see, here, none of the holes are used, but in my opinion, they don't look bad. I like this figure. It looks cool. It looks neat. It looks clean. However, this fig, okay, the helmet looks neat and clean except for the printing here. This is garbage. There should be an arrow pointing here. This is Lego being lazy.
Oh, you're talking about with the print right there?
Yes.
Yeah. I remember Ryan definitely bringing that up as well.
Yes, that's garbage.
By the way, so first I wanted to say, yeah, I agree, William Kenobi. I can't wait to meet you as well. There's so many I can't wait to meet. Prequel, Chicago is going to be an expensive one. I plan on going to the grocery store for the first day. Yeah, there's definitely some ways you can save some money though.
Yeah, and you know what? You know what? That goes back when I went to Brickell, Chicago. The first year in 2023, I had no idea what I was doing.
Yeah.
Last year, I knew exactly what to do. So literally, the first day, because I got into Chicago at night. So the first day, I immediately caught the shuttle bus around Chicago.
Yeah.
Around the Schaumburg area. Caught the bus to outside of Trader Joe's and immediately got their knockoff Cheetos because if you're an exhibitor at the convention and if you stand around all day behind, like if your mock is substantial enough where people are going to want to ask you questions, then it really helps to have something that you can eat on while you're just sitting around doing nothing.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, there's definitely stuff like that, that helps out, no doubt.
Because when you're an exhibitor at Chicago and you see the public lining up at the concession stand, they're going to be in line for an hour. That's why all of the smart people with convention lanyards, they go to the Starbucks at the start of the day beforehand.
Because I remember buying some snacks to have around just in case, you know. But I think when I was hungry, I just left. I just left and ate. I mean, and obviously there were times like because dinner is different because usually we all went out for somewhere for dinner.
Yeah.
You know, like one night, you know, we go to the what was it, the Medieval Times. You know, another night like we'd all go out to whatever restaurant. Like so, like dinners were like usually planned. Like we go out in different times, different places. It was usually like breakfast and lunch that you kind of had to kind of work out. But even lunch, I remember a lot of us, we just go run somewhere and eat. And I had my truck, so I was obviously, you know, like I got a normal seat for a passenger in a truck, and then I got a small cab, so two smaller people could sit on the little seats in the back of that cab. But yeah, I don't know, man. I also I kind of wanted to try and do a little bit more this year, but again, money is going to be a problem, you know, because a lot of the money I'm saving up for the trip is either to help with gas, to know I'm going to spend a decent amount on Lego, then food and everything else, and then maybe some other things. But yeah, I don't know, man. Trying to budget for this damn thing is crazy. By the way,
For sure.
Maul says I will die on the hill of complaining about those helmet holes. No, dude, I get it. And look, here's the thing. The reason why it doesn't affect, and it still annoys me, don't get me wrong, but the reason why it doesn't annoy me as much as like maybe like Maul or Ryan or some of the other guys is because those guys are fans of clones and that genre, you know, like, because I call them cloners. They're fans of that stuff way more than I am.
Yeah, I mean,
You know what I mean?
I like that stuff, but I'm more of a Stormy guy than a clone guy.
Yeah, I'm definitely more a Stormy.
So I can see where them it's like a scratch in their mind, like they can't itch. You know what I mean? Like it's got to drive them nuts, dude, to see them. Like, especially since like Lego had it right before. You know what I mean?
See, I don't think Lego had it right. Well, they did, but they didn't because they didn't have a universal system.
Yeah, I look, and it's hard for me to really speak on it because I don't know enough. You know what I mean to justify an argument. That'd be for like, you know, Maul or Ryan, or somebody to like come out at. But as far as like, you know, I will die on the hill. I always admire those convictions. Complaints were so much lesser before Disney made the sequel trilogy. Yeah, it's even beyond that. But Tron says before the sequels, I once thought there may have been a little too much complaining, perhaps, but Disney said, "Hold my beer." Yeah, I mean, I think. I mean, it's hard to say, but like, all right, for instance, right now, there's a big battle going on between fans with DC.
Really?
Oh yeah, dude. Because you've got Snyder fans, you know, then you've got like DC fans before that you know, or DC fans, you know, like that you know, really don't see any Superman movie ever going to be as good as like, you know, Christopher Reeve Superman. Then you even got like people that were just fans of Christopher Nolan's Batman trilogy. You know, now you've got gun fans coming in to DC universe, and now they're fighting with regular. Like, dude, it's a mess, dude. It's a mess. And even like, you know, I was talking about this the other night on Pure Fury because I really love James Gunn movies. I honestly, maybe all of them. I'm not sure. I'd have to really think about it. But like, even like,
I love Guardians of the Galaxy.
Right, but I mean, I remember watching his movies back in like when he made Slither and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, I've always loved his movies. They're always really funny. They're campy. They're interesting. So when I say these things,
can't be a bad thing.
No, it depends on where it's at. You know what I mean, and how much is in it. Because Star Wars is pretty campy. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, Star Wars is very campy.
Yeah.
Space opera.
So when I say this, it's not any hate towards James Gunn, but he is really pissing me off with some of the stuff he's pulling with this DC Universe stuff right now. Like, look, I'm all about the Superman trailer. It looked wonderful. It's got me excited. But he's leaving in Peacemaker as canon,
Mm-hmm.
which doesn't make any sense because Peacemaker had to, you know, do it in the last universe, but it's his project, so he's keeping it in. I've heard, I don't know this is solid, but I've heard he's keeping Amanda Waller in, the same Amanda Waller, which again doesn't make any sense with consistency in the universe. I am not happy about, and I know this sounds crazy, but I'm not happy about Momoa playing Lobo. I get it, he looks like him, but like, what, you're telling me there's no other dudes that can't play Lobo?
You have to admit it though.
What?
The Lobo, the Momoa Lobo is still better than the RDJ. Who is he playing? Dude, Dr. Doom though.
Oh yeah, that I'm not happy about that either. Because dude, that whole thing.
Which one's worse though?
Dr. Doom.
Yeah, okay, that was my point. Yeah.
Only because it just smells of desperation, man.
Yeah, it really does. It's so sad.
It's
look, it could be awesome.
Like they're trying to clutch on to something because they know there's a base fandom.
Well, and again, that's why I just said, man, like after Endgame, they should have just reset the universe. It's not a big deal. Like it had a good ending, and just reset the universe, man. Recast. You can wait a few years, recast everybody, because you're gonna have to do it anyways, you know. And then you can start over with the Fantastic Four, with the X-Men, with the Avengers. You know what I mean? Now you've got almost the entire universe to play with, except for like Spider-Man characters. I don't know, but you know, it's whatever. Before, oh wait, what was it? How they did it right was prior to 12 troopers and screwed up on this one. Whoever blows my mind. I don't know, man. I really don't know. It's crazy. Dave, what's up, man? Says good day. Good day. Hi, Oaktown. Just
what's up, Dave?
Just saying hello before I start work. Oh, well, hello, man. I hope you're doing well.
I'm here too, Dave. Yeah, so I'm gonna say three things. With the Superman trailer, I really hope we get a Daily Planet in the same style as the Avengers Tower.
Yes.
The only a Daily Planet that Lego's ever made was a Duplo set in 2012 or whatever.
What the hell? They made a Duplo set of it? I never knew that.
They made. Yeah, they made a Duplo, a Daily Planet, but I'm not sure what the architecture of the Daily Planet looks like, but I think it would look really cool in the same build style as the Daily Bugle, as the same column, as the Avengers Tower. Make it in that same style, and you'll bring all of the Superman boys to the yard. Second, with the helmet holes, the best example I ever saw about why helmet holes are bad was when M&R went on a couple of brickheads and compared the depth of the camera lens between old iPhones and new iPhones.
It's a pretty good analogy, though.
The depth of those camera lenses, like I could compare my iPhone 13 to my iPhone 8. But if I bring this up, you notice how the camera lens does not protrude from the phone case. On my iPhone 13, it does. And then with going out to eat for people who go to Chicago, I remember the ACOB boys and M&R went out to a sports bar to watch one of the NBA Finals games, and I was there too. We went to one of the sports bars, had the best ravioli I've ever had.
Really?
Yeah, dude.
Man,
I had
I do know that
with him. It was great. What's that?
Oh no, you go first, Hive.
No, I was just saying I had breakfast with him. It was really good.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was just gonna say, I know Mayo, you must have been happy that the Celtics didn't they lose the finals?
No, they won. And as a Lakers fan, I am pissed off because
me too.
We equaled them with the bubble championship, and now they've won up us again.
Now they're 18-4, right?
And what's even worse is that my best friend in real life is also a Celtics fan.
Oh no!
Oh.
That's not good. How can you be friends?
Well, because we're friends because we were brainiacs back in high school, and we became friends because we did a lot of class projects together, and then we realized that we like sport. He likes all of the American sports teams from the New England area.
Oh, okay. He's like Ryan.
I like American sports teams based upon the players.
So how can you still like the Lakers though? Because I mean, they have LeBron James, and LeBron James sucks. Let's be honest.
Because I'm a Shaq, Kobe, and Pau Gasol guy.
Okay, got it.
I think I'm missing a piece, guys.
Oh man,
right?
That sucks.
When I built the Marvel Avengers Assemble from Age of Ultron, that set that came out that has those really cool pine trees. I think they skimped me a 1x2 Technic brick with the axle hole.
Did he get a replacement?
No, because I think it might have fallen behind my build table.
Got it. So what did you do? Did you not put it on?
I didn't put it on because all it was just to connect some of the modules together of the snow, and I disassembled the set anyway because I utilized its snowy aspects to build that snowy mountain on that mock contest.
Oh yeah.
I gotta finish watching that video you just put out. What was it, yesterday, Mayo? Or day before?
It was 3 days ago now.
God, time's going by fast. Wait, because today's Thursday.
Yeah, I need to catch up on some of your videos, Mayo.
Yeah, because I got your congratulations comment, and there's 13 other people that did so. But the weird thing is, it may look like my channel is only 4 years old, but that's because I deleted all of my old videos I filmed back in middle school, because when Copper came around, I was like, "There's no point putting up these anymore."
Remember that, Mayo? That really freaked everybody out, dude. I made
I know it destroyed Jank's career.
Dude, that was like my first rant video I ever did, man.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah.
Was Copper, and the reason, and I was angry at Copper for other reasons most people were angry. I was angry because YouTube in 2016 changed the algorithm to directly violate Copper.
Yeah.
YouTube came out 7 years after the Copper law was drafted and handed to Bill Clinton's Oval Office in 1998.
Interesting.
So YouTube knew about all of this before they built their website for release on November 10th, 2005 or whatever. And Google, who was founded in 2001, 3 years after Copper came out, knew that law when they bought YouTube in 2006. 10 years later, they changed the YouTube algorithm to promote kids' content, which then evolved into YouTube Kids because they knew about Copper. They changed the algorithm anyway to directly violate Copper, and then the FTC noticed they were doing it, and so thus we have YouTube Kids, and thus people were freaking out. They made adjustments, but some channels weren't too big to fail.
Yeah, it was interesting, that's for sure. My whole argument was just like, I don't care what the hell. Like, parents need to regulate their kids, man. Like, you want your kids watching stuff on YouTube, then keep them off YouTube.
Yeah, because there were plenty of channels who grew only because YouTube changed the algorithm in October of 2016. That's because that algorithm change was why we started getting all of this Spider-Man and Elsa child pornography videos.
Yeah. It was...
And also that guy who had a pacifier in his mouth sitting next to his daughter, who also had a pacifier in her mouth.
Yeah,
I never saw that. Thank God.
Yeah, there was a lot of weird, creepy
like
stuff,
that.
man.
I'm glad that I wasn't watching much YouTube at the time.
But the thing was, is it wasn't like just that, because if it was just something like that, then a lot of people wouldn't have been worried. But they were trying to basically say, like, if you make content for kids, like you have to like do all these things, like make your, make it. You have to basically like make it for kids you have to make your videos and streams for kids. But when you do that, it cuts off, your monetization for it. It cuts off like, the algorithm pushing your videos. It takes out the comments. It does like all kinds of stuff that people were freaking out about. And then they started saying like, if you were, doing like making content towards kids or something like that, like you would be fined. I don't know how much money it was. So it was freaking a lot of people out.
That's why Hive thinks that land members should post on YouTube Kids.
What about the video stuff?
Yeah.
Well,
I disagree with you, Hive.
Well, yes, but the thing is, the
kids
law,
don't even watch reviews.
No. It's the law can be complicated with stuff on what you're supposed to tell and what you can't tell, but for the most part, like, yeah, if you're sponsored or whatever, you're supposed to like, those are like, like regulated rules of the federal law, you know what I mean? Like the FTC and stuff, like you're supposed to disclose that you're being sponsored so people know that they're getting an honest opinion and not just like you're trying to get around something, Now, as far as the kids stuff goes, like, yeah, it's even probably doubly so. But I don't know, there's a lot of stuff to it, man. You know what I mean?
And it was all very hypocritical by Google, because YouTube back in 2016, late 2016 and 2017,
right.
we're holding conferences with creators, telling them how to change their videos to suit the new algorithm, which promoted kids' content like Spider-Man and Elsa child pornography.
Right. Yeah.
And then 5 years later,
Mayo, do me a favor. Stop using those two words together on my stream, please. Before I start getting hit with strikes or something. I know what you mean. I'm just saying, like, I don't want to hear those two words together on the stream.
Call it CP.
Yeah, do that. Just so because I'm gonna get.
Although that could stand for clever pig.
Yeah, it doesn't. We get what you're saying, though, man. I'm just like, I don't want to, like, trust me. It's bad enough, man. I get hit with just normal curse words a lot. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to be careful.
Do you get hit in Pure Rant Fury?
What's that?
Do you get hit in Pure Rant Fury?
Yeah, all the time.
Every time, right? Every week, right?
No, not every time. Just, like most of the time. Like I get hit with like a curse word or something like that. I get hit with copyright stuff all the time. So I got to go in and like silence stuff or take stuff out. Because like in the intros and stuff, like I use clips and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So like, if I don't do the clip good enough, or I don't, change it enough or something. And sometimes I change them a lot, and they still get me.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, and then like obviously a lot of people like to come in and like report stuff and just cause trouble in general. You know what I mean? So, but no, just what Mayo was saying, like. I didn't want to just hear it repeated, man. I just feel like it's gonna just attract attention that I don't want. That's all. Even though I know what he was talking about. Yeah. But yeah, the whole COPPA thing was weird, man. It was definitely something that scared the crap out of a lot of people. To the point where some of them deleted their channels and deleted videos and stuff like that.
Yeah, they did.
I can't remember. Jang was one.
Yeah, Jang. He said that it ruined his channel, and like that's why he earns a lot less money on his original YouTube channel, and that's why now he's reposting all of his old videos to his new YouTube channel.
Yeah, I didn't know it hurt him that bad though, but
yeah, it destroyed his career almost.
But the difference is, unlike people who are full-time tubers, he has a job, so that's been able to offset.
He does not have a job.
any of his shortcomings. He used to.
No, he's been a full-time Lego content creator since 2013.
Yeah, I don't even know what he would do anyways, but I heard also he had a job at one point. But I mean, you know, when he's got over 1 million subs, man. So
yeah, but that channel is broken. He like doesn't get monetized that much. He can't earn.
I imagine he's got to be doing something if he's living. You got to be making money.
No,
you know?
I know that's why he started his new YouTube channel.
Oh, how many's he got?
Well,
like
because he made a separate channel for uploading reviews.
Yeah.
He made a separate channel for uploading videos about his mocks.
See, I've probably watched them and haven't paid attention that they're different.
Yeah, you probably have.
Yeah, I probably just thought it was the same channel when I saw it.
And so a lot of creators had to pivot because of Copper. And the initial reaction to Copper was kind of like when the Recording Institute Association of America, back in the early 2000s, were finding people who were illegally downloading music on Napster and LimeWire and stuff like that.
The good old days. No, I'm just
because the reason why Napster was so revolutionary is because it was no longer that you'd upload something into the software and into the server, and someone could download that off the server. You could send stuff between each other, and so people were essentially taking kind of like when people used to dub music onto a blank CD. People were doing that on their computers, sending it backwards and forwards between each other, and then RIA were like, okay, if we can't find the websites themselves, we're going to find the individual users. And there were college students who got fined the value of their tuition.
You know what was interesting about that, because I remember when all that was going down, and what was interesting is because the reason why it was such a difficult thing for them to take down is because nobody was selling the music. You would just go on an Napster and everybody just traded music, just gave it away. You know what I mean? Like, so that's where it's almost like, you hear a song on the radio, so to speak, and then like you record it and then give it to somebody. The difference was, and I think this is where the lawyers on the other side finally got Napster, was the difference was when you like, for instance, when you record a song on the radio already has the rights to play that song. You know what I mean? Whereas you're taking like an entire album or whatever, throwing it on a website, and then allowing other people to copy it. So again, my legal jargon is way off, but I'm assuming that's where they finally started to get a foothold on it. Because at the time, the artist that first comes to my mind, I was really at the forefront of trying to like stop Napster, was Metallica. And they were the ones, and I think the first one to like start really,
I'll be right back, guys.
Yep.
I'm staying on the panel, but I'll be right back.
I'm going.
And in the mid-2000s, when all of that was happening, there were even artists who were name-dropping Napster in their music of disapproval. And because of all of that, that's why Spotify has become what it is.
Yeah, and I gotta tell you, because for the longest time I was part of this whole downloading, illegal MP3s and stuff. Like, that's basically how I got all my music. And even though this isn't justified, my excuse was it just because music, just like everything else, man, just got too expensive. Like, you're popping over $20 for one album, CD, or whatever, you know what I mean? Or a song is like 99 cents. It's like, okay, so, but now I think the best option, man, is Spotify or something similar to it, you know what I mean? Where you just have an entire library of music, you know what I mean? You just pay like a monthly fee, And so far, the monthly fee has been worth it for me. It's like whatever, 10, 11 bucks a month. But I listen to like so much music. Like it's insane to me. Like, because when we had our yearly review of Spotify stuff, like for 2 years in a row now, I've been in like the top 1% of Spotify listeners that listen to the most music. So I'm getting my money's worth. There's no doubt about that. Let's see here. John says, I do always try to watch my language. No, it's fine sometimes. Like I get away with a lot. And when I make the streams, like I always put a disclaimer, like not disclaimer. When you make the streams or like a video, you could put in like a rating or whatever for inappropriate language or whatever. And I always put it in where there's some. So I'm still, I'm still getting monetized. It's just sometimes, I might say it a little too much, or maybe say it at the wrong time, or maybe they just catch something. Sometimes they'll catch other words that I've thrown out there. But I think certain words is probably fine. But if they get maybe you said too much or whatever, it might attract whatever. Brixine says Lars Ulrich was right. Napster ruined the music game. I don't know. I don't know, because I think if anything, maybe it helped us evolve to a point like, because look, whether musicians liked it or not, the game was changing. Digital music was coming, just like with movies and everything. Streaming is here now, and it's affected, the Hollywood and everything, So while I agree, it was, I don't know, man. I don't know where to fall on a lot of this stuff, but yeah, stuff was changing anyways. So they're gonna have to figure something out. But if Napster hadn't happened, all this stuff, maybe maybe something worse could have happened. But eventually, like I said, now we've got stuff like Spotify. But yeah, I would really have to go back and look to see how much money that bands made off of sales compared to like what the record companies made off of the sales. So I don't know. It's something I'd have to look into more before having any kind of real good argument on anything. But yeah, I mean, they definitely changed the game. That's for damn sure. So happy Apple did Apple Music. I don't miss paying for songs like that. Yeah, I don't have Apple Music, so I don't have an iPhone. YouTube is crazy now. Coming back to it in 2025. You need 1,000 subs to get monetized. It's crazy. Back in
hello everyone, I'm back.
Oh, hello. Back in 2014, it definitely wasn't like that. Yeah, it wasn't like 500 or something. I don't remember. And there's the sub count, but then there's the amount of watch time you got to get before you monetize as well. Because I got the monetization, or I got the time or the view count. I got that way before I got the actual subs. And shit, even the subs now, man. Like my sub, it's a slow climb, man. It's just a slow, steady climb. But the great thing
really,
about
Hive, that's weird. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
That you would get the watch hours way before the subs. Because I mean, I'm at at 149 subs.
Mm-hmm.
Subscribe to Oaktown Bricks if you want to get me to 150.
There you go.
But, yeah. And then there's but then I have only like 175 watch hours out of like 4,000, and subs I only need 1,000.
Yeah. I mean, look, though, I don't really know what to tell you, man. I mean, because people tell me all the time that I should do different things to grow my channel, and it would work, I'm sure. You know what I mean? If I did certain things, but I won't. Sometimes it's a little bit out of stubbornness, but other times it's just these things I don't like.
Yeah.
And I've told a lot of people about this. Like, I am not going to be one of these people that says something different or something wrong in a video on purpose just to get you to clickbait your ass into commenting on something.
I hate when people do that.
Yeah, there's just a lot of stuff, man. I won't do. And I mean, if people want to do it, that's fine. You know what I mean? But it's just something I won't do. The most I'm gonna do besides just be myself is try to make the best thumbnail I can.
Yeah.
But it's like, look, I'm not saying I can't make better content. I'm not saying I can't improve on stuff. But like ultimately, the channel is me, and if people want to watch me, that's awesome. And if they don't, then I don't know what to say. I'm not gonna change. I'm not gonna be different. I'm not gonna clickbait you. I'm not gonna use other people as clout. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna make clickbaity thumbnails, clickbaity titles. I mean, if something's true, it's true. If it's not, it's not. For instance, let me tell you. So I don't know if everybody's watched Ryan's last Ask Him in our production.
I did.
All right. So there's something I don't agree with Ryan, and I'm not even going to give it away right now. It's nothing that serious. You know what I mean? But it's just something I don't really agree with, and has to do with prices and stuff. And I'm going to do, like a small rant about it on Friday. It's not even anything big enough to me to make a big rant about. It's just and I don't even know if it could be a rant or just maybe a difference of my opinion. But the point is, what I'm getting at is, if I wanted, since technically I will be talking about it for probably a few minutes, I could put Ryan on my thumbnail
and get a million more views.
Well, it ain't gonna be a million. But I guarantee you, I'm going to get a lot more views because everybody's going to want to see what I have to say about Ryan.
Hive, your average 40 is going to go to like 100.
But the thing is I won't do it because it's clickbait. It's deception. You know what I mean? Like, yes, technically I am going to say something about it, but I don't want people to think like it's a big thing. Like it's going to be it's more than it is. You know what I mean?
Got it.
So that's what I mean. There's just some things. I'm not saying like other people do this or not or whatever. I'm just saying, like, a lot of people have mentioned to me, or I've seen a lot of people do things that that their channels grow or whatever, and I mean, and it's cool. That's them, but that's just not me. But here's the thing that I always know. Okay. Here's the thing I always know, at least for the most part, not with every single person, but my audience knows me. They know what they're getting out of me. They know I'm not bullshitting them. You know what I mean? And they're here for me. They're not. It's not like in a few years I've got to change who I am. I got to switch stuff up because that wasn't really like that to begin with. You know what I mean? Or I got to keep up this charade of like I got to keep thinking of like some clickbait type thing. I just refuse to do it. And like you said, I can always improve. I can do better. I can make different stuff. I can even change things. But ultimately, I'm going to do what I'm doing, and that's who my audience is. And I don't have to worry about losing my audience because I changed something. You know what I mean? Because they're here they know what they're getting, and that's not gonna really change. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's the whole thing about, like, yes, I can do stuff to make myself grow faster, but it wouldn't feel authentic to me.
Hive, do you want to hear the real honest truth?
Well, yeah, sure, dude.
Number one, I think if you wanted to grow your YouTube channel, you would need to stop doing pure rant theory.
Well, that's funny you should say that, because even though I get more views on Pure Rant Fury in 2 days than I do on Good Morning Brick World in an entire week. More people watch Pure Rant Fury than, and
I wonder why. I mean, I'm one of those.
People drive by a car wreck and they want to look at it. You know what I mean? People like drama more than they do non-drama.
That's true. That's true.
That's why one of the big YouTubers used to do that video series called Drama Alert.
Well, and it's more than that. I mean, it's not just that. It's also, again, people sometimes look. It's different reasons. I think some people do laugh. They think it's funny.
Yeah, that's what
they laugh at me. Maybe they laugh with me. I think some people might just find it interesting enough to just watch somebody just lose their shit. I think some people agree with me on a lot of stuff, and they can channel their own kind of fury into it. It's just different reasons. I don't know. Everybody watches for a different reason. You know what I mean? I think, but
it was.
But I can tell you this. I can tell you this. I've definitely lost a lot of subscribers, like a lot of subscribers, because of Pure and Fury.
Yeah, Drama Alert on Keemstar, Shreddy.
Well, dude, it's not even just that. Like, that was obviously a bunch of dumb shit. But no, I mean, just look, and it doesn't surprise me. It's not like I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe someone unsubscribed. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it sometimes, but it's not like it shocks me, dude. I mean, I say a lot of stuff that makes people mad, you know.
Have you lost a lot of friends because of Pure Rant Fury?
No, because
Okay.
if you're really my friend, you're not gonna not be my friend because of Pure Rant Fury.
Yeah.
Like, you wouldn't have been my friend in the first place.
Got
You might not agree with me, and maybe I know it's possible. You know, I mean, I don't know, because usually most people, if they decide they're not gonna be my friend anymore, they just go away. They don't like tell me. You know what I mean? And that's the other thing, that if you're really my friend, if you would tell me something. You know what I mean? I don't know. You know, look, Pure and Fury is complicated, man. It's more complicated than like really a lot of people make it out to be, but people just get the wrong interpretation about it. And I don't know how many times. Look, let me put it to you like this. For many people in the community, I just don't feel, and I'm just talking about not everybody, but many people in the community are just not mature enough to understand or whatever with Pure and Fury. You know what I mean? Like, no matter how many times I can tell people,
it's an acquired taste.
Dude, listen, man. Like, I don't know how to explain this to people, like, because look, everybody just gonna see what they want to see. They're gonna take it how they want to take it. They're gonna perceive it how they want to perceive it. You know what I mean? Nobody's gonna, if you see me say something and it pisses you off, whatever. Okay. If you want to actually try to see if you can understand what it's all about, then you're gonna have to watch longer. I'm sorry. If you don't have time, well, I don't care. I mean, look, the thing is, I do what I want with it. And again, the reason why a lot of people enjoy it is because I do what I want with it. And again, they know that's not bullshit. Dude, there's a lot of stuff in the community that's fine. Like, for instance, like Good Morning Brickworld. It's a happy stream. You know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, I think that, some people want something a little different. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, it's so mean or whatever. Well, it's because it's a parody of all the happy stuff in the community, dude. I don't understand. Like, people are like, it's so mean. It's Pure Rant Fury, dude. What do you want it? What do you think it's going to be? Like, and if you can't handle it, I'm so sorry. You know what I mean? But what am I supposed to, people that can handle it, that can take jokes, that can't like understand what it is and not to take it so damn seriously? Like, what, they don't get to enjoy stuff because you can't enjoy it? Like, that's why it blows my mind, you know what I mean, about, like, if you don't like it, it's fine, don't watch it.
I guess you could say the same thing about Disney Star Wars.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I'm just joking. Okay, Hive, are you ready for reason number 2 and 3?
Of course.
Reason number 2, I don't think your thumbnails are catchy enough for the mass audience. Like, your text, the way that it's presented, I think you do yellow with red outline. I think most people like to see white with black outline, but I've just noticed that.
Okay. So when it comes to that, so I did that originally because I just felt like it matched a little bit more of like the whole Beehive, Brick Hive thing.
Yeah.
But also when I looked it up later, I mean, maybe there's different things to say, different things to read about it. But like what I read was it's red and yellow are very, very eye catching. Like it's not about what people like. It's just it's easier to catch your eye.
Yeah.
It's kind of like how like they say red is a fast color.
Good point. And it is unique.
But I have switched up a little bit with different things. Like Hivestream, the Pure Rant Fury kind of was changing around a little bit. Minimal Effort, I was kind of changing around a little bit. I just haven't decided. I'll try out the white. What do you say, white and black?
Yeah. White text with black outline, like white letters, but like the black surrounds the letter.
Yeah, I'll
kind of like the Lego text.
Yeah. I'll throw that on like maybe the next Minimal Fury or maybe
like that might catch more people's eyes. Who knows?
Yeah,
honestly, who knows though?
Yeah, no.
You also don't do a split screen, so that doesn't catch the mass audience.
No, you're talking about with the thumbnail?
Yeah.
I'm never going to do that unless it's extremely relevant to the video.
Yeah, and then The other reason why is
you bring up relevancy.
Yes.
I'd only do a split screen if I was to do a comparison between.
I agree.
And look, I need everybody to understand too. This is stuff personally that I just won't do. You know what I mean? But if somebody wants to do it strictly for no other reason than it would attract a lot more people, dude, more power to them. You know what I mean? Like that's like, look, some people. Of course, you know, I've told you guys before, and I'd be lying if I told you any different. Like, yes, I would be great to make enough money off of this just to at least just survive off of it. You know what I mean? Just to pay my bills. I'm not worried about making a bunch of money, just to pay my bills. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be awesome. That way I don't have to work other jobs and I can keep focusing more on this and get better at it. But, you know, who knows what would happen. But other people do rely on this for income. And as much as I can complain about thumbnails or your ads or you being sponsored or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make it any less valid to these, you know, to these creators that need to do these things to survive. And clearly, you know, people can look past that because they have like a lot of viewers or whatever. And some of them, you know, especially like my friends, I support them anyways, despite if something might annoy me. But yeah, just for me in general, like what, you know, and even Mayo was just saying, like, he uses that split screen thing for like for comparisons and stuff.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I think I might have used it once, but more of just, again, a parody, just to be funny. But it just, yeah, if for some reason, like, yeah, I think if I had maybe a comparison video, it'd be a little bit different. But I've never really been good at making thumbnails anyways. So, by the way, Paladin, what's going on? Good to see you. Some of these comments are great. If Hive wants to grow, he needs a hot tub and show a bit more leg. Show my hairy legs. I like the ranting. A lot of content creators is scary too. Yeah, look, that's a whole nother subject. And that's another reason why a lot of people have really leaned into me and supported me and this and that, is because, look, especially if you're trying to stay on the good side of a lot of things, like, you don't want to have a pure Rant Fury type stream. Like, that's not going to do you good. You know what I mean? Because you guys, listen to me. If I didn't have pure Rant Fury, there is no doubt in my mind I would have at least another 1,000 subscribers. I would be past 3,000. Wait, like, by now. I don't know how far up it would go, but I know I would at least have that many. So a lot of people can be like, well, why do you do it? Like, why do you make those pure Rant Furies if you lose subscribers? Because I want to. And because other people enjoy it way more than I ever would have thought. It doesn't mean, even people that enjoy it, man, if you guys watch any pure Rant Furies and you sit in the chat and you watch the chat, dude, it's not like everybody always agrees with me. Like, some people severely disagree with me about stuff.
Like
yeah, like you and I, yeah, Mayo's the same way. Like, we've all been in some debates about stuff, you know what I mean, and disagreed, and even had some harsh, passionate disagreements about it. But it's a matter of, like, do you enjoy other stuff? You know, are you willing to stay for the whole rant? Are you willing to stay for the whole argument? And I mean, and that's everybody's personal preference of choices, you know what I mean? But yes, not many people, if at all, really do the same thing, and for a good reason, you know. And besides, it's not easy, man. I know it sounds dumb, but like, I've thought about ending pure Rant Fury before just because it's exhausting.
No.
Well, it's exhausting, man. And it's not like, look, I can have a temper about some stuff, and yeah, I can rant about some stuff, but trying to make like a 2 to 3 hour show every single week, dude, of ranting about stuff isn't easy. That's why some of my rants are like petty or stupid or whatever, or just nonsensical, because it's just entertainment, man. You know? Well, I think we got 10 minutes, guys. 10 minutes. All right. Okay. Let me just put this aside, because clearly we'll start on bag 5 next. I would show you guys this, but it's not like there's a billion different two-door.
We want to see. We want to see.
Really? I mean,
sure.
I guess I can show you guys how much I've got done.
Yeah, that's what we want to see.
Yeah. So the first floor is coming along. I gotta say, like, this mic. I mean, the haberdashery is looking pretty sweet.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying the bar.
Yeah.
Or whatever Lego's calling it. I don't know. You can see also like where the structure of the outside is going. So yeah, man, good stuff.
Hive.
Yeah.
I just okay. I have to give you reason number 3, and then I'm gonna give you something else to rant about.
Okay.
For Friday. So reason number 3. You might not want to hear this.
It's okay.
This might not be true.
It's okay.
But you're too old to appeal to the mass audiences. People want to see someone like under 35.
Well, who's people?
I think like mass audience. Like I think young kids and like I don't know, young adults.
Well, I mean, I guess young adults is kind of in a different area, but I'm not trying to appeal to any kid demographic. Man.
Okay.
I would hope that that's pretty obvious. Now, even Good Morning Brick World, is for families.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I wouldn't say kids necessarily, but like, yeah, kids obviously can be there, but like, it's more for a family type thing. But yeah, look, I understand what you're saying. There's definitely a demographic of people I'm definitely not going to appeal to, and not just because like I got a gray beard, but because my demeanor, my demeanor in general is not for everybody, anyways. People are car wrecks. Sorry, I was going through the comments still. I was an avid Drama Alert viewer. Yeah, but no, I get what you're saying. But you got to understand also, if you're talking about just like as far as age, you know, let me pull something up here real quick.
Unless you're like one of those old wisdom guys, you're not gonna get views.
We talk about. Yeah, I don't really know what you mean by that. So hold on. Let me look up something real quick. Where is it? Okay. So according to my analytics, my biggest percentage of audience is from 45 to 54. And below that is from 35 to 44. And then below that is 25 to 34. And yeah, anything below 24 is like 0%.
See, that's what I mean, Hi.
Well, I know, but I'm trying to understand what exactly you're getting at. Like, you're saying I shouldn't do content because I can't appeal to a younger audience? Because I'm not trying to appeal to a younger audience. I'm trying to appeal to anybody that wants to hear my shit. Now, if you're going to base...
No, I agree, yeah.
But, I mean, if you're going to base what you want off of what somebody looks like, then you're in for a very disappointing life, man, because...
No, I agree, yeah. I'm not saying this for myself. I'm saying this
for
like,
I know.
What I know objectively.
Well, but here's the thing.
Other people.
But I'm trying to still understand, again, the correlation. Like, so... because if what you're saying is true, then other people roughly my age or like maybe AFOLs and stuff like that, they also, you know, wouldn't have any big amount of subscribers or viewership or whatever. And this is one of the reasons, because look, I totally agree with you as far as like, it's why I don't do anything on like TikTok or anything like that.
Yes, that's kind of what I mean. Like,
but
you couldn't appeal to someone who has a short attention span.
I've already pissed off all those people. So, but yeah, I mean, as far as like me streaming and me making like longer form content, you know, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I have no delusions about any of that, nor am I trying. You know what I mean? It's also why I don't do certain things. You know what I mean? Because, for instance, I probably, maybe, I don't know how long they would stay, but I at least would probably get a lot more engagement and maybe some subs or views or whatever from a lot more of a younger audience if I did some of them thumbnails like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean.
Yeah. But again, it's just not my bag.
Yeah, yeah, I mean.
So look, I don't take it as an insult or anything. I'm quite aware of how old I am and quite aware of what the younger kids like.
Now I'm gonna tell you about what you should rant about.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know. This is more like an open discussion. So.
Okay.
Lego in the new Star Trek set, they're gonna do a Guinan minifigure, and I'm not opposed to them doing it. However,
Guinan?
Guinan is a bartender played by Whoopi Goldberg. She's Whoopi
Oh,
Goldberg's character,
that's
and she's a
right.
bartender in universe.
Right.
And Lego is all like, we don't do bars, we don't do this.
Even though they made a bar in that new modular.
Yes. Okay. That's part of the rant. And then also, however, I will say, Guinan is usually, I think, not seen in the bar mostly. However, I think what you can rant about is like, they didn't make Mo from The Simpsons because he's a bartender. So, like, kind of Lego contradicting itself.
Well, so look, I should probably know this because I have watched quite a bit of Next Generation, but like, is that what she's known for? Because Mo is only known for being the bartender, you know what I mean? So maybe
that's true.
That could be where they're going with it. Here's the other thing, Oaktown. Lego is not consistent.
Yeah, that's essentially my point of the rant. That would be
because for over 50 years, Lego has been moving their own goalpost.
Oh yeah, but no, that's a good rant. That's like.
And I think something that you could say, Hive, is like, okay, so now they're being more lenient. However, how come they're so strict about not doing Deadpool? I think you could bring that in.
Even though they have made,
they're never going to touch
Deadpool
again. I think when they did Deadpool originally, again, I think Lego, like with a lot of things, doesn't really do enough research with stuff. And, they're just like, oh, Deadpool, okay, cool. You know what I mean? And like, maybe, but like, yeah, if they would have really, because even before Ryan Reynolds made the movies, man, like Deadpool, well, no, Ryan did take it to a different level. I mean, Deadpool was always like Deadpool, but I don't think the cursing was like as bad. Or I don't think the sexual humor was quite as bad. But
let's be honest, how well would Lego make this minifigure nowadays? Would they give her basketball shorts?
Which one is that?
The Cleveland Cavaliers version of Princess Leia.
No. This is this is Endor Village Leia. This is Ewok Village Leia.
Oh.
With her dress.
Yeah, I don't know. By the way, Shreddy says he's 21. Right on, Shreddy.
By the way, Hive, I thought I'd show you something. I think you're gonna have a reaction to this.
If it's an Ewok,
yeah, it's an Ewok.
No, dude, I love Ewok Village. I just would take all the Ewoks out.
No. How about this though, Hive? How do you feel about this net right here? How about this?
Yeah, right. I know.
You can roast it. How about this? You can defeat the Empire, Hive.
You can do
this.
I can
do this. You can fly this right here. And then just bam.
Yeah, it's all good, dude. I'm good. What do you say, Mayo?
Looking at my stats, from the last 28 days.
Yeah.
And 43.8% are from ages 35 to 44. So you can have a sustainable audience at any of the age demos. It's just that each of the age demos, certain videos work for certain demos.
Yeah. Yeah. It's it's hard to explain. You know what I mean? Because the channel, it's still a hobby. You know what I mean? And not just the Lego thing, but like I really enjoy making content. Whether I'm just streaming and talking to you guys, or coming up with ideas and stuff, or making intros, or making videos. Building the city, all that stuff. But like I said, so it's really like a hobby, passion of love, and it's a mixture of things that I want to do and things that you guys want to see. But at the same time, like it costs money, dude. For StreamYard right now, like they raised the prices. So for what I have, where my co-host can like access the stuff that I access, dude, it's like pushing like $900 a year now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, dude, it's insane.
Which is why I don't pay for that.
Yeah, I don't pay for that either.
Well, I'm getting ready. I have no choice. I'm getting ready to drop that. But even like regular StreamYard, to have like your stuff in here and all that, they raised that price too, and it's like $300 or $400 a year or something. You know what I mean? And then obviously buying Lego, then my PO box, and like it just like. And when I do sometimes when I like today, if I wasn't streaming, I would have been out DoorDashing, man, to make us money. You know what I mean? So like. There's a lot of stuff. It costs time and money, and it's getting expensive. So of course,
I agree.
I mean, like, and then, like I said, if I didn't have to go do all this other stuff, I could, focus more time on the channel and keep getting better and putting more stuff into it and ideas, and have more time to like finish the city and make a new video or this or that, or do maybe more time to do stop motion or whatever. Because it's even getting to the point now where, dude. Like, I've mentioned you guys before, just making the new intro for Good Morning Brick World every week is like time consuming. And it's not just time consuming to film it and then to edit it, but to try and come up with like different ideas and stuff like that. Then obviously the intros for like, Pure and Fury. It's just, there's a lot of stuff involved in it. So to be able to make a little bit of money to, like I said, if it was enough just to, like I said, pay my bills so I didn't have to worry about doing all this stuff, it'd be really great. So, I'm not worried about becoming extremely huge. Oh, hey, we got another guest. What's up?
What's up, Gohan?
Just in time, man. Getting ready to end the stream here in a few minutes after I get done.
Come on, Hive. You need to go for another hour then.
No.
Sorry, man. I cannot do that. My dog is up there waiting for me right now as we speak. Plus, there's a few things I do have to take care of before Mrs. Hive gets home. But no, dude, this has been amazing. Because like I was saying earlier, we've been streaming over basically 7 hours.
Coming up 7 hours.
Yeah. And It literally felt like it was just a couple hours stream, dude. Like you guys, I can't thank you guys enough, and everybody out in the chat. Like you made this so streamlined and fun. Like, it's fun when like the time, like I barely looked at the time while we were doing this. Just all the talking we did about all kinds of random stuff, man.
How did you get on with the build? What's it looking like now?
I was just getting ready to dip into bag 5. Oh wait.
So
I'm like at the wrong camera.
S tier very little.
Yeah. Well, since we're average, well, I don't know. Yeah. I guess.
I mean, how does that compare to what you would how much you'd normally get built in 7 hours?
Well, it depends. So, like, Greg and I used to do these transatlantic streams all the time. And the good thing about like Greg is Greg's also a talker, and not like not just like us. Like when I say us, like okay, I'm not including myself because I am on the same level of talking. But like you guys talk normal, which is great. But Greg and I we talk a lot. So
Greg even more than you, Hive.
Well, and we would do something to where like we generally have a 2-part stream, and like if it was 6 hours, I do 3, he do 3. If it was 8 hours, I do 4, he do 4. So on my stream, since it was my stream, I would focus more on trying to engage with the chat. So I'd build a little bit slower. But man, once we switched over his stream, he would engage with the chat, and then my ass would be building like crazy because because like I have a hard time building fast because, and I know I wasn't doing super great, but I was trying. I don't like having streams and not really being able to engage with all you guys in the chat.
Yeah.
I know sometimes it's difficult, especially if I'm doing a drawing stream.
Yeah, I feel like you do kind of. Sometimes it's very quiet.
Well, in the drawing stream, I don't really have a choice. It's not. It's way more concentration than building. Like yeah. So and like especially when I'm trying to draw a straight line or something. So the drawing streams are more just for your guys' just pleasure of watching me draw something. It's not like this other stuff. But like this stuff, I don't like not talking, like engaging with you guys, man, because I'm like, it just seems rude. You know what I mean? So, and some people are good at it. Some people are really good at building and talking to everybody at the same time. But
yeah. And for me, the way I utilize chat is often is often the chat gives me stuff to talk about on the streams.
Yeah, definitely.
Because like there's only so much Lego that I personally want to talk about.
100%.
Yeah.
But the chat has infinite number of things they might want to talk about.
Yeah, and like Good Morning Brickwork, it's kind of hard because it's a show, and I'm like trying to multitask a lot of stuff. But I will say and you guys know this, but like one of the best things I love about Pure and Fury is the rants are great, but man, I love just chatting with all you guys, man. You guys always bring up good subjects, whether you agree with me or disagree. Sometimes you guys make me see things differently. You guys always make me laugh. You guys bring up facts. You can keep the chat engaging. Sometimes we just have the most random conversations in the chat. Like, was it like, I don't know, a few weeks ago, man, at the end of Pure and Fury, for like a good hour or so, we were talking about food.
Yeah.
It was like one of the best conversations we've had in a long time. And Tyler was the one that started it all, man.
Oh, of course, yeah.
But yeah, we were talking about all kinds of food.
I remember
I know.
one time on ACOB, Sean was not there, but I started I asked in the chat, what's your Star Wars movie rankings? And Tyler and Brent talked about that for like 3 hours. I started a 3-hour debate on ACOM.
Nice.
Because they're so devoted to their fandom.
Yeah. And you know what? And look, one more thing, and then we'll probably shut it down here in a minute. But like the other thing is too, man, is I'm not perfect, man, but like I said, I try to be as authentic with you guys as possible. I try to make sure you guys feel appreciated and that you're not just watching somebody that doesn't really give a shit about you and is just using you guys for views and stuff like that. Which, yeah, of course, I appreciate the views and the subs and the likes and the members and the chat, super chats and all that stuff. But like, I always tell you guys, man, the most precious thing you guys can give to me is your fucking time. You don't get that back. That's the most precious thing that all of you guys own. It's worth more than any amount of money that you may have is your time. We're limited on it. So when you guys give that to me, I make sure you guys know how much I appreciate that. You know what I mean? So also, speaking of which, let me just say a couple things here. The chat. Sorry, why not? Oh, well, we were talking about that. Let's see here. After working at Bricks and Minifigs, I truly learned Lego is for every age. True. And by the way, everybody, you guys, please understand, Oaktown wasn't trying to refer that to like I can't have viewers or nothing. He's just understanding if I really wanted to grow, I would try and appeal, obviously, to a younger audience.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I don't care, because anybody can watch me. But like, I totally get what you're saying.
Yeah, I was referring to like people who do like who can get millions of views and stuff like that.
And look,
I wasn't talking about like growing your channel. Like
no, and here's the thing. I always want, and look, I know everybody in the chat understands this too. But one thing I always want to make sure is like, and I know you know this, Oaktown, but you speak your mind. You say what you want to say. Don't be scared of me being mad. Like, oh, what do you mean I'm too old for blah, blah, blah. I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, I might be taking a gas. I might be like, whoa, man, you doing a little ageism there? What's going on? But of course, dude, yeah. Just like I remember how I told you what was a couple weeks ago, and you were like, "What'd you do? You call me a name or something?" And you're like,
oh yeah, I said JK and LOL.
Yeah. And I'm like,
yeah, I was like, I was scared.
I know, but of course, but of course, you say something, you don't want anybody to take it the wrong way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But anyways, let's see here, Tron. Yeah. I lose my mind if I have Lego. I know, right? 17 more hours to go. Daria, you're funny. Thank you for making the workday go faster. Nah, man, it was pretty wild, man. I really want to do another one of these streams, dude. So I don't know if I should work on this building like after hours periodically, because I do want to get this thing done. Because I don't.
After hours would be when?
I don't. Whenever I have time. So like, it's going right here. Of course, wait, I should put myself on the big screen. What am I doing? So you guys can see. It's just really messy back here, but yeah, it's going right here. So the city is so the bulk of the city is behind me. Like you guys can kind of see, like you can see the tower back there, and then like it's in a circle. So like there's buildings on the other side because the road goes into a circle all the way around, and then you can see the train track. Like you can see it kind of. It's not done, obviously, but you can see it going. Yeah, you can see where it is right here, and then it goes down, and then it goes in between, which I can probably do a close up. Whoops. There it goes. Oh, that's
Yes, Team B, this live stream is still going.
It's almost over though.
Yeah.
Come on, camera, what are you doing, man? Stop being a dumbass. All right. All right. So yeah, you can kind of see where the train track goes in between the Bugle and the police station.
It's not a mystery machine.
It is mystery machine. I've had it for quite a while. It was in a box. I totally forgot about. I found a box full of like Lego that I just had sitting around. Just threw in there when we moved to this house. That's how long it's been since I've opened it. But yeah, the train track, it goes around the Bugle and then comes back out, and then another train station over here somewhere. Yeah, and then dude, it is insane past here. Like that's, we're not gonna get into that. But yeah. Again, there's my dumbass face now. So yeah,
do a part two. Definitely do a part two.
Yeah. No, it was a lot of fun, man. And you know, the great thing again was we had some really cool random conversations about a lot of stuff, man, which I really like. I mean, obviously, there's some stuff I'm just not going to talk about on the show.
Yeah,
it's just too much of a mess. You know what I mean? But other stuff was really great. Bricks of this says I enjoyed the stream while building the 2 rows. Well, nice. Bricks, if you want, man, I know, you know, I don't know, but like if you want to come on and build with me, you can. So if you do want, message me, and then on the next stream, you know, I'll send you a link, and you can jump on if you want. Chill stream. It was a pretty chill stream, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I like chill streams.
I mean, we had some interesting conversations.
I like angry streams too, though.
Well, you know, we're only getting those once a week, dude. I'm not doing any more than that, dude. But
you wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
But yeah, I feel like it was, even when we had some debates about stuff, it was a pretty chill stream. I felt pretty good about it, man.
And upon the idea, or upon the comments from some people today, I guess I'm going to write a thesis about the evolution of Lego.
I do need to close the poll. See where we're at, by the way. All right, so we had 55 votes, everybody. 44% said I will get very little of this modular done. 35% said that I am at an S tier slow level of getting this build done, and then 22% said extremely little. Honestly,
I voted for S tier level slow.
I don't know if I was S tier level, but definitely extremely.
No. That's Amber Laya.
What, is she slower than me?
I think so.
She always complains on the clicking bricks stream that she's a slow builder.
Yeah, she does.
I try and watch them as much as I can. You know,
Yeah.
I'd be lurking. So let me end this real quick, and then yeah, I guess we'll get out of here, man. I just can't believe how fast the stream went. It's pretty.
Oh, okay. Can I do my cheesy self plug?
Yeah, dude, please. Oh yeah, well, all you guys plug.
Yeah.
I'll start with you, Oaktown, but yeah.
I'm Oaktown Bricks. Check me out on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitch. All username under all platforms the same. And yeah.
Awesome.
Make sure to like and subscribe, and here too. Make sure to like this live stream though.
Oh yeah, please.
I know you didn't say that, Hive. Wait, I said it once when you were gone. But yeah.
No, I appreciate it. I don't say it enough. But Mayo, you want to plug anything, man?
Yeah, so I think more than half of people here are subscribed to me, but if you aren't, you can subscribe to Mayo Hosco on YouTube. I uploaded my 12-year anniversary a video earlier this week, so I'm celebrating that the whole week. I'm in the middle of doing a more heartfelt celebration video for Sunday Monday's upload, and in in 28 hours I'm doing a 12-year anniversary stream.
Man, 12 years.
In how many hours?
in 28 hours. So on Friday night at 9 p.m. Eastern in North America.
So at Pure and Fury time? No. 3 hours before.
Yeah, because it'll probably be a 3-hour stream that raids into Pure and Fury. Like what I normally do whenever I do a Friday night stream.
There's a lot of streams on Friday night, man. I'll be lurking on a whole bunch.
Mayo, you're on the cusp of 1K, if I remember rightly. Last I checked.
Well, yeah, I'm at 913 subscribers, so less than 100 away.
Yeah, so everybody, if you haven't, man, go sub to everybody.
914.
There you go.
Okay. Thank
Let
you.
me see if mine is 150.
Thank you, General Tron.
Yeah, appreciate that. Luke, you wanna promote anything, man? You wanna plug anything?
150, guys. Sorry.
Well done. Cool and Luke Bricks on YouTube and Instagram. We do a show based for the UK guys mainly, but everybody's welcome. On 7 p.m. UK time, which is 2 p.m. Eastern on a Sunday generally. Just talking all sorts, and usually got a guest on. But other than that, great show.
I meant to ask, how did Fit Lego Guys stream go? How did it go?
Yeah, it was good. It was a test stream for him because he wants to get into sort of the long form, this kind of thing.
Did you feel comfortable?
Doing a show? Yeah, I think it helped to have somebody else there. I don't know what.
That's why I was like, dude, you should go over there and
Yeah, I don't know how, but I think both of us learned that when we talked too much about like the sort of the science behind YouTube and building his channel and what he wants to achieve, the engagement in the chat just completely dropped off because unless you're talking about something that's benefiting them, i.e., I'm going to go once a week, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, they would just kind of disengage because he was talking about like, I want to reach this, I want to reach that, and I was saying, so it was probably my fault because I was asking him questions about his channel and people just kind of dropped off. But I did say to him, look, at least now in the next show, don't do that, try and avoid doing that unless it's something that the viewers are interested in reason about. When you're talking about, I want to be monetized, this, that, the other, people are just kind of like,
right. I mean, well, and the best advice I always give to everybody, man, because I can't tell you about analytics and data. I mean, I can tell you about my stuff, but like, again, we talked about meat growing, but the one thing I always tell people, man, is just be yourself. Just be yourself, man. You know what I mean? Because if you don't, and you start acting different, eventually people are going to notice that's not how you are. You know what I mean?
Like if Hive tried to appeal to a younger audience.
Until you make them.
And plus, people will respect you more anyways, man. You know what I mean? People, the one thing most of us can do is smell bullshit. We can smell when people, and so, no, but he seems like a good dude, man. And I'm sure, you know what I mean? Like,
well, he did mention that he's kind of got a list of people he'd love to have on his show, or this new version of a show that he wants to do, which he wants to try and go. He initially said, I want to go like every other week. And I said, look, if you're doing something like that, go consistent. So even if it is every other week, but make sure you don't miss one.
Yeah.
But, I would start out, if you can, once a week, because it's a lot less work than editing even a short. Probably a lot less work in the long run.
Yeah.
Well, that's something also the algorithm does love, man. Is consistent.
Well, his viewership, that's what he was lacking, and this is where people switched off because he was saying that his viewing hours is where he's missing things. But obviously, when you've got long form content, those viewing hours are not that that's something I'm interested in, but that for him it might work out better. But he was like, I've got a list of people, he said, but I'm just nervous about asking people. And I just said I was the same to start with, but literally I haven't asked a single person who said no.
Well, next time you talk to him,
secondly, I'm at the point now where people are asking me if they could be on the show, and I'm like, whoa, I've got a list. Which is nice, a great position to be in.
Yeah, so actually, what do you talk about on your show?
Well, what the piece of advice I gave Fit Lego Guy was something that kind of Sean mentioned to me, but it was something I was already doing anyway, which is one for me and one for them. So we tend to have now, and again, it's taken us 15 episodes to get to this, so it's not like I've cracked the code. Don't get me wrong, but I tried to do like something that person is like. For example, when Oaktown was on, we did a section on Ninjago because that's something he's particularly strong on, and then we'd have another. In some cases, 2 or 3 topics, but it would be natural. There you go. Are the signatures still on there?
No, that's the other Ninjago shirt. That's the
okay.
from the Fold concert.
But
Ninjago.
but we have one for us as well. So then so what I would tend to do is I'd have them in, I'd interview them, talk a little bit about themselves, plug themselves, and just get them comfortable with the surroundings. Then we'd go on to a topic that was their strength, so we'd all learn something in some cases, and then we'd go on to a topic that was for the viewers, for the fans, but for us. So we were more comfortable, and then they would join the panel for that. And that's generally the kind of, and he, by the sounds of it, he wants to do something kind of similar. So he's looking to get people on. I just said, look, just make sure if you're going to do your research. So when Oaktown came on, I made sure I watched some back content. I got to know him a little bit. I knew what he was about. So I wasn't just blindsided by what he's into. And I've done things like that. And I said, you need to do the same kind of thing, but get people on and try and focus on something that is of interest to them to talk about. So he's at the point where he wants people on. So
yeah, as far as guests go, the other thing too is like, and this is why I mean, like, I don't have really any, like, Oaktown was the only person I've ever had on Fury and Fury, and I love Oaktown, but like I don't really know if it's a good idea to have anybody ever on Fury and Fury ever again. It's just too sketchy to have anybody on there. But like minimum effort's different. These Hive streams are different. You know what I mean? Because they're completely random. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, hey, you guys want to come on? But Good Morning Brick World, I tried for a long time to be consistent with guests, and obviously some people are great, but here's the thing: is like some people, things happen, plans change or whatever. Some people just forget. Some people just make other plans and don't tell you anything. Some people won't answer you. So it just got to the point where too many times it was getting difficult to try and keep guests on the show. You know what I mean? And I think the main reason was because we're an early morning show. Like, it's kind of different for, like, obviously, like you guys across the pond and stuff, but for everybody else, you know what I mean? Like, if I had an early morning show on the West Coast, it'd be a little bit different because then most people are watching it a little bit later. But since I have it on the East Coast, everybody in the United States, it's earlier for them. So generally, people aren't ready to get up and go on a live stream like first thing in the morning.
Yeah, but I would be ready to get up in my graveyard shift and talk about Duplo with you, Hive.
I know you would, man.
What is graveyard shift?
The graveyard shift is 12 a.m. I think to 4 a.m.
somewhere in that area. Like, I used to work.
Only the dead are awake.
Yeah, it's when you work basically when no one else does. Like,
so when you say about, sorry, you said about Good Morning Brick World, when you say about guests, you mean guests or the hosts?
No, guests.
Right. I didn't realize. I thought that was the same panel you had every week. I didn't realize.
No, because that was on a previous generation of Good Morning Brick World.
Oh yeah, now because I've had different hosts throughout the years. You know what I mean? So that's I mean, that's not easy either because that's a whole process of getting somebody to be a host on the show. You know what I mean? And like we've talked about, we're thinking about adding a fifth member, but more as kind of a producer.
Oh, who would be the fifth member?
We don't know.
The fifth member would be the cat calling Duplo car.
So, but no. But the guest part, it's just difficult, man. Sometimes trying to keep that. So the best advice I can give to him for that, is to schedule as far ahead advance as kind of you can. Like Greg usually does that with like London Calling. He'll send out invitations like far ahead of time, so it's not like the week before. See, I'm usually horrible about that. And then try to have some people that will be a backup guest. Like for instance, when Cali Brick Click was on, Shy knew that you can always count on me if you needed to. Like if a guest didn't show up, he can count on me. Like he can call me, and 9 times out of 10, like I would just jump on as a guest.
Did that ever happen?
Yeah,
yes,
it has. I don't want to say it happened on Cali Brick Click, but there's been a couple different streams that have had me come on. Just kind of out of the blue. Not all the time. Obviously, people want me on as a guest too, like a normal guest. But like, just people have known that they can kind of rely on me for that if they need me. Not all the time, but most of the time. Some people have even used me as like a guest host.
I know they did that with Kelly Brick like one time.
Yeah, I did it for Full of Bricks once. I've done it for ACOB before. You know what I mean? It just because I'm not trying to fucking blow up my own ego or do my. I'm generally reliable. You know what I mean when it comes to stuff. If Luke needed a guest out of the blue, you know what I mean, he could probably call me. I could probably do it. So that's my advice I get to him. But dude, Fiddler, like I said, he seems like a good dude. And these things take a long time, anyways, as you guys know.
Well, he's already got a decent following because he's on like 1.7 subscribers. So I just said to him, now it's just trying to sort of, merge those people into a long form content.
Right.
Because that could be 1.7 casual fans as opposed to 1.7 hardcore fans, which very rare people have got that many hardcore fans. So
right.
But,
yep.
That's another reason why I absolutely love my audience, my viewers, and everything, man, and why I don't mind growing slow. You know what I mean? Like, of course, I'd love to be bigger, faster. You know what I mean? But like, I know how. I've mentioned this to just random people before. Like, my viewers, man, like, they're loyal as hell. Like, and I and it's just the same thing with me. Like, I'm loyal to all my viewers. Like, it's important, man, because if you want to build a good relationship and have a good channel and all that, it's not just about like, you got to make content that people want to watch. You know what I mean? But like, if you don't treat your viewers with respect, you know what I mean? Like, I've seen people out there, like, won't even talk to their chat unless like they get a donation or something.
That sucks.
And I mean, like, I don't get that, man. Like, yeah, if somebody sends me a super chat, like, yeah, man, you get a super clip or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, if you're a member, I'm going to put you in the thing for the giveaway. Like, there's stuff, yeah, like, you get benefits, you know what I mean? But like, you don't get, like, me engaging with you is not a benefit. That's you don't have to pay for that. You know what I mean? Like, that's just.
It's a given.
It's a given, right? Yeah.
Because you're like, in Chinwei, you are with the viewers and the viewers are with you.
And that's why I don't get mad if people don't like my stuff either, man. Like, I don't have nothing against any of them. Like, I'm not talking about just pure and fury either. I'm talking about just me, like, I'm not everybody's cup of tea, just like not everybody is my cup of tea. But Brick Maniac, I don't think I said hi to you, man. What's going on? The community aspect is the best for sure. The tops high sub count on any day. Yeah, I mean,
yep.
And look, and I'm not lying when I've told you guys too, like, you guys are my friends, man. Like, I don't have I have friends across the states, man, but I don't like have anybody anymore like that's close to me, you know what I mean, that I can hang out with or anything. Like, all I have is you guys, and it means a lot to me. Like, you guys make it so I'm not like by myself. I get to hang out and chill with you guys and talk with you guys and shit, you know what I mean? And yeah, there's other people that I don't give two shits about in this community, and there's other people that I don't care if they care about me. It's nothing personal. Like, dude, you don't have to respect everybody. Respect is earned.
Yeah, like there are two specific YouTubers that I don't really like. One starts with BR, the other one has the initials of SBS.
Oh boy.
But yeah, I think Hive and I could rant about them all day.
Yeah, because it was such a great idea for David Hall to tell us to buy 2 barn doors.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yes, he did that.
And look, and also, even though I don't understand it, I've told you, tell everybody all the time, man. If you guys like him, if you want to watch his shit, like, whatever, man, that's cool. I don't get it. I think that him and Brixie, I think they just really treat their viewers and audience with total disrespect. But it is what it is, man. Clearly, a lot of people could say the same thing about me. So, anyways, what Shy was he saying? Oh, the stress of getting guests every week, dude. So Shy knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Hello, Shy. What's up, man?
Me and Shy have talked about this before, and look, and some things happen. Some things happen in life. You can't make it, like, nobody, but man, there's some people that just will ghost your ass, and you're like, it's fine. So you don't tell me.
So you're saying that
there are also
you and Shy have had line guests up, and then they've just not shown up, because that's not something I've experienced yet.
I don't want to speak for Shy. but I'm, I would say probably, but I hate talking for other people. You know what I mean? But
That's
yeah,
that's
me
messed up.
definitely, dude. There's been people that have told me I was gonna do a stop motion once, and I probably still could have done it, maybe recast it, but like I was gonna do a stop motion once, and there was one person that was the perfect voice, not just a voice, but the accent, everything for a character that was gonna
I
be
need to know who.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
No,
But
because that'd be doxing.
well, it's not like I'm telling the address, but like I don't want anybody to take the wrong way. I don't want anybody to think she's a bad person. She's not.
Okay.
So, but for whatever reason, she decided I guess she didn't want to do it. But she never came back to me about it. Never. So like I just waited for a long time. I even like did a little reply, and then finally I just figured, all right, well, that's that. But there's just things like that, and I'm so big on communication that I'm just like, it's okay if you can't do it, just tell me, man. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna hate you. I'm not that type of person. I don't care how many times you watch Fury and Fury. Like, I'm not gonna hate you if you keep like life happens, But yeah, man. Like I said, I don't want to speak for Shy, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that's happened. It's probably happened to anybody that has a show. You know what I mean? Like,
I guess I'll also say, for me, I've had, when I did my podcast, it might still come back, but, I had definitely like 2 times where people were like, I put Pacific Standard Time, I put PST or Pacific Standard Time, and even then they took it as like their time zone, so they misread it.
That's why you gotta cater the time zone to the guest, not yourself, and that's what I try to do.
But
yeah, no, I mean, I would tell them, PST,
Luke brought up a really good point, though, man, that if you are going to have guests, and I don't mean, so like on Good Morning Brick World, like let's say our subject was mock building, and then we would have like, a mock builder come on. It's not like we don't want to know who that is, but that's the focus has to do with the guest, but it focuses on the mock building. But if you're going to have a guest on really on more of an interview type thing where it's more focused on them, Luke's right. You really should research and make sure you know who you're talking to. Be respectful.
Yeah.
Look up some of their stuff. Because, dude, it looks really bad on you if you have a guest on and you don't know anything about them, dude. That is.
Have you done that, Hive?
No.
Okay.
But it's really rude to do that. You know what I mean? And plus, it's embarrassing to you and, in my opinion, embarrassing to the guest as well. But
yeah, I've never done that.
Yeah,
I think the structure for my show, going back as Emil kind of asked, is that like I took a lot of influence from what Shy did, and I remember speaking to Oaktown about this a long time ago, wasn't it? And we said this is way before the show, and obviously he gave me some advice and all, and I was saying like I want to I like the style that Shy's got, where he's sitting on a stoop. So the idea being that it's kind of relaxed. We're both chilling out. They're not physically doing that, not in all cases, but they're relaxed. So he's got a structure of talking about whatever the person he's interviewing is strong on. They can talk about, but also he's got his own set of questions that he may ask every person, kind of thing, and he just kind of lets it flow. My idea was always more of like I grew up in something in the UK called sort of a rave dance scene, where we go out as a group of friends, and there wasn't a single time we went out where we didn't end up growing that group of friends by just randomly meeting people. So it would almost be like we'd be sat there and somebody had come across and they'd join our group and we'd be talking to them, and then by the end of the night they were kind of one of our group of friends. So it was more of a sort of join us for a kind of chat in a kind of like pub environment, that kind of thing I wanted to try and create for the show, rather than it be like you're on the spot, all lights are on you. More of a, this is what we're all talking about, come and talk about it with us, and then talk about yourself as well, that kind of thing. That's more like what I was going for. Don't know whether that's something we've achieved, but that's generally the vibe I like to think we've got.
Yeah, no, definitely, man.
I'm not saying that there's nobody out there doing that already. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but here's the thing that a lot of people also, I think, don't quite understand about this whole content creation thing. Like, look, yes, what you make is important, very important, and I think that that can make or break a lot of stuff. Like it's harder for you to, not you, but just in general, like to make Lego videos compared to like if you just decided to go off and make like documentary style stuff, or like more, essay type videos, like stuff like, that has a lot more substance into it. You know what I mean? But the thing about whatever you're creating, man, I will die on this hill. Like, a lot of it is your personality, how you execute stuff, how you talk, how your demeanor. You know what I mean? It's not just about what you make. Like I'm sure I probably, like a lot of us, might have some viewers that would probably follow us no matter what we're doing. You know what I mean? Because they appreciate the creator. You know what I mean? Like, whatever the creator is doing, that's one thing we would appreciate that too. But like, so I think a lot of people don't focus. That's why I say, like, be yourself. You gotta be yourself, because if you try and act like something else, it's not gonna last. It's just not gonna last. And again, most of us all of us, we can smell through that bullshit. So I think it's just so important, man. Like with Shy, there's a bunch of stuff I can tell you about Shy that would probably make his videos really awesome. Whether the way he edits, how long he edits, his type of editing, you know what I mean, the work he puts into it, the pre-production part of it, the setup, the lights, you know what I mean, how he has the two people across from each other. I'm sure it probably killed him at Chicago when he had to do it in a hotel, couch and chair or whatever. But but it's beyond that, because we're talking about Shy. We all know Shy. We know his personality. We know his laugh. We know he comes in and he says, "Hey, fam." There's stuff about Shy that we love. You know what I mean? And whether Shy is doing his own videos, whether he's on Cali Brick Click, whether he's doing Sitting on a Stoop, you know what I mean? Whatever it is, we want to watch Shy. You know what I mean? Now Shy started doing some videos that were horrible or something. I don't know. Maybe it'd be different, but Will's like, "Who is Shy?" But no,
here.
Yeah, so I think that's a big part of it. And Luke, with you guys, you guys are really starting to make your own thing. You know what I mean? It's standing out differently.
Yeah.
Plus your boys. You know what I mean? The whole group. It's a good thing, man. And then obviously when you do stuff that you do, and I just I don't know, man. It's good to see a lot of different creators out there, including Mayo and Oaktown and other people as well, man. Trying to do their own thing.
See, Mayo to me, I heard about him before I even knew who he was, because he's classed as what I would call more of a character in the community. So oh yeah.
Well, and the thing about Mayo too is, I said this earlier too. Mayo is one of these people. Sans is like this. You can go to them and ask them Lego knowledge, dude, and they're encyclopedias, dude. It's kind of like with Star Wars,
and the thing with that, the reason why Sans and I are cut from the same cloth is because we look at Lego print media, and then we cross-examine that with other YouTube videos, and we have this natural ability to be like a sponge and soak in all of the information, remember it, share that information with our friends, and then make videos about it.
I mean, it's kind of like Norm from Cheers too, where you guys just have a lot of useless information as well.
The extent with probably 90% of my knowledge about Lego is stuff I have remembered from other people's videos, and the other 10% is stuff from Lego print media, like how they've been making their DK books since the mid-2000s.
It's kind of like with Star Wars knowledge, man. If I want to know certain things, especially with Lego Star Wars, I go to ask Ryan. I'll ask Tyler. There's a handful of cloners in the community that know. I know I can ask them, and they're generally going to be able to answer it for me. Just these random Lego stuff. I know if there's something really random, I can go to Mayo and ask them. If somebody wants to watch somebody lose their shit ranting about something, they know they can go watch Fury and Fury. You know what I mean?
I wish I had that kind of memory. Cooper's a good one, but
Mayo Coop, also a good one, man. By the way, shout out to Coop for making Get Cooped, man. I'm so glad he got into that game.
Because
I struggle to remember my daughter's name sometimes. But
because for example, you speak about experts. I'm not a Star Wars expert. I'll ask all of my Star Wars bros. I know little to nothing about Ninjago, so I'll go ask Titanium J. Or
yeah. If you want to Ninjago, you go to Jay,
like,
you go to
I'll go ask
Oaktown,
those
you
people.
would go to Jimbo.
Whenever Good Morning Brickworld and Cool Hang Luke and London Calling want to do Duplo episodes, just ask me.
Dude, there's a bunch of things if I wanted to do, I'd ask you. If I'm going to do another crane thing, I'm probably going to ask you. I know how.
Yeah, because there's only there's only 1 or 3 people in the community that could drop facts about Duplo of all things.
I'm sure that Jabbo could probably say something.
Exactly, because Duplo doesn't have a fandom.
Person that's as shy as a chill dude. He's
also
with his MacBook. I appreciate the trust. That is some trust.
Cool Han, when are we gonna see Shy on Cool Hang Luke?
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I think Shy is probably one of those people who, without any disrespect to anybody who has been or is planned to be on the show anytime soon, he's more closer to the upper echelons. The last thing I want is somebody coming on and being like, "What the hell is this rinky-dink show you guys are calling a show here?"
No, Shy isn't like that.
At the same time, without it sounding awful to anybody who's been on the show before, I just feel like I would want to do his time justice and be able to say, look, if you come in on the show, and that's before I even ask him. For him to say yes is another story altogether. But I'd want to make sure I've got something that's worth his time, because not to say anybody else's time isn't precious, but I think his is probably more so, especially now. But
yeah, he has 2 kids. Yeah.
But no, I tried to tailor it to the person. It was the same with Tyler. Like, I mentioned to Tyler about coming on the show. He said yes, private chat. And then when I was on the ACOB Christmas special, straight away, as soon as I came on, he was like, "Let me know when you want me to be on the show, mate. I can't. I'm looking forward to it."
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I'm like, so my co-hosts are like, "Right, let's get him on next week." And I'm like, "No, come on now. Let's, we need to make sure that we
calm down.
We don't want to be like, we need to look a little bit cool, and just play it. And not only that, but there's people who we had lined up or are on the guest list would have asked prior to that. So I just think it's right to do it in an order. But again, like you said, it's a growing show. So,
but it's respectable that it's like, it's not just about them, where you're like, I want to make sure like I do his time justice, but I feel like, you're also like, well, I want it to be us too. I want it to make sure that we're ready. Like, we are going to make sure we take that time, or maybe we want to wait to a certain point, or whatever the case may be. Only I wouldn't say no. So there you go. So you got half an answer right there. Look, Shy's really good about that stuff because, because one, Shy tries to be a good part of the community as well. But Shy also has a show where he has guests on. He's had a show where he has guests on. So he understands the whole guest thing. But yeah, I mean, again, I'm kind of speaking for Shy right now, but I'm sure it's got to be something you got to at least kind of try and plan on ahead of time. Because, yeah, I mean, and now's not a good time anyways, as we all know. Shy's dealing with a lot right now, as amongst a lot of other people are over there on the West Coast.
In Southern California.
Yeah. I mean, I'm up here in near San Francisco. I'm in Oakland.
You're northern.
And I'm all good.
But yeah, I try and think sometimes about, even for me, it can be difficult sometimes to break off time because, whether working, trying to do my own thing or whatever, spending time with Mrs. Hive. And yeah, he does more than I do. And he's in a bike club. And he's got kids. Yeah, I don't know how. Look, there's a few people in the community. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah,
Shy's one of them.
Especially Duck.
Yeah, there's a handful of people in the community. I'm like, I don't know how you're keeping up, man. Like I just feel like you're so spread thin. Like,
yeah.
And it feels like Shy is just one of these people, like, and probably just from me knowing him for so long and knowing like his experiences with jobs and his life and everything else, man. Like,
I'll be right back.
He feels like he doesn't even sleep that much, dude. Like he's like a machine. Almost like he like sleeps for like a few hours and then like gets right back up and he goes all over again. It's crazy.
I was just saying, I'm not that special. It made me cry, but I haven't actually had you on for a show, a proper one-on-one show yet. Will, you joined that All-Star show. I think you popped on for something else, but we need to get that Will Bricks production show. We need to make it happen, but I think the timelines are quite different, quite difficult for you.
That's the difficult thing with like you guys and us, over there and over here.
I think it is actually easier for us because we go in the evening, so 7 o'clock in the evening on a Sunday. So that's always going to be, well, for the USA at least, it's always going to be earlier in the day. It might not be available, but whereas with us, like for example, ACOB show tonight, I got to stay up till 2 o'clock to watch the start of it, and the chance of me doing that are slim, even when I haven't got work tomorrow. So, no, and going back to Mayo quickly, I wanted to say this. A shout out to a guy I used to know called Lawrence, right? I used to be one of the managers. I go to a manager's meeting. He reminds me so much of this guy, Lawrence, because he was just some of the information he had was just, it just made me laugh. Like the guy would know exactly how long to the minute it would take to cook an elephant trunk if you wanted to eat one. And it's just random stuff like that he would say. And Mayo reminds me of that guy. So shout out to you, Mayo and Lawrence.
And I use that as a marketing point to stay relevant in the community.
Something that I really appreciate about Mayo and Hive is how they're always upfront about stuff.
And it's better to be that way, man. It really is, dude, because I mean, a lot of my demeanor is because I've been getting older. And as you get older, guess what you have less of, man? You have less time. So I don't like my time wasted unless I'm going to waste my own time. So when people waste my time,
like Star Wars theory,
Star Wars theory is a little. I've kind of gone back and forth with him.
Yeah,
but no, it just pisses me off, man. And I've learned. Look, a lot of people won't believe this unless they've known me in real life, like the majority of my life. But like most of my life, I've been pretty passive about this stuff. And the being passive like that and being like the nice guy all the time and stuff has gotten my ass like walked all over, dude. I've been ripped off. I've had people take advantage of me, and then whenever like I'd eventually say something, they'd be like, well, why didn't you ever say anything? So guess what I started doing? I started saying something, and I started saying it like immediately. And then eventually I started saying it loud. Because then there's no confusion about where I stand on stuff. Now, like, again, Fury and Fury, that's a totally different thing, but like, as far as like real life, me just like being blunt about stuff, because it's better sometimes, man, not to just dilly dally about things. You know what I mean? Just so people know where you stand on something, whether they like it or they don't, at least they know, So, by the way, what's up, BFAB? Oaktown is so right. Just Mayo and Hive because they're so direct and speak to mind.
Yep.
Yeah, but a lot of times it gets us in trouble.
Yeah, what's up, BFAB?
Yeah, because like sometimes I say things and then I have to take a breather for a few days.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think sometimes it's a lot of different things. We've grown up in different generations, or we've experienced different things, or just our perceptions are different. Like I've mentioned before about, like, for me, nothing anybody says, no words are going to hurt my feelings unless I care about you. You know what I mean? Like, if you're my friend or my family, whatever, like, yeah, you can say stuff that hurts me. Anybody else, dude? Like, I don't care. I don't put much weight into what you say. It doesn't mean like something can't sting, you know what I mean? But like, it's not going to affect me to the point where like I'm going to let it linger or something, you know what I mean? You rolling longer, Hive? I can hop back in. Oh, no, I'm just running my damn mouth, man.
Might as well make it 8 hours now. Might as well round it up.
Yeah.
I mean, well, might as well. Maul, yeah, hop back in, man. We'll be on for 15 more minutes. We'll cut it off.
Now.
What time is Mrs. Hive home?
I don't know. It's different times, different days.
Well,
I mean, I'll know 45 minutes before she, I'll know 45 minutes.
As long as you haven't got more than 45 minutes.
Well, we're not going further than that anyways, because I got to feed my dog.
Hive, I have a suggestion.
What?
End this live stream now and start a new one for 45 minutes. Because after you cross the 8-hour mark, the live stream can do something funky.
That's right. Yeah. Well, never mind.
You say that, but I've seen some people going live for 10 plus hours, and
you can do that. Yeah.
And it doesn't cut, and YouTube it doesn't cut it off. So I think they
no, it doesn't cut it off. It doesn't. It's not that it cuts it off. It's just there can be some like behind the scenes you know,
it's weird like
like
that.
yeah,
They
like some
changed
behind
it
the scenes stuff can
recently.
I
mess
didn't know
up.
that. I didn't know that until Mayo did his stream, and I mentioned it to Ostif, and he didn't know. So thankfully, I'm not. We don't know whether anything would happen, but he broke it down.
Because I'm trying to remember when I did my 24 hours, but I think what I did was I just made the streams ahead of time. Like I made one stream, and then once I think I got to because somebody told me also about the 8-hour thing a long time ago. So I think as soon as I got close to the 8 hours, I just shut it down and then started the other one up.
What's going on with the 72-hour stream? You've been in on that conversation, haven't you, Hive and Oaktown and you, Mayo, in Joel's thing.
Oh, yeah.
You're talking about doing the 72 hours, but doing like what you and Greg used to do, where you, send it off. I think the 72-hour stream that goes on in July, the Haley's Bricks or whatever it does, but do one like that in like February. They were talking about.
Yeah,
they should do 2 a year. I agree.
It's an hour.
The thing with that is they get people to sign up on a website, and they get about 24 streamers each streaming their own stuff.
Well, the problem, different people have done it, but because I feel like, because I feel like Butt Shop was the one.
He was.
I'll be back in 1 minute.
He was the host when Haley gave it up, but then he gave it back to Haley.
I think as long as you've got one person who is available throughout the 72 hours, more or less, or maybe a handful of people who are available. So just in case someone, for example, Oaktown's got an hour between 10 and 11 o'clock at night, and something happens, he can't make it for his hour, then they can just jump in and fill in that gap, and then the next person. So just like, I don't know if we guess 72 different people, but
well, some of it lined up pretty decently too. Like for instance, during like when I did it, I remember I just filled in like the 2 slots from like whatever 10 to 12 or something like that. So like on Sunday, so like it would just Good Morning Brick World would be like a section of the 72 hour, just like Greg would do like London Calling on Friday. Like
and the problem with the whole organization behind all of that is that the organizers, they weren't factoring in as many people's regularly scheduled programs.
Right.
And so what happened is a lot of people jumped out because they couldn't get their normally scheduled times.
Right.
And so they just said F you to it and did their own thing independently. And if I was in their shoes, I would approach them and say, okay, you have a regularly scheduled stream. Let's include your regularly scheduled stream at your normal time in the roster, and then other people can fend for themselves. Like Good Morning Brick World has an official start time. London Calling has an official start time. There's plenty of other streamers that have official start times.
The other thing was,
start.
Daycob's another one. Yeah, there's definitely a bunch, but like, the thing that got a little confusing for me too was, and it's dumb of me, but like when I was trying to sign up for it, like whatever it was last time, maybe a year or two ago or something.
Their insistence on the central time.
Yes, yeah, and look, and I get it, and I'm not trying to be a diva because I'm on the Eastern Coast, but look, I could be wrong about this, but I feel like generally, when we're talking about time zones, the standard is Eastern Standard Time for America.
It's the most important
because everything falls
time zone
behind
in the
it.
world.
Right. So again, I'm not trying to be diva about it. It's conflicting in my head. Like I keep seeing a time and I'm like, oh wait, no, that's not the right time. And then I'm like, Central Time, is that 1 hour behind me? I'm like, I think it's just 1 hour behind me. Shit. But anyways, Miss Butt Chop, love that guy. I know, man. Butt Chop. Oh, hey, Maul's back.
What's up, boys? Gosh, man, when I was on here, I was getting blown up, of course, on my lunch break from people, man.
It happens, man. It happens sometimes.
Everyone's scared of this Canada tariff coming in on lumber. They want everything now.
Should be Greenwich meat.
Hello.
Yeah, dude.
The problem with that brick scene is when it happens, Greenwich Mean Time in England is British summertime.
God, was that Greenwich? I thought it was Greenwich.
Yeah, it's
Greenwich.
Greenwich Mean Time.
I don't know. I felt like there's too many E's in there.
It's kind of like a Greenwich Village in New York City.
I don't know that place either.
And there's one in the UK.
You don't know the Village?
I mean, maybe. I never heard of it, but I don't
Greenwich
know.
Village.
You never heard of the Village, Hive?
I believe Greenwich Village is on the west side of Wall Street.
Yeah, I know somewhere in Manhattan.
I know Manhattan.
You better.
Because I believe it's west of Wall Street, south of Hell's Kitchen.
You know, speaking of Manhattan, I really would like to take a trip to New York, man. It's been a while.
I'm going to New York for the first time this spring break.
Oh, don't go in the summertime. Jesus. Ball stick to your leg like crazy.
Yeah.
I'm going like in March during spring break.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Don't miss being on the East Coast
Or
with
April.
that humidity.
I went in the summer. and it
Where
was
do you
absolutely roasting.
Where do you live, Moss? Vengeance?
I'm in Arizona now, but I lived in
Oh,
Virginia basically my whole life. But came
Dude,
out here,
really?
like,
I used to live in Richmond and Virginia Beach, man.
oh shit! Do you know Winchester, Virginia? No,
Not heavily, but I know of it. Actually,
Yep,
I think
that's where I
Chef
was.
is. I feel like Chef is close to there, man.
Oh shit! I think Austin. He said he was around there too once or something like that. It's kind of crazy.
Virginia's a big state, though. People don't realize, like, and like, the east side of the state pretty much is like city and stuff. But you start going west, man. Like, yeah, it's all country out there.
Country
dude.
boys, yeah.
Country
I was
boys
right
out
on the
there.
West Virginia border, man. Woo! That's why I got a
Is it
little
like-
twang left. It's leaving as more as I live here, but I still got my little country twang.
By the way, what's up, Matt? How you doing, brother?
And the Will Brick says, sorry, I live at Brick World.
I mean, I truly think like a brick world in Arizona right now in the wintertime. Come on.
We need a
Yeah, 'cause it's
convention in
really chill
California.
out there, right? In the winter.
Yeah, it's nice. Oh, it's perfect. Yeah, it's a little cold recent. Like, well, it's like 60 when I say cold, but
No,
just
but
like
that's
a
cold
month
for you
ago,
guys. I
70.
mean,
Yeah. Oh yeah, this.
I was
desert
talking about that the other night. Man, I hate it when people are like, "That's not cold." Like, come live up north. Well, dude, you come live down here and then go, "That's not hot." Like,
Exactly.
people are
I saw
always
my
like,
breath this morning. It was only 40 degrees.
if you
out.
live in Arizona and you get acclimated to it, man, yeah,
Mhm.
60 degrees is gonna be freaking chilly.
Those 115 degree summers, man. Ugh. Gosh.
Every summer we have 95 degree days for about 1 month of the whole season.
I gotta
and
tell
I'm
you,
fine with it.
I feel bad for I don't know how it is in Australia, but definitely the UK boys, well, and women, that you guys can't have like air conditioner, man, and it's not like it's not getting hot over there.
I hear people passing out in the UK summers. I'm like, what?
Well, here's the thing: is like,
70 degrees?
I mean, they're not hot the same way like we're hot,
Mm.
but again, it's about acclimation, and you know, like, I'm not going to get into a debate about it, but like temperatures have been rising. Okay,
Mhm.
so we've had record temperatures like almost every summer. Like, so I was looking at all you guys this summer, and yeah, I was like, damn, man, I feel bad for you guys because you have no AC, man.
The thing is, I'm quite lucky because I've always lived in Wales, mostly near the beach or on the beach even. Was in like,
so you get that breeze and everything, right?
So yeah, so even in the night when it's warm, you still get that cold breeze. So
That's why like Florida sucked, but Key West was wonderful, man, because you're on that island and you're just constantly getting that wind right off the ocean, dude.
I can say I know my family in Mexico. The last time that I was there for Christmas, which was like, I don't know, I want to say 2018 to 2019, like Christmas of 2018.
Mhm.
All of my family members were like, "It's so cold," and I'm like, "The temperature is so nice," because it's like, no, I'm telling you, it's like it's so much warmer than it is here in Oakland in the winter.
it's crazy actually because I've been to Mexico, been to California, New York, Florida, and the places that I found the hottest were San Francisco and New York. The cities seem to be hotter.
The concrete.
I can't understand why, because
Yeah.
you think there'd be more because there's more shade. You'd be
Well, and I'm probably talking on my ass here, but I would imagine population might have a little bit to do with it too. I mean,
No, it's called the urban heat island effect. I mean, if you have more buildings and more concrete and more people,
That-
you know,
that generates
temperature is
heat,
going to
right?
rise in that area.
Yeah, so that makes sense. You know,
So
even think about all the glass with reflecting light.
The wind doesn't get a chance to pick up either, so
That's
it's
right.
stagnant.
Blocks a lot of the
air.
wind. Yeah.
Well,
Come
it
on,
kind
in
of
the
doesn't San
UK, like,
Francisco.
do you just like, why don't they have AC?
That's an environmental thing over there.
Yeah,
I would
we
go
don't
crazy because I'm OD
don't
about
really
my
need-
collection, and
we
I
don't
need
really need it.
climate control for my.
But that's the thing is,
because we
like-
only have like one. Well, here in Wales at least, we only have like
Right.
one month of hot weather. We love it because we've waited like 12 months for it. So
Yeah, because you guys have like, is this a trope about over there? Like just dreary, like rainy weather most of the time. Like,
I don't know about rainy. Like I said, because I'm near the sea, the weather here is slightly different to most part of places. But they do say that the country is relatively grey. But I think it's just the problem is in this country is we have both extremes of weather. So obviously you guys have that in the US as well, but it's spread across a huge country. Whereas here we have really cold winters and really hot summers, and everything in between over the course, which is quite different, which is weird in such a small country. Like, the problem is we're not prepared for it. So when we have really bad snow, the country goes to pieces. But when we have really high heat, the country goes to pieces because they can't cope for both ends of the spectrum.
And look, it's not just like over there either. Like here in the States, the reason why sometimes it's hard for us to realize things is because the States is so big that my weather, Oaktown's weather, and then Mall's weather is like completely different. You know what I mean? And we all live in the same country, and that's not even talking about seasons or other things going on. And even like, so in the States, occasionally we'll hear about things that are kind of weird. So like in Atlanta a few years ago, they had snow and they lost their minds, dude. Like they shut down schools, like the people were getting in accidents, and the rest of us that live in like northern states, we're just looking at them like, what are you guys doing? So and then in Texas, remember in Texas a couple years ago, the freeze that happened in Texas, and they weren't prepared for it. And I was just talking to someone about this, man. And a lot of people died. They froze to death. A lot of people were trying to stay warm in their cars in the garage and got carbon monoxide poisoning. There was all kinds of busted pipes, because they weren't prepared for something like that. You know what I mean? Wait, I was like, what flag? Oh,
see the chat. best flag in the world,
dude. That is so funny.
No. Well, actually, I will say it is a heater flag. I'm not gonna lie.
It is a heater flag, dude.
It genuinely is. Like, it's better than the U.S. flag. I'll say that.
What do you want on your flag? I'll have some stars. I'll have some stripes. What do you want on your flag? I'll have a stripe and a cross. What do you want on your flag? Big fuck off dragon, please.
Yes, that's
big
dope.
red dragon is definitely cool. That's no doubt.
Because I will say, as someone who lives in a red, white, and blue country, most red, white, and blue flags do look the same.
Yeah, like Mayo, can you admit that you have a shitty flag?
Well,
Brent, what's up, Brent?
Well, pretty much
British flag is the shittiest bit.
Well, there's only so much you can do with a flag that has the Union Jack.
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
I do like
the
the
stars
Union
are kind of
Jack flag,
cool.
though,
The
man.
blue is kind of cool.
I've always liked, and maybe I've liked the Union Jack flag a lot because of certain superheroes I've liked. Like I've always been a huge fan of Captain Britain. Like I don't
Who is
know.
Captain Britain?
He's a superhero.
Captain America, but British.
Oh, sorry.
Well, he's got some more similar powers to like flight, super strength, that kind of stuff. But and he used to be called Union Jack, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember if that was a separate
Don't
character.
get me started on the Union Jack and the fact that the Welsh flag is not included in it.
Yeah.
Don't get me started. That's another stream.
Yeah, that's a rant maybe you should do one day. See here, are dragons even real? Where's the picture?
All
right.
Look at Matt says that dragon is bigger than the population of Wales.
Yes.
See, I have Welsh. I have multiple Welsh friends, so I'll just say no comment.
Matt, he's young. Give him a break.
I'm almost certain that there's only like 2 people that live in Wales.
So he knows what the Warriors are, but doesn't know what Captain Britain is. So
Dude, that's why Oaktown's awesome though, man. His random knowledge of stuff.
Yeah. See, no, okay. I'll say this: I'm not a big superhero person. So outside of superhero movies, I don't really know any superhero characters.
Well, even if you like comics and superheroes and stuff, Captain Britain isn't the most popular. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
the only
that's what
reason
I mean.
the only reason I'm a big fan is because of a comic book called Excalibur that came out years ago. That was like some of the X-Men, like the X-Men had died. I'm using quotation mark, died, and a few of them left and like teamed up with like Captain Britain and it was like Phoenix, and then what the other chick, Megan, I don't remember where, but anyways, but they lived in a lighthouse. Matt, where exactly? I want to say it was London, right?
See, I've never read a comic.
I get my
book,
geography.
so-
I get my geography a little off. You know what I mean?
There you go. That's my big confession. I've never read a comic book.
Well,
what?
Me neither.
Out.
What?
Me too.
Out.
No, guys, you guys.
Kick them both out. Kick them both out, Hive.
No.
I'll be honest.
May, tell me you've read a comic book.
No, I haven't ever read a comic book, and I don't pretend to be a superhero.
It's okay. It's okay.
Look,
come on, guys. Let's think of some stuff we haven't done.
What I do know is that there's one guy in Georgia who stopped collecting comic books in 1997, and he's been trying to sell most of his collection.
His name is Jabba. Yes,
because he has a lot of the Power Man comics, and I don't hear anyone talking about Power Man these days.
I've never heard of Power Man.
Luke Cage.
Dude, I wish.
That's Luke Cage. Okay, I know Luke Cage.
There are so many comics I wish I still had, man. I used to have the first appearance of Gambit.
There you go.
I had the Death of Superman.
Oh, cool.
I had so many.
Read
wow.
that.
Hey, I've read those. I've read those. I've read those.
Read that quickly.
Oh.
So you've read
Okay, see, that's cool shit there. I'm not gonna
a Star Wars magazine.
Well, technically, you've read a comic then.
I stopped my subscription on those. I finally stopped. I'm not buying.
No.
I didn't know you had a subscription, though, man. You can get a subscription.
Yeah.
They send them from the UK?
Yeah, it's called Newsstand. You could get like a whole year. I think it's like 120, 130 bucks, and they ship it out every month for you.
I should do that for the Ninjago magazine, and even the Star Wars one, honestly.
If you,
I'm just jealous of this.
If you ever see one you want, Oaktown, they're in all shops here. So let me know if there's one you want. I'll
Thank you.
Put it by for you, ready for a Brick World.
The coolest one was that Darth Vader tin and that card they did for that one. That one.
Yes. Yeah. That was in a Star Wars magazine, and I won that on Lady McBrick's a live stream contest during the 72-hour stream. So that is my version of Darth Vader.
Nice.
But yeah, like some of the stuff though, you'll just get like a couple poly bags of mini built, like a mini. It's like, yeah, I'm paying $13 for this. Oh, that way.
I actually, I found out a while back that the not those magazines, but like Blocks, and there's another like Lego type magazine. It's not like official Lego, but they sell them at Barnes & Noble. Huh?
Brick Journal.
Maybe I'd have to look. I've got it in my truck because I bought them and I took them to Brick World with me for some like light reading material in case I was like bored.
Yeah, a mate of mine does a regular section in Blocks because he's the guy who runs this Lego Facebook group, Anthe Bricks.
Yeah, there was somebody that worked for Blocks. She's really awesome. Like she's really cool. I think her name was Kat, if I remember correctly. I haven't seen her in a long time. I was like wondering if she watched Pure and Fury and decided she didn't like me anymore. But anyways,
Brent's in the chat, or was?
Yeah.
What's up, Brent's Bricks?
Brent's Bricks, ACOB.
Girth Gang.
Shreddy says, "Hey, this is still going."
Girth
Yeah, it's getting
Gang.
in.
You might as well go for 9 now. Now.
Yeah. We might as well go for 10 hours. We might as well go until we might as well raid into ACOB.
Dude, this was a running joke for a long time. Like for those that have been watching long enough, they know like every time I had a Hive stream or like a Pure and Fury, man, I'd always be like, "All right, guys, we're gonna end it," and then you guys would say shit like that. Yeah, we should just go for another hour, and then I'd just get me talking or ranting about something. Next thing I know, I'm like, "Fuck, dude, it's like an hour later. How did you guys do that shit?" No, sorry guys.
Powers.
We're I don't care if I gotta kick you out of the stream. We're gonna be ending it. Dude, if not, my dog is gonna freaking eat me.
Yeah. Can't
That's
play around
okay.
with that.
Like, I know she's up there right now, like tapping her foot, like, what the hell? Where are you at, Daddy? Like, yeah, F your stream.
You can go throw her some crackers and then be right down.
Yeah, it's all good, dude. It's all good. Look, this was a test. I'm gonna do some more, but I wanted to test this out just to see what it was like. You know what I mean? And clearly, I feel like I could definitely, yes, if I wanted to, I could probably go easily another few hours without thinking nothing of it. But you know, I'm trying to do stuff as well. You know, like I said, I got to go back out tonight and make some money. I gotta get dinner ready. You know, I got a few things I got to take care of, like I said. So, yeah, it was a good time though, man. I'll definitely do it again, and when I do it again, I'll probably do the same thing. You know, I'll send you guys a link if you want to jump in, and like I said, I'll ask the chat. You know, hey, you know, if you guys want to jump in, man, as long as I know who you are.
So what's
Sign
everybody?
me up
what's
for
everyone
the
doing
next
tomorrow?
time.
Wait, what? Huh? What?
Yeah,
What's everyone doing
absolutely.
tomorrow?
Sign me up for the next time.
Yeah, like I said, I'll definitely let you know. What would you say, Luke?
What's everyone doing tomorrow? I'll do one tomorrow if there's going to be.
I'm not doing anything. I can pop in tomorrow all day.
Yeah. Problem is, you're 8 hours behind me, aren't you?
Yeah.
So it means what time do you get up in the morning? You don't get up till 12 o'clock, do you?
I don't get up until my time, probably. Yeah, like sometime. And honestly, today I woke up at 6:08 because I knew that I was gonna do this. So, if you can do something earlier, I can probably do something earlier.
Yeah, I think the earliest I could probably do is about midday, possibly 2-3 o'clock my time. So you're talking like, I don't know, whatever that is, 8. No, earlier than that. Earlier for
I don't
you.
know. I don't know when I'm gonna have any time tomorrow because I got to work tomorrow, and then I've got stuff I got to get ready for Pure Fury, and I've got a vlog to finish up. I've had a vlog for like 2 weeks that I just keep doing just a tiny bit to, and then but then I keep adding stuff to it too. So it's just, I don't know.
Weekend review, right?
Yeah, I know I should really change it to like month in review, honestly.
Yeah.
All right. Well, before I end, let me just check the chat. I'll join at the 12-hour mark. It's so funny. I wants to have a life. This is my life, man. I'm doing stuff outside of my life out of here. This was awesome. See you. Thanks, man. I appreciate it, Tron. Say Beef Habit was on the left side of your storage lock. Oh God, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Dark Helmet, what is going on? How are you doing? I was trying to think something else I was gonna say, but I can't think of it now.
Dark Helmet. I love that film.
Our Toy World, Richie, what's up? How's the set coming along? I got 4 bags done. 4 bags done. That's all I got. So it's all right. We'll get more. My life goal is for Hive to rant on me on Pure Fury.
Hello, Richie.
Give me time.
Yeah, well, that's a life goal of mine too. Nah, just kidding.
I don't know, man. I've been trying not to be too hard on people as much anymore, you know, unless they really deserve it.
Like David Holm.
Yeah.
He's always going to deserve it.
He's always.
Yeah. Solid Brick Studios and Brixie will always deserve it.
One day I'll need to talk to y'all offline. I need to learn about that whole situation.
Trust me, we'll be backstage eventually.
Hello, J-Bob.
I'm trying to tell you about it.
Also,
J-Bob,
Maul,
what's up?
Maul, I'm not gonna lie, you kind of look like Brixie.
What?
I see some of it.
Yeah. Let me see. I forgot his face.
I mean,
A little bit.
I think all white people look alike, honestly.
No.
I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Tron says 37. Wait, what did I miss?
Oh no! Nah.
What is 37?
I know if he's talking about Clerks, I know exactly what he's talking about. But he might
I
not.
don't know Clerks.
Yeah, that's so funny. The whole eternity of shite has been reduced to the dynamic duo shite. Yeah,
Okay.
I know. We'll have to find someone to replace that third member eventually. Maybe depends. Depends on if somebody's that bad. So, all right, everybody. You guys, I appreciate you very much. I'm sure, like I said, I'll post on Instagram, let you guys know when I'm going to do another one. Maybe Saturday. Just
Yes.
I'll let everybody know. If worse comes to worse, even though I want to get back on my drawing, I might just do that backstage. But like, I'll probably, if worse comes to worse, I'll do another one of these on Wednesday instead of doing like the minimum effort. So.
Yeah, Wednesday works.
Yeah.
Richie,
For me, the weekend will work better after this week.
What works better?
The weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. You would think that that'd probably be a better time for me, but it just, a lot of it just depends, man. You know, so I'll let you guys know. Anyways, yeah. Peace out, everybody.
Peace out, boys.